Honourable members.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I present report number 39 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday 25 October 2021. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today, and the committee's determinations will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. And I call the Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I present the Offshore Petroleum, Laminaria and Corallina Decommissioning Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum to this bill and the Treasury Laws Amendment Laminaria and Corallina Decommissioning Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2021.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to impose a levy on registered holders of petroleum production licences and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr Speaker, this bill imposes a temporary levy on offshore petroleum production. The purpose of the levy is to recover the costs of decommissioning the Laminaria Corallina oil fields and associated infrastructure. It will ensure that taxpayers are not left to pay these costs. The levy will be at a rate of 48 cents per barrel of oil equivalent and be paid on an annual basis in arrears. The first payment made will be for the 2021-22 financial year and be payable in the first half of 22-23. All entities with an ownership interest in a petroleum production licence issued under the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act 2006 will be liable to pay the levy. The ATO will administer the levy. The levy will be in place until the net costs associated with the decommissioning have been recovered, or 30 June 2030 at the latest. Once net costs have been recovered, the levy will cease. The government remains, Mr Speaker, committed to keeping the Laminaria and Corallina oil fields and associated infrastructure and the surrounding marine environment safe and secure. Public consultation occurred and the government accepted a number of recommendations put forward by industry in the final design and operation of the levy. As such, the final design of the levy ensures it's temporary, targeted and effective at recovering costs with as little regulatory burden as possible, and full details of the measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Scullin.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
Question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I present the Treasury Laws Amendment, Laminaria and Corallina Decommissioning Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2021.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. This associated bill addresses the collections and consequential amendments related to the Offshore Petroleum, Laminaria and Corallina Decommissioning Cost Recovery Bill 2021, and full details of the measures are contained in the explanatory
Could the
memorandum.
Minister just formally move the bill be now read a second time?
Sorry, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second
That's all
time.
right. You don't have to go through it all again. That's okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
It's okay. The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Scullin.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Corporations Amendment, Meetings and Documents Bill 2021.
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Treasurer, I present the Corporations Amendment, Meetings and Documents Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Corporations Act 2001 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. This Corporations Amendment, Meeting and Documents Bill 2021, makes permanent the ability for companies, registered schemes and their offices to use digital technologies to meet the Corporations Act and Corporations Regulations requirements in respect of meetings, sending meeting-related materials and executing company documents. These reforms follow the temporary relief initially provided on the 5th of May 2020 through the Treasurer's instrument-making power and then renewed through the passing of Treasury Laws Amendment 2021 Measures No. 1 Act 2021 as part of the Morrison government's response to the coronavirus crisis. As this relief is to expire on the 31st of March 2022, permanent reforms are necessary so that companies know their obligations and can get on with business. The reforms contain enhancements to the temporary relief measures and reflect feedback received during consultation. These enhancements ensure that companies are required to meet the same substantive regulatory standards regardless of how a meeting is held. Specifically, it requires companies to give shareholders a reasonable opportunity to participate, including the ability to speak or ask questions orally and in writing. It also provides shareholders that own at least 5% of voting power to request an independent report or observation of a poll taken at the meeting. It also provides companies and registered schemes with the flexibility to notify and provide documents in hard or electronic copy, and ensures that members have the opportunity to elect to receive documents in their preferred form. The reforms allow documents to be signed and executed in flexible and technology-neutral ways to ensure that regardless of whether a company officer executes documents electronically or physically, the execution will still be valid. The reforms extend the ability of company agents to make contracts and execute documents, including deeds, flexibly. The government, Mr Speaker, will continue to ensure that regulatory settings are fit for purpose as we deal with and emerge from the coronavirus crisis as part of Australia's economic recovery plan to create jobs, rebuild our economy and secure Australia's future. Finally, the Legislative and Governance Forum on Corporations was consulted in relation to the bill and has approved them as required under the Corporations Agreement 2002. And, Mr Speaker, full details of the measures are again contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Scullin.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the debate now be adjourned.
Question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I have received a message from the Senate informing the House that Senator Thorpe has been discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia and that Senator Cox has been appointed a member of the committee, and Senator Steele John has been discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on Trade and Investment Growth, and that Senator Cox has been appointed a member of the committee. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1. Customs Amendment, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Brand.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it's been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Customs Tariff Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2021. And I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I just might enunciate something I sent to you digitally, and to apologise for my coughing and to assure colleagues it has nothing to do with COVID, it has everything to do with my asthma, which seems to be a little less controlled this morning than I'd like it to be normally. But just a quick shout out to those who do suffer from respiratory diseases that might find themselves coughing regularly. I've noticed in particular as I travel around community, there's a real stigma associated with coughing at the moment, Mr Speaker, and just a shout out to those fellow Australians who, like me, struggle with pulmonary disease, and just a reminder that to other Australians to be kind in our judgments of people. Not every cough means that someone's suffering from COVID. But in any event, I rise to make a contribution to these two very important bills. And as I sat here last night listening to contributions from others, I reflected on a South Australian hero, and I'd like to make a few comments about him in the context of this bill. I said in my maiden speech, Mr Speaker, that we stand on the shoulders of giants, and in my case as a South Australian Member of Parliament and as someone who represents a portion of the former electorate of Wakefield, I'd like to mention, particularly with reference to this bill, the Honourable Bert Kelly, who was, of course, the member for Wakefield from 1958, and perhaps more commonly is referred to as the modest member. And I do so in a debate that where others have made contributions, quite rightly, about how significant free trade is to the modern, globalised, connected world order today. And I'd hasten to suggest there'd be very few people that would come into this chamber in 2021 and vehemently oppose free trade or suggest that the future for global trade involves crushing and significant tariffs. But as someone who knows perhaps more about the history of this place than I do, Mr Speaker, you know that that wasn't the case in 1958. When Bert Kelly was elected in 1958, his views, his anti-protectionist views, were particularly unpopular. And some say that his time in the ministry was limited by the fact that he held those views. But in any event, once he was no longer in the executive, he began writing a column in the Australian Financial Review, initially anonymously under the moniker The Modest Member, but ultimately it was flushed out that the Honourable Bert Kelly was, of course, the Modest Member. And I should say, post-retirement, he continued to write that column, but referred to himself as the Modest Farmer. And as someone in this place who hopes to retire to a career in farming at some point, I'd like to think that I have a bit in common with Bert, the Honourable Bert Kelly, who lost pre-selection in 1977, the year I was born. I say we stand on the shoulders of giants not only because of what he achieved and his courage, but because, quite frankly, the course of Australian political history was probably in this space altered more significantly by Kelly than any other person. And you might not want to take my word for it, and perhaps we could take the word of former Labor Prime Minister Gough Whitlam, who, on Bert Kelly's death, indicated that no private member, I repeat, no private member has had as much influence in changing a major policy of the major parties as Kelly had. This was a person who came to this place in 1958, where protectionism was de jure, and over a course of time saw, through his humble advocacy, that policy change across decades, but ultimately to the point now where almost no one would argue Indeed, I'd suggest no one would argue in favour of crushing tariffs. But leaving that and my parochialism and my admiration for Kelly to one side, can I just turn to the bill? Now, this bill is important for producers in Barker. Often we, or those in this place, hear me talking about the farmers in my electorate, but it's not only important for the farmers in my electorate, but principally I see its importance resting with food manufacturing in my electorate. Increasingly, my electorate is taking the clean and green commodities that we produce and turning them into clean and green and safe processed foods for the world. Indeed, Mr Speaker, Barker holds the title as having more Australians employed full-time in the manufacturing sector per head of population than any other division in this place. Barker is the home of Australian manufacturing, and I'd like to think, with a very bullish free trade agenda that's being pursued by this government, that's a future that is not only safe and secure, but one that will thrive going forward. And the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, commonly referred to RCEP, which these bills refer to, is another step in that direction. It's a modern free trade agreement between Australia and 14 other nations, no less, in the Indo-Pacific. It's described as the world's largest free trade agreement, and of course it complements, as I said earlier, the myriad of free trade agreements that have been established, not least of which those established since we came to office in 2013. In particular, most recently, the agreement to enter into one with the UK. And I'll leave for another day comments about how the harm that was occasioned to Australian farmers as a result of the common market turning its back on Australian farmers is about to be addressed. Albeit, as I've said publicly, at a time where Australian producers are probably going to find it difficult to fill that demand because we have been so successful in pivoting away from the UK in terms of our trade efforts over the generation since 1972. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, this bill effectively operates to achieve three things. It provides rules, including product-specific rules in determining imported goods from RCEP originating countries or RCEP originating goods. Now, these are preferential rules for the 14 countries and Australia, and of course there needs to be integrity around how we do that. This bill seeks to achieve that. It also, as part of that integrity requirement, requires Australian exporters to keep sufficient records. Now, that is of course important. And most importantly, in terms of the operation and efficacy of these bills, it creates a new schedule of preferential customs duty rates for goods that qualify as RCEP originating goods. So if the Honourable Bert Kelly was in the place today, he would be cheering on RCEP. It's about creating a lower tariff environment, a freer trade environment. And I'd suggest at the time Kelly was talking particularly about traditional trade routes between our nation and continental Europe, and in particular the UK. But of course, and at that time, he probably daredn't think that we could enter into free trade agreements with 14 countries in the Indo-Pacific, including the majority of whom who don't operate under property-owned democracies. So he would be incredibly pleased to see what's occurring. Now, I've indicated what we're doing in relation to RCEP. I think it's also to point out that we have engaged in deep consultation through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in conjunction with governments and agencies from the signatory countries. Now, once in force, as I've said earlier, this will be the largest free trade agreement on the globe. RCEP signatory states account for 30% of the world's population and GDP. No other free trade agreement brings together the collective economic weight of ASEAN nations and the major economies in North Asia. RCEP also provides for additional economies to join the agreement in the future, building the significance of the agreement over time. And with respect, I might suggest that the significance of this agreement might be borne out in the geopolitical, ultimately, as well as being obviously an important economic dividend for member states, RCEP member states. Now, while I'm mentioning the RCEP member states, it's probably important that we list them. So the RCEP member states of Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, the Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand and Vietnam. And Australia, China, Japan, New Zealand and the Republic of Korea. As I said earlier, 30% of the globe's population and 30% of the globe's GDP. Now, RCEP has been ratified by Brunei, China, Japan, Singapore, and will enter into force. Force will occur 60 days after one or more of the Asian members and 4 more ASEAN members ratify RCEP. Mr. Speaker, I've mentioned obviously economic efforts in my electorate and the fact that they centre around principally agriculture and food production. But this agreement goes far broader than that. It provides for financial services, specialist services and others. And it's important to note that a phenomenon that I'm seeing in my electorate, which I think is playing out across Australia right now, and it's born of infrastructure that our nation's built principally over the 8 years while we've been in government. Increasingly in communities in my electorate, principally those that find themselves on the coast, but not exclusively, I'm noticing a tendency for people who work in those service sectors, particularly high wealth individuals, but those with the ability to work remotely are leaving, sadly, for those that represent the great state of Victoria in this place, Victoria, and finding a home in coastal villages, Roe, Beachport, Kingston, my electorate, and from there they're servicing their customer base in the service sectors. Now, this agreement should importantly reflect the fact, as it does, that the provision of those services, not only interstate but now internationally, is made all the more easier by the RCEP agreement. And so, just like Bert Kelly in this place in the 1950s, when he was first elected, brought to this place views about a free trade future, and he perhaps never imagined that we would be entering into free trade agreements or preferential trade agreements with 14, as I've said, nations in the Indo-Pacific, many of whom don't share our system of government, just as though he, I don't think, could imagine that in the relatively near future we would be at that place, and we are. I think it perhaps even in his mind in the late 1950s, even more passing strange, that a member of this place representing the electorate of Barker would get to his pins and say there's a real likelihood that constituents in my electorate, because of this agreement, living in my electorate, working digitally, could provide services direct into those Indo-Pacific nations because of an agreement we've entered into. I think even for someone as visionary as Bert Kelly, that concept would have been a bridge too far. But that's where we find ourselves, and it's a happy circumstance we find ourselves in. And a lot of that trajectory, it's fair to say, owes its origin to Kelly's efforts as the modest member, bearing in mind someone who declared himself as the modest member, also subsequently described by Gough Whitlam as a private member who moved the trajectory of major political parties' policies more than anyone else. But leave that to one side. owes its origin to that initial push to change the view in this place and in our nation around protectionism. And I don't think we should forget the giants whose shoulders we stand on, Mr Speaker, and in that regard, I just want to take the opportunity, apologies, to reflect on the service of the Honourable Bert Kelly, the former member for Wakefield, and how his efforts in a sense have allowed us to arrive at this place.
The original question was this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Brand has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I believe in free trade and welcome all the benefits that trade can bring us. And as an open trading nation, Australia has been a big beneficiary of the multilateral rules-based trading system that has operated for decades. We have a long history of successfully concluding free trade agreements with countries and collections of countries. We have before us the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the speakers yesterday artfully articulated the size and economic weight of the collection of states that it encompasses. It brings together much of the Indo-Pacific into a trading relationship. It has been a very difficult period of time for many Australian exporters, and disruptions brought about by the global pandemic and ongoing trade disputes have highlighted the need for an effective policy for trade diversification. An RCEP, while in many ways welcome, is not a policy for trade diversification. Let's examine what RCEP is. RCEP will be the world's second most important trade agreement on arrival, ranking behind only the WTO itself. RCEP countries include 9 of Australia's top 15 trading partners, accounting for 58% of Australia's total two-way trade and 67% of our exports, which is obviously very significant. Importantly, RCEP includes our near neighbours, the ASEAN countries and New Zealand, and our major trading partners, China, Japan and South Korea. And in this context, Australia's participation in RCEP affirms the importance we place in our Indo-Pacific geography. The experiences of Australian exporters over the last few years have emphasised the significant impact of geoeconomics on our domestic economy. The COVID-19 global pandemic has also shown the critical role that regional supply chains have on ensuring products make the timely transition from raw material to the consumer's hands. Noting growing uncertainty and unease, now more than ever, Australia needs to diversify its trade, both in markets and in products. RCEP will provide a single set of basic rules for Australian SMEs, exporters, to RCEP member countries, making regional value chains cheaper by simplifying previously fractured trading regimes and cutting red tape. Labor supports such measures that encourage SMEs to boost exports and create more jobs for Australians. SMEs currently account for only 14% of Australia's exports, whereas in G7 countries they account for 25%, and the European Union average is 35%. That is, SMEs engage in export. However, exporters contribute more than non-exporters to jobs and productivity, on average employing more staff, paying higher wages and achieving higher labour productivity compared to non-exporters. So lifting SME exports to 25% of Australia's exports would increase our GDP by an estimated $36 billion, which, as I'm sure all honourable members would agree, is a very, very good thing. Labor has previously raised concerns over the Morrison government's refusal to commission independent economic modelling for the RCEP. That must be said and put on the record. Again, we have also called for the final treaty text to be publicly released before the agreement was signed to allow it to be scrutinised, but unfortunately this did not occur. Greater transparency is absolutely vital in building community support for fair and open trade. We know there is ongoing unease and concern in the community about the potential dangers of free trade agreements, and this unease can only be addressed through engagement and transparency. Labor's been in consultation with the union movement and other civil society stakeholders throughout the negotiations and eventual signing of RCEP. We have written to the Trade Minister to clarify issues relating to the government's ability to regulate our domestic aged care regime under the agreement to ensure the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Aged Care can be realised. I and my colleagues look forward to the government's assurances on these matters being placed on the parliamentary record in the course of this debate. Now, RCEP does not include an investor-state dispute settlement or ISDS mechanism, and it is worth noting that the use of ISDS clauses is in decline in Australian trade agreement. Importantly, RCEP does not include any commitments in relation to waiving labour market testing for migration purposes beyond those in our existing trade agreements with RCEP signatories. An Albanese Labor government would ensure that future reviews of RCEP would ensure that Australia's national interest is pursued without undermining Australia's ability to democratically set our own policy. This includes in relation to migration, labour standards, aged care, childcare, government procurement and the environment. So there are some positive elements to the RCEP, but there are also issues which the government must address, not just with RCEP, but with its entire posture relating to trade policy. I've had the opportunity to think a great deal on the question of our trading relations with our region. From June 2019, I chaired the Indo-Pacific Trade Task Force of the Federal Labor Party. We undertook extensive consultation with experts, officials, industry, other figures. Our task force final product, a 42-page report with 13 distinct policy recommendations, really got to the core for the need not only of trade diversification, but also of focusing on trade as a pathway to economic growth. Our recommendations go some way further than the approach of the current government, which has been to negotiate and conclude trade agreements, and then once they've got that announcement and the front page story, move on to the next thing without necessarily doing the hard work required to activate these agreements. What they don't understand is that the trade agreement is in fact only the first step in improving trade with a country or a collection of countries. There needs to be ongoing attention to issues and non-tariff barriers and a constant dialogue with industry and businesses on the course of trade. We share just one recommendation that goes to this. Increasing major exporters' Asia capability via a mutual DFAT secondment program. Subject to additional funding and to security clearance requirements, major Australian exporters and investors on long-term deployment in an Indo-Pacific market could receive training from DFAT's Diplomatic Academy, a short-term placement in the relevant DFAT country section to be sensitised to the national interest and an in-country briefing by post. In exchange, DFAT and Austrade officers on pre-deployment training could spend 3 to 6 months embedded in one of the top exporters or investors in their market. This would benefit regional and rural businesses outside the Canberra, Sydney, Melbourne triangle. Obviously, Speaker, as someone who represents an electorate in regional Australia outside that triangle, I think it would be excellent if we could jump on and make the most of such recommendations. Because government has a role to play in enhancing trade diversification and in increasing our prosperity on the back of trade. That is something that this government would do well to remember. It's the hard work that is required, not just the signing of agreements, as important as they are. Now, one source of controversy in the process of developing RCEP has been the inclusion of Myanmar, and I'll go to that briefly. The coup in Myanmar earlier this year and the ongoing violence by the military regime and ongoing denial of the rights of the people of that country are completely at odds with not only our values, but the values of free and open trade. While the exclusion of Myanmar from RCEP may have proven to be too difficult when the agreement included the rest of ASEAN, there are still nonetheless concrete steps that this government can take to ensure that Myanmar's inclusion in RCEP does not convey legitimacy to the regime and their actions. In June, the government's the government-chaired, Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Trade recommended sanctions against the Tatmadaw regime. And the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties in August, embarrassingly, had to remind the Morrison-Joyce government once again of the need to act. Now, specifically, J. Scott, their inquiry into RCEP recommended that the government, and I quote, continue to pursue the restoration of civilian democratic rule in Myanmar as a foreign policy priority and consider making a declaration to this effect at the time of ratification, end quote. The Morrison-Joyce government's refusal to implement any sanctions since the coup sends precisely the wrong message, that Australia does not care, that we are mere bystanders to democratic backsliding in our region. Australia has a long-standing policy of recognising states and not governments. Nevertheless, Labor calls on the Morrison-Joyce government to engage at a high level with the National Unity Government of Myanmar. Australia must stand up for human rights. It is well past time for the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister to act in support of Myanmar's democracy, to implement targeted sanctions and to support the people and democracy of Myanmar. Australia must once again become a global leader in defending free trade and working with like-minded nations to reform and modernise the World Trade Organisation, the WTO, to reflect the realities of today's global economy and reform the stalled disputes process. In the interim, regional agreements such as RCEP, which include our greatest trading partners and offer their own dispute settlement processes, are integral to maintaining a rules-based environment for our trading nation to operate in. But as I said, free trade agreements in whatever form they come are not a substitute for an effective policy for trade diversification. It is high time, it is well past time for this government to create a plan for trade diversification and to implement it. We can create new prosperity from trade, and government must play a part in achieving this. It is the federal government's role to ensure that we are doing the hard work to make sure that trade is diversified, not just in the Indo-Pacific region, but throughout the world. We have brilliant businesses, we have brilliant industries, we have brilliant workers. Federal Labor will always make sure that Australian workers and businesses have every protection and opportunity to trade with the world. That is how we became the prosperous nation that we are. And it is the federal government's responsibility not just to write and get agreement on trade agreements, but to do the hard work to make sure that non-tariff barriers are removed wherever possible, to reform the WTO, as previously mentioned, but importantly, to diversify our trade. We face very challenging times to come. We must ensure that we are not overly exposed to any one market. And the federal government, the current Morrison government, simply has not done enough to ensure that that exposure is reduced, and has not done enough to support our exporting businesses. We must lift the number of SMEs that are given those export opportunities. I want to thank everyone who is working hard on this, and I want to again encourage the federal government to diversify more so that we have more eggs in more baskets for the ongoing security of our nation and for the prosperity.
I thank the member for Solomon. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak and give my strong support for the Customs Tariff Amendment, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill. RCEP was signed by Senator the Honourable Simon Birmingham, the Minister for Trade, Tourism and Investment, and his counterparts from 14 countries on the 15th of November 2020. The other RCEP signatories are Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, China, Japan, New Zealand and the Republic of Korea. Now, Deputy Speaker, while Australia already has free trade agreements with the 14 RCEP parties, there are still significant trade benefits that will accrue to Australian importers and exporters. And these benefits include access to a new single set of rules and procedures for accessing preferential tariffs in any of the 15 RCEP markets. It will reduce the compliance burden on Australian importers and exporters by allowing them to use a declaration of origin, a simpler process compared with the certificate of origin process currently in place. And it will improve mechanisms for tackling non-tariff barriers, including in areas such as custom procedures, quarantine and technical standards. More broadly, Deputy Speaker, the RCEP agreement will also offer greater certainty for business investment, rules on e-commerce and to make it easier for Australian businesses trading online, and a common set of rules on intellectual property. And it also reinforces Australia's commitment to a rules-based trading framework. Now, Deputy Speaker, when the member for Barkin spoke previously, he paid due homage to the great Bert Kelly, former member of this place, who argued long before it was fashionable for free trade. I think we could probably assume I wasn't around in that period from 1958 until the 70s when Bert Kelly was a member for Parliament, but I can assume that back in the day, the senior bureaucrats in this country, business leaders and almost all members of the public would have disagreed with his position on free trade, removing protections, leading to greater economic efficiencies, would massively benefit our country. And it's interesting that the debate that we're currently having at the moment, there is this overwhelming opinion from those same bureaucrats, business leaders and probably many members of the public around some of the climate policies that are being discussed at the moment. But to go back to the former member for Wakefield, Bert Kelly, a nice little corollary for me is that his son Tony Kelly lives in my electorate in the little town of Prongerup, and he and his wife Dawn are very dear friends, and as are his extended family. So, Deputy Speaker, as someone who came to this place as a avowed free marketer and had spent many years of my life campaigning for the deregulation of the Australian Wheat Board, I was very proud to be part of the coalition that signed in the early days free trade agreements with China, Japan and South Korea. And the benefits of those free trade agreements have been manifest across my electorate, particularly amongst the agricultural sector. So we have seen the price for agricultural produce for a whole range of factors, but certainly the access to much broader markets have been a key part of seeing, for example, canola prices currently across the West Australian wheat belt are nudging $1,000 a tonne now. Back in the day when I was farming, pre-2013, the price ranged from around $300 to $500 a tonne. So the sort of prices that we're seeing today make farming across the wheat belt of Western Australia an extremely profitable business, and certainly we've seen farmers investing very heavily in their businesses. We've seen the purchases of new machinery and other items of inputs into the agricultural supply chain going through the roof, and these are very prosperous times for wheat growers. Similarly, meat producers, both sheep and beef, are also experiencing fantastically high prices, and consistently high prices too. We've seen prices for lamb at around $8 a kilo, and those prices have now been maintained for several years. Previously, we'd seen prices spike when there was, for instance, a drought on the east coast, and we would see prices spike. And once the East Coast got back to normal production, the prices would fall again. Well, that hasn't been the case this time around, and I put that down in very large part to those free trade agreements that we have signed in the last 7 or 8 years. And as I say, my electorate is very much seeing the benefits of those previously signed free trade agreements. Deputy Speaker, Australia is an export nation. We have a small domestic population of around 25 million people, and of course we need to trade with the rest of the world. And trade is a two-way thing, and while we export the things that we do best, particularly in mining and agriculture, but also some specialised manufacturing, and also in our service industries. So we export to the world, but we also import to the world, and people lose sight of the fact that that also benefits our nation. Now, while I think many of us would lament the fact that the car industry has moved offshore from Australia, the fact is we're now importing vehicles at the most economically efficient cost from countries in Southeast Asia, including countries like such as Japan, Korea, and increasingly Thailand, and that has a benefit for local consumers. Why should local consumers be forced to pay a higher price for a vehicle to protect an Australian industry that isn't efficient as its overseas counterparts? And so that is a particularly salient point that people need to remember about free trade agreements. It's not just about our exports and the things that we do well, we export, but it's also about importing goods and services from countries who do it better than us. But we are winning that particular contest, because when I was growing up, and certainly probably in the times of the great Bert Kelly, Australia ran a trade deficit every month. Every month we'd be regaled with what the trade deficit was this month, and it caused economists and I'm sure Treasury bureaucrats enormous angst how this nation was going to pay its way, because we consistently ran trade deficits. Well, Deputy Speaker, let me report, and I checked the trade figures for the months of June, July and August of this year. And our nation's trade surplus in June was $11.7 billion. In July it was $12.65 billion. And in August it was $15 billion. So what that tells me, Deputy Speaker, is that Australia's doing pretty well when exposed to the competition from the rest of the world. We are producing goods and services that people in the rest of the world want. We are importing those goods and services that Australian people need and want, and we're currently coming out in front. So I think that is a great result and great testimony to the vision and foresight of the aforementioned Bert Kelly. Deputy Speaker, coming back to this RCEP agreement, what it does do is expose us to the Asian middle class, and 30% of the world's population live directly to the north of us, sharing a similar time zone, and it certainly comes at a time where we need to diversify our trade. In the early 1970s, our trade partner and most significant economic partner through that period, the United Kingdom, joined the common market, and Australia lost one of its largest trading partners, and that took some adjustment, and we turned towards Asia at that time. Recently, China has become our largest trade partner by a considerable margin, and through various geopolitical issues, our reliance on that market has become problematic. So it's particularly important and particularly timely that this agreement allows us access to broader markets, and we have much work still to do. And to Trade Minister Tehan, can I say congratulations on revisiting the UK and the trade agreement recently agreed to, not in place yet, but certainly the work that has been done with the United Kingdom to reopen that market. The EU is also looking to expand its trade opportunities, and certainly Australia is well placed to supply goods, services, and particularly agricultural produce into the European Union. That, of course, would massively benefit my constituents. But there are a couple of additional areas of opportunity as I see them, and the first one is India. I mean, with 1.2 billion people and rapidly becoming a more wealthy population, the Indian market is particularly crucial, and once again particularly important for agricultural produce and food into that market, and looking forward to work being done on that. And not often mentioned, but the Gulf Cooperation Council of Arab States, we do also currently export a great deal of agricultural produce into those markets, and any freeing up, not so much of tariffs, but certainly of trade barriers would be much appreciated. Now, Deputy Speaker, just to touch briefly on the importance of a rules-based system, the barley growers in my electorate had, I guess, a rude wake-up call when discovered that not everybody plays by the rules. And in the middle of 2018, China initiated an anti-dumping process against the barley growers from Western Australia. Now, an anti-dumping claim is that subsidised products are being sold at under the cost price into a given market. Now, as a barley grower from Western Australia, I can reassure this House and anybody listening or watching that there is no subsidies on West Australian barley. Now, what we saw as part of this process was that barley marketers, exporters out of Western Australia, had to open their books to the purchasers. And when I say open their books, they had to show their Chinese customers every sale that they had conducted, not just to China but to other markets across the world, to show that they were not undercutting or selling dumped product or subsidised product into China. Now, that's not a bad position of strength to be in as a purchaser when you've been able to have a look at your suppliers' books and see exactly what they're selling into other markets for. And I suspected at the time, and I'm sure this will be borne out in the World Trade Organisation, where we currently have an appeal underway, that this was a spurious claim, and it was simply used to leverage information out of the barley producers out of Western Australia. Deputy Speaker, finally, can I just encourage businesses across my electorate to take the opportunity to sell into these markets, new and old. Austrade does have small grants available for businesses to get overseas, to get into these markets, talk to customers and see if we can provide them with the services and goods that they need. We have trade missions in many of these countries, and there is support from the Australian government for exporters to get overseas, expand our markets and create ongoing Australian jobs and wealth. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for O'Connor. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank
The
you.
member for Hughes has a call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I do have some third reading amendments, but I'd like to just make a few comments briefly on this particular bill, which relates to the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement implementation that Australia is a party to with other nations, which I'd like to quickly go through, which is, of course, Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Japan, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea, formerly South Korea, of course ourselves Australia, and finally, Deputy Speaker, the behemoth amongst all those nations, China. So, Deputy Speaker, I am a great supporter of free trade. But it also has to be with all nations respecting the rules. Because if we are able to take advantage of each nation's competitive advantage, Deputy Speaker, it benefits us all. We all end up with greater resources and greater wealth. But the problem, Deputy Speaker, we have amongst the many madnesses that have come across this nation over the recent few years, and especially this recent year, Deputy Speaker, is the idea that we will enter into some other international agreement which will put brakes and limitations upon our economy, and I am talking about the good old net zero 2050, but those exact same brakes on our economy will not apply to China, who is a partner, of course, in this economic partnership. So what we are simply doing, when we go down the track, and we all like to grandstand often in this place and say, oh, we're going to support a net zero by 2050, and that doesn't apply to our largest trading partner, China. Let's be very clear what we are doing. We are putting our nation at a competitive disadvantage economically, politically and militarily against the Communist Chinese Party that is currently running China. For everything under that net zero policy puts our economy at a disadvantage but strengthens the Chinese economy. What type of parliament, what type of politician would get elected to the Australian federal parliament or our state parliaments and implement policies and advocate for policies that put our nation at an economic, political and military disadvantage against China? Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, it appears to be over 95% of the politicians that have been elected to this parliament. We need to think very carefully the security risks that our nation has ahead. We simply cannot focus on the idealistic world of free trade, which, if we are going to doing so at the same time, putting our economy at a competitive disadvantage. Also, Deputy Speaker, one of the amendments moved by the opposition, Amendment 2, called for the government to adopt the recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties in relation to Myanmar to introduce Magnitsky-style laws to place targeted sanctions on regimes. Now, there is a good argument, Deputy Speaker, that we should employ those Magnitsky-style laws to greater effect, to try and put sanctions on those that are abusing human rights, other nations that are abusing human rights, nations, Deputy Speaker, that authorise their police force to fire rubber bullets into the backs of fleeing protesters, unarmed fleeing protesters. If we see that, we should call it out internationally. Nations, Deputy Speaker, where police officers take a rifle, turn it upside down and spear it into the spine of a protester laying on the ground. When we see things like that, Deputy Speaker, we should call it out. When we see, Deputy Speaker, someone laying on the ground being held down by a police officer and having his head stomped, we should call out those abuses of human rights. When we see flying knees into the kidneys of an unarmed protester, we should call that out, Deputy Speaker, because that is a violation of human rights. Yet, Deputy Speaker, I am not talking about what is happening in some totalitarian regime in some developing nation. I've just given examples of what is happening here in the nation of Australia when it comes to abuses of human rights. So if we are going to go on some frolic, and we rightly should call out Myanmar for their abuses of human rights, we've got to clean up our own act first. We've got to stop those abuses of human rights happening in our country. And, Deputy Speaker, let me give you another example of why Magnitsky laws are important. There is an article that we are a signatory, the Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights. And where we see, anywhere around the world, breaches of that charter, breaches of that declaration, we should call it out. And, Deputy Speaker, I'll give you one section of that particular abuse of human rights. Article 3. Human dignity and human rights and fundamental freedoms are to be fully respected. One of the greatest fundamental freedoms is the right to go to work, the right to do your job, the right to employment. And yet, Deputy Speaker, that fundamental freedom is being taken away and suspended around the nation of Australia today. Also, Deputy Speaker, Article 6, and I quote, "Any preventative, diagnostic and therapeutic medical intervention can only be carried out with the free, prior and informed consent of the person concerned based on adequate information. The consent should, where appropriate, be expressed and may be withdrawn by the person concerned at any time for any reason without disadvantage or prejudice." And yet, Deputy Speaker, every state government in this nation is currently violating that section of the Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights by putting sanctions and prejudice and disadvantage simply because people have not wanted, for whatever reason, to participate in a global medical experiment. So, Deputy Speaker, if we are going to go ahead and criticise other nations for their abuse of human rights, we firstly need to clean up our own act here. As I foreshadowed, Deputy Speaker, otherwise I'll support this bill, but will be raising a couple of amendments in the third reading stage.
I thank the member for Hughes. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Of course, Australia has a long and proud history of trade and trade agreements with other nations. It's built our nation since before Federation. In fact, from at least 1700 to 1907, fishermen sailed each year from Indonesia to the Arnhem Land coast, and they traded with our Indigenous peoples for sea cucumber, which they boiled down, dried on their boats and traded with other nations. Then there was early whaling, followed by the export boom off the sheep's back, the gold rush of the 1850s, and of course our enduring trade partnership with the UK that we now return to as our closest allied partner along with the United States. I've been listening to those opposite, and in particular the member for Melbourne, who has been talking about trade and highlighting the ineptitude of those opposite who simply don't get it, who simply don't understand the value of trade to our nation. Free trade agreements, or FTAs as they're known, Mr Deputy Speaker, help to boost the economy and jobs growth in Australia and deliver new growth opportunities to SMEs and big business through greater trade and investment. FTAs give Australian businesses and consumers improved access to a wider range of competitively priced goods and services, new technologies and innovative practices. They promote regional economic integration and build shared approaches to trade and investment between our nation and our trading partners. We've heard much recently about the trade agreements currently being negotiated by the Minister with the European Union, the United Kingdom, Indonesia and India. And I congratulate him on his work that is so important to Australian business and families, especially in my electorate of Moncrief on the Gold Coast. So many family businesses in my electorate engage in international trade, and these amendments that I'll outline shortly are crucial for their domestic and global competitiveness when it comes to exporting and importing. While I speak of the Minister briefly, I take the opportunity to thank him for the work that he did on the Morrison government's $1.2 billion tourism package and half-price airfares that are still in the system, Mr Deputy Speaker. He listened to the tourism industry and delivered what they needed during this pandemic. Australians will be pleased to know that they can once again holiday on the Gold Coast in time for Christmas. So now is the time to rebook those airfares, and there's around 100,000 of them that have been on hold while the Queensland Government has had the borders closed over these past months, making it so difficult for Gold Coast businesses and tourism to bounce back. And it's taken a $1 billion hit, $1 billion out of a $6 billion yearly industry over the last quarter. And so I thank the Minister for the most recent tranche of support measures, the $600 million 50-50 Commonwealth and state tourism and business hardship package that assisted so many Gold Coast businesses to get them through to Christmas when borders reopen and when vaccination rates are at 80%. And just this week, Deputy Speaker, we've seen the Queensland Premier finally come to her senses, common sense, look at the national plan and agree to it. And so I'm very pleased that Gold Coast businesses now have a light at the end of a very long and dark tunnel. They can at least plan, hopefully with certainty, for an increased volume of customers from the southern states. Families can be reunited and Queenslanders can return home, all safely in accordance with that national plan. Now, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, commonly referred to as RCEP, is a modern free trade agreement between Australia and 14 other nations in the Indo-Pacific. It complements and builds upon the established free trade agreements we have with nations in our region. While RCEP covers all areas of a modern free trade agreement, the proposed legislative amendments to the Customs Act 1901 and the Customs Tariff Act 1995 implement only the trade in goods commitments Australia has made under RCEP. The proposed amendments will facilitate trade between Australia and the 14 other nations that are party to the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. The amendments, I'll just outline, Mr Deputy Speaker, provide the product-specific rules, or known as the PSRs, for determining if imported goods are RCEP-originating goods. These goods are produced, obtained or include sufficient content from one or more of the RCEP parties. Satisfying these rules qualifies the goods for a lower rate of customs duty when imported into Australia, which translates, at the end of the day, to lower prices for the importer and, of course, ultimately back to the consumer. The changes will require Australian exporters and producers to keep sufficient records to enable them to prove, when necessary, that their goods are RCEP-originated goods. If they claim a preferential rate of customs duty when they're exporting their goods to one of the other 14 RCEP parties. And the amendments seek to create a new schedule of preferential customs duty rates for goods that qualify as RCEP-originating goods. The new rules for determining originating status of goods and record-keeping requirements for exporters and producers will be added to the Customs Act 1901, and the new schedule of preferential customs duty rates will be added to the Customs Tariff Act 1995. So I'll just outline what the changes are to the Customs Act 1901 and then the details of changes to the Customs Tariff Act 1995 briefly, Mr Deputy Speaker. For those that might be at home listening or might even be in the car travelling in the country listening to ABC radio, shout out to all of you out there. It will be amended to insert rules for determining if imported goods are RCEP-originating goods. When these rules are satisfied, importers, so largely distributors or wholesalers, gain a preferential rate of customs duty when imported into Australia. These rules are similar to those used in all of Australia's recent free trade agreements, so it's a matter of updating. The rules, including the PSRs, will be implemented in the same way as they have for all free trade agreements that use PSRs. The changes to record-keeping requirements that I mentioned pertain to the Customs Act 1901. These obligations will make it possible for RCEP parties to determine the validity of claims made by Australian exporters and producers. Other RCEP parties will also impose reciprocal obligations on their exporters and producers that would allow Australia to undertake compliance activity if and when required. In terms of the Customs Tariff Act 1995, the main amendment will be to insert a new schedule of preferential rates of customs duty for eligible goods that are determined to be RCEP-originating goods. This schedule reflects the commitments that Australia made during these negotiations. Each other RCEP party will have their own schedule that reflects the commitments they made during those negotiations. All of these schedules will be different. For a significant number of goods, customs duty rates will be eliminated when RCEP enters into force. The remaining customs duty rates on most other goods will be progressively reduced over 19 calendar years after the year that RCEP enters into force for Australia. A small minority of goods will not have their duty rates eliminated under RCEP, and customs duties on excise equivalent goods will also be maintained to ensure consistent treatment with domestically produced equivalents. It's important to note, Deputy Speaker, that there is actually no cost associated with making these changes that will benefit Australia's importers and exporters. The 2021 mid-year economic and fiscal outlook estimated that implementing the agreement will have no impact on customs duty receipts. In my mind, these changes are therefore necessary to assist Australian exporters and importers with their recovery from the pandemic. RCEP was signed by Senator the Honourable Simon Birmingham, the then Minister for Trade, Tourism and Investment, and his counterparts from 14 countries on 15 November 2020. Implementing the agreement underscores Australia's commitment to the rules-based international trading system and reinforces our free trade positioning in global markets. It underlines how important trade continues to be for our nation, for jobs and for the prosperity and future of our open and free liberal democracy. Thank you, Deputy.
I thank the member for Moncrieff. The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I thank all members for their contributions to this debate on the Customs Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2022 and the Customs Tariff Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill. Can also thank in particular the Opposition and Member for Brand for working so closely with the government. It is such an important bill. The signing of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement in November 2020 by Australia and 14 other countries signalled a shared commitment to opening up a new trade world and investment opportunities, and also support the rules-based trading arrangements. These were especially important signals in the faces of challenges of COVID-19 and, of course, the emerging trade tensions. All signatory states, the 10 ASEAN member states and Australia, China, Japan, New Zealand and the Republic of Korea share the common goal of promoting productive trade and investment links right across the Indo-Pacific region. The amendments to the Customs Act 1901 and the related amendments to be made to the Customs Tariff Act 1995 are required to implement the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Primarily, these amendments provide the rules that allow importers to determine if their goods qualify for a preferential treatment, and can I say that is absolutely great for Australia exporters. This agreement will lock in the market access and address non-tariff barriers, creating significant new trade and investment opportunities for Australians across the Indo-Pacific. It will also establish rules and that provides greater certainty and improve the business environment across the region. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Brand has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those in opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Second reading a bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail. Understands the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and I call the member for Hughes.
I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? The Minister? The leave is granted. The member for Hughes.
I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. Deputy Speaker, the amendments that I seek to move, and I'll quickly go through them. This particular bill gives special preference to goods that are of RCE, which is the agreement, the partner's originating origin. So if a good is made in that country, it gets special treatment. However, the purpose of this amendment is based upon safety, and it seeks to exclude goods from that division, exclude them from giving those preferences if 2A, and I'll quote directly from the proposed amendment, the producer or the importer of the goods or an entity related to the producer or the importer of the goods has applied for approval of the goods under a safety law. 1, if the goods were wholly obtained or produced in a party country, that party, or otherwise the party in which the goods were produced, and B, that the approval has not yet been granted or refused. So what that does, Deputy Speaker, if goods are made in a foreign country and in that foreign country they attempt to obtain some safety or regulatory approval and it is not given in that country, if the regulatory authorities in the country of manufacture say that good is not yet approved or we don't think it's safe to be distributed in that country, that they cannot export that to Australia and expect to get these preferential tariff arrangements. Now, some may think that would never happen. It would never happen that goods were imported into Australia for use in Australia, and yet in the country of manufacture, the country of origin, the regulators there have said, hang on a minute, we're not going to grant this particular good safety approval because we have concerns about that particular good. Well, Deputy Speaker, let me give you an exact example of why this bill is needed, an example of why this would something that would probably be caught by this amendment. A quote directly from the Wall Street Journal on the 15th of October this year, 2021. The headline says, FDA delays Moderna COVID vaccine for adolescents to review rare myocarditis side effect. It says the agency holds off decision on expanding the shot to 12 to 17-year-olds while it looks into the risk of a rare heart condition. The article goes on, the Food and Drug Administration is delaying a decision on authorising Moderna Inc.'s COVID-19 vaccine for adolescents to assess whether the shot may lead to a heightened risk of a rare inflammatory heart condition, according to people familiar with the matter. So in the USA, their regulators, the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, have not approved Moderna vaccines for 12 to 17-year-old children because they are not sure. They are applying the precautionary principle. And yet that good, manufactured in the USA, is exported to Australia. And what have we done? A quote again directly from a release from the Minister of Health on the 5th of September. It says TGA approves Moderna vaccine for 12 to 17-year-olds. Australia's medicine regulator, the Therapeutic Goods Administration, has provisionally approved the use of Moderna, the Spikevax, COVID-19, for adolescents in 12 to 17-year-olds. And this enables this vaccine to be injected in Australian children. So we have regulators in the USA that say this good is not fit for 12 to 17-year-old teenagers in America, American kids, where it is manufactured, but it's being exported to Australia, where our regulators say, mate, it's okay, don't worry, just shoot this stuff up into kids. Do parents know this around the nation? Is any media outlet in the country reporting this? That a substance is being injected into Australian teenagers, made in America, but the Americans say this is not safe for American teenage kids? How many children in Australia are we putting at risk because of this madness? What is the TGA doing, approving something to be injected into Australian children when it cannot be injected into American children, a good that is made in the USA?
The member's time has expired. The Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I say the government will not be supporting the amendments of the member for Hume? And can I make it very clear, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, the agreement preserves Australia's right to impose restrictions on imports necessary to protect human life and health. The right is made clear in the agreement's general exceptions, as well as the agreement's technical barriers to trade and sanitary and phytosanitary chapters. The rule of origin are not relevant to this, as they relate only to whether goods qualify for a preferential rate of import duty. This amendment proposes to introduce a new circumstance that would make goods that would otherwise be originating under the agreement no longer originating goods. That is something we cannot allow. Broadly, the circumstances proposed by this amendment is where a producer or importer or related entity has made an application for approval under a safety law of a party and such approval has not yet been given. The proposed amendments does not define what is to be considered a safety law. The circumstances is not stipulated in the finalised agreement, and as such the new section would insert circumstances that neither stipulated in the agreement nor agreed to by the parties of the agreement. These bills implement obligations under the agreement in relation to the rules of origin. Can I make that point clear? Their purpose is to ensure that Australia's domestic laws are in conformity with Australia's international obligations, and that is something so important. Entry into Australia for force into Australia. These provisions of bills are guided by the terms of the agreement. The proposed amendments would also only affect whether or not the goods are given preferential tariff treatment due to Australia implementing our agreement, the agreement. It would not prevent such goods, even if they were defined, from being imported into Australia. The proposed amendments would be outside the scope of the agreement. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The member for Hughes.
I thank the Minister for his explanation. But just to be clear, what has been outlined is that goods can be manufactured in the country of origin, where that country decides that particular goods carry such a dangerous risk to the citizens of that country that the regulators in that country do not allow the use of those goods for that particular purpose, and yet those particular goods can be imported into Australia and used for a purpose that is unlawful and outlawed in the country of origin. Mr. Speaker, I think that puts Australians at risk. I think that is the wrong policy that we have, and I commend this amendment to the House. I hope that it has support.
Question is that the amendments be disagreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. It's only one person.
Only one voice.
So the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. The Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Just up to that. You may as well not come on. Sure. Leave granted.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted, thank you.
The Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the... Sorry? The question is that the bill be now read a third time. All of those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
The Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Customs Tariff Amendment, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave's granted.
The Minister.
Thank you. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
No, you don't.
Sorry, I move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be now read a third time. All those that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
The Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 3, Security Legislation Amendment, Critical Infrastructure Bill 2020, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Just give me a moment, please. Clerk. Just hit that. is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Gorton.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Bill 2020, a bill that responds to the threat of cyber-enabled attacks and other risks to Australia's critical infrastructure. Deputy Speaker, Labor is committed to the safety and security of all Australians, and urgent cybersecurity reforms are definitely required to address the ever-increasing number of cyber attacks Australians face. The pervasive threat of cyber-enabled attack and manipulation of critical infrastructure assets is serious, considerable in scope and impact, and increasing at an unprecedented rate. Ransomware and other cyber attacks are a multi-billion-dollar cost to the nation annually, which threatens jobs and investment when we can least afford it. Every 8 minutes, a cyber attack is reported in Australia, a 13% increase on pre-pandemic levels. The COVID-19 pandemic has fast-tracked the movement of our lives online, where we now heavily rely upon digital systems to navigate life and business like never before. Many of Australia's most significant social and economic opportunities, as well as geostrategic and security challenges, are currently unfolding through the prism of cyber and critical technologies. This increases not only our reliance on cyber systems, it increases the risk should those systems become inoperable. It's for that reason Labor will support this bill, which is a step forward in the protection of critical infrastructure and essential services which all Australians rely upon. Critical infrastructure is increasingly interconnected and interdependent, making our lives easier and providing economic benefit. The connectivity, however, without proper safeguards, creates vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities, if exploited through cyber attacks, can result in cascading consequences across our economy, security and sovereignty. The interconnected nature of our critical infrastructure means that an attack on one essential function can have a domino effect that degrades or disrupts others. Critical infrastructure underpins the delivery of goods and services that are essential to the Australian way of life, our nation's wealth and prosperity, and indeed our national security. This bill proposes enhanced cybersecurity obligations for those assets most important to this country. It introduces additional reporting requirements for cyber incidents affecting critical infrastructure assets. It also provides a definition of significant impact. That is, a cyber security incident that will have a significant impact if the incident has materially disrupted the availability of essential goods or services provided using the asset. It also offers government assistance to relevant entities in response to significant cyber attacks that impact on Australia's critical infrastructure assets. While Australia has not suffered a catastrophic attack on our critical infrastructure, we are not immune, Deputy Speaker. Australia is facing increasing cybersecurity threats to essential services, businesses and all levels of government. In the past 2 years, we have seen cyber attacks on Australian food suppliers, cyber attacks on Australian hospitals, on our universities, on media outlets and even this parliament's own network, just to mention a few. Internationally, cyber attacks have disrupted critical sectors. In the United States, for example, we have seen significant disruption to water and fuel supplies caused by cyber attacks. In this threat environment, it is crucial that Australia's technical authority, the Australian Signals Directorate, is empowered to assist entities in responding to significant cybersecurity incidents to secure infrastructure assets. This is what this bill proposes to do. These are last resort powers, and affected entities will undoubtedly retain their reservations in supporting this legislation. Labor is relying upon the intentions stated in the bill and as given by the department and indeed by agency heads, that these powers will only be used as a last resort. With this in mind, it is very important to emphasise that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security will be notified and briefed each and every time the government enacts this power, and will conduct a full review of the legislation when additional critical infrastructure reforms are introduced by government. In evidence provided to the committee, witnesses overwhelmingly indicated their willingness to cooperate with the Australian Signals Directorate. It is always the case where a government, where a parliament seeks to increase the power of executive government, that parliamentary oversight is also increased in order to ensure sufficient transparency and accountability by that executive government. To that extent, we are very much supportive of those safeguards. In this threat environment, it is critical, I think, that we have that caveat on the use of these powers. And of course, that's what's been intended by this bill. Government assistance powers would only be needed in the event that an affected entity is unwilling or unable to respond appropriately. Thus, these measures should only be needed sparingly, if ever. And in the instance that there is a disagreement between an entity and the Australian Signals Directorate in the best course of action, this bill incorporates the committee's recommendations to include safeguards that are required that the minister to consider multiple impacts and current responses. I mean, these are the checks and balances required at any stage when a parliament is seeking to increase executive powers for the common good, in the national interest, and yet in order to ensure there's balance with respect to decisions made by ministers or by executive government more generally. I'd also note that the bipartisan committee also called on the Morrison government to review the processes for classified briefings for the opposition during caretaker periods in response to serious cyber incidents, and consider the best practice principles for any public announcement about those incidents, especially during election campaigns. We would expect, as would be the Westminster tradition and convention, that of course in the case of an election that the opposition would be involved in such matters, and that the matter itself would be dealt with by in the sort of caretaker tradition by the public service and the department heads. We've made that very clear. While this proposed legislation is a positive move, we have to note the government has so far fallen behind in taking meaningful action to prevent cyber attacks on Australian organisations. In fact, one of the Prime Minister's first actions when coming to office was to abolish the dedicated cybersecurity minister, and it's been at the bottom of the government to-do list ever since. The Australian Cybersecurity Centre's second annual cyber threat report, released last month, reaffirms ransomware remains the most serious cyber threat facing Australian businesses. It also reveals a 15% increase in reported attacks since last financial year, with more than one ransomware attack reported every day on average. That is a remarkable number of incidences that are occurring currently. In February, we called upon the government to develop a national ransomware strategy to reduce the volume of these attacks and coordinate government action across policy, regulation, law enforcement, diplomatic and defence capabilities. More recently, Labor introduced the Ransomware Payments Bill into the House of Representatives and the Senate. The government last week finally heeded Labor's call for a national ransomware strategy to combat this billion-dollar scourge. With only a few parliamentary sitting weeks left in the year, and indeed possibly this parliamentary term, and more consultation on its proposed ransomware payment reporting scheme to be done, this looks like yet another announcement with no delivery from the Morrison-Joyce government. I mean, we're at the back end of this parliamentary term. This threat has been real and growing for days, weeks, months and years, and we are now only seeing the government attend to this matter seriously after the efforts of the opposition to make it very clear that the need was great and the need was urgent. The government has conceded more work needs to be done in communicating, in consulting and responding to concerns regarding its proposed positive security obligations for critical infrastructure sectors. These important initiatives, and they need to be done properly. These are important initiatives, Deputy Speaker, and they do need to be done well and diligently. While Labor supports this important bill, I can't overstate that more attention needs to be focused on reducing cyber attacks and protecting the critical infrastructure and essential services that all Australians rely upon.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Stirling.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It's a real pleasure to rise and speak today on this security legislation amendment around critical infrastructure. I'm particularly pleased because I have some degree of experience, which I'll talk about shortly, in relation to the protection of critical infrastructure. I'm also greatly in favour of the concept of looking at what is most important and looking at ways to enhance protections around those critical pieces of infrastructure. And indeed, in the military, where I had my first career, we talk in terms of when we're planning around operations, we look at our own forces and those of opposing forces, and we look for critical capabilities. And then we look at what are some of the critical vulnerabilities that sit below and enable those capabilities. And in the case of an enemy force, we look at how to target some of those vulnerabilities to, if you like, bring the house crumbling down. And equally, in our own interests, we look for our capabilities, what vulnerabilities we have and how we can provide protection against those vulnerabilities. So it's wonderful to see the Morrison government taking a similar, mature, methodical planning approach when we look at our national critical infrastructure. And indeed, this is the course that we must and will continue to take. So in the last term of Parliament, we introduced the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018 to identify and manage national security risks of espionage, sabotage, coercion resulting from foreign involvement in Australia's critical infrastructure. Now, the reforms in this bill, Deputy Speaker, will apply to a range of owners and operators of critical infrastructure. And it's worth taking a moment just to actually classify what we mean by critical infrastructure. And there are 11 different categories. And as I name each category, I feel certain that listeners will absolutely identify with why it is that each of these categories has been ascribed that moniker of being critical. Because the categories are communications, financial services and markets, data storage and processing, defence industry, higher education and research, energy, food and grocery, healthcare and medical, space technology, transport, and water and sewerage. Now, since we introduced the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018, new challenges have emerged. And indeed, on the 1st of July last year, our Prime Minister tabled and announced the Defence Strategic Update 2020. And what this really painted was a picture of a degrading security environment, particularly within our Indo-Pacific region. And it's in large part due to response to our deteriorating security situation, where we are looking at those vulnerabilities and how, indeed, we can bolster their stability and security. Now, of particular concern is the increase that we have observed in the aggressive use of what's referred to as grey zone activities. And what we mean by grey zone activities is that they sit somewhere between that threshold of illegality but short of actual military conflict. Some of the descriptions or examples are interference operations, coercive use of trade and, of course, economic levers as well. And we've seen those geo-economic sort of levers are used in an aggressive form against Australia. Now, these activities, whilst, as I said, they sit below the threshold of open conflict, they certainly threaten stability and indeed sovereignty. And whilst these grey zone activities are certainly not new and have always existed on the spectrum of conflict, what we are seeing is an escalation in the use of these grey zone activities, including in Australia and within our region. Indeed, cyber warfare is absolutely on the rise, and we can certainly rightly refer to cyber as being a new battleground. Indeed, in its annual Cyber Threat Report 2020-21, the Australian Cyber Security Centre noted that there were 67,500 reports of cybercrime, and this reflects a 13% increase on the previous year, and it equates, very worryingly, Deputy Speaker, to a cyber attack here in Australia every single 8 minutes. This is indeed alarming, and throughout 2019 and during the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, Australia's critical infrastructure sectors were regularly targeted by malicious cyber actors seeking to exploit both the victims of the attack and seeking to gain profit in many cases. This totally disregards our communities and in some examples has led to material impacts. For example, during this period we've seen multiple regional hospitals being the victim of cyber attacks, and this has resulted in the delayed delivery of health services, including surgery, to regional communities. A major national food wholesaler was also the victim of a cyber attack, and this affected their systems and temporarily disrupted their ability to provide foods during a time when there was unprecedented pressure on the food and grocery sector. There was also a water provider which had its control system encrypted by ransomware, and had that system not been restored quickly enough from backups, then that could well have disrupted the supply of potable water to a regional population hub. Could have also disrupted the agricultural activities which also relied on that same water source. So attacks, Deputy Speaker, on our critical infrastructure require a joint response. It requires government, business and individuals all to operate in a coordinated fashion, and this indicates the interrelated nature of these risks. The new framework provided by this bill will enable government, industry and partners in defence of Australia's national interests. It will require entities to adopt and to maintain a risk management program for critical infrastructure assets, and this will in turn bolster the resilience in the face of threats. I've had the opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to see firsthand some of the Australian operators of critical infrastructure and indeed to work hand in hand with some of those operators. After leaving the Australian Regular Army, I worked for most of the last 14 years as a risk, crisis and business continuity management specialist. And what this involved was working with largely mining and oil and gas companies and helping to build their resilience. This involved taking teams and training them in incident and crisis response, so working with all levels of management to train on a system of response and to empower those individuals who are managers within their own business to take the responsibility to lead others and to manage through responses. The last engagement that I had was with Woodside Energy, a great Western Australian company, and indeed the operator of a whole range of oil and gas platforms offshore, as well as processing facilities onshore. Now, dealing with hydrocarbons, particularly when they're under high pressure, is already a very high-risk environment. Add to that the reality that some of these facilities are also take the form of those targetable critical vulnerabilities which I mentioned earlier, and we have absolutely no option but to invest in the protection of those assets. In fact, one of the key themes under which these incident and crisis responders were trained and exercised was the acronym PEARL, which stands for People, Environment, Asset, Reputation and Liability. Also makes it easy to remember under that acronym, and it is also prioritised. Of course, every organisation should and must look after their people first, their safety and their security. Of course, environment, assets, reputation, liability also need a close degree of attention when we're looking to build that resilience. I also credit some other great organisations like Rio Tinto Iron Ore and BHP Billiton, who I saw over many years dedicate a great deal of effort into building resilience. So not only do we look at the training of teams, of individuals to be ready to respond, but also the investment in physical infrastructure, in safety response systems, fire management systems, and readiness and maintenance of those systems to provide that protection. And I also had the opportunity to work with a number of organisations during live responses, and that's where we see resilience really come to the fore in the investment over years of training and equipment. I won't go into some of the specifics, but needless to say that the readiness and the resilience that was built up by companies like those I've mentioned should be credited and has paid off in spades already and will into the future. And through this bill we can see how government is partnering with the investments that those businesses are making to protect the critical infrastructure upon which all Australians rely for our well-being and prosperity. On the financial services front, I also work with some of our major financial institutions, our banks, and this is where that space of business continuity becomes really essential because, of course, banks take the responsibility of safeguarding our personal savings, but as institutions, they also importantly enable cash flow for our businesses, whether they be small and family businesses or indeed large businesses. And essentially our banks set the conditions of underpinning economic confidence. So for this reason, the processes of business continuity management were and remain absolutely essential, and I do provide credit to our banks and to our regulators, which obviously this government takes a large degree of responsibility for, in maintaining the resilience of our financial institutions in the interests of us all. Now, Deputy Speaker, entities will also be required now to report cybersecurity incidents, to the Australian Signals Directorate, which will enable the latter to build a better picture of the threat environment surrounding Australia's critical infrastructure. And this, in turn, will allow government to provide better advice and assistance to entities about how they can safeguard critical infrastructure. The public expects the Australian government will protect the nation if a cyber incident affects Australia's critical infrastructure and results in serious threats to Australia's interests. Even if a critical infrastructure entity is doing all it can to protect itself and the services that it provides, we recognise that there are some threats that are beyond the capabilities of critical infrastructure operators themselves to mitigate. And that is why this bill also contains what are called last resort powers, and these can only be used in situations where an entity is unable or unwilling to respond to an incident. And I note this legislation has been developed through extensive consultation with industry, which is very welcome and will absolutely be continuing. As the Prime Minister said, as I conclude, Deputy Speaker, I'll lean on his words when the Prime Minister was launching the 2020 Defence Strategic Update, and he said that the enduring responsibility of government is timeless: to protect Australia's national interest, our sovereignty, our values and the security of the Australian people. And this bill, Deputy Speaker, does exactly that, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to rise to speak on this significant bill designed to better protect Australia's critical infrastructure assets from a growing range of cyber threats. Labor broadly supports the measures in this bill and will be supporting the passage of this bill through the parliament this week. But for the benefit of the previous speaker, I would point out that the process that has brought this bill to the House today has been shambolic, to say the least, and it has left the parliament with significant additional work to achieve the aims of this bill. Now, in recognition of the increasingly interconnected and interdependent nature of Australia's complex modern economy and society, the bill before the House does significantly expand the definition of critical infrastructure, subject to Commonwealth regulation, from the current 4 sectors of electricity, gas, water and ports to 11 sectors of national significance encompassing communications, financial services and markets, data storage and processing, defence industry, higher education and research, energy, food and grocery, healthcare and medical, space technology, transport, water and sewerage. The bill then introduces a series of new obligations on the owners of this critical infrastructure, designed to improve the ability of both the owner and the Australian government to protect these assets from attack. For example, the bill introduces new requirements that critical infrastructure asset owners report certain cyber incidents to the government. And in addition, the bill gives the government significant powers to intervene to assist critical infrastructure asset owners responding to critical cyber security incidents, if necessary and as a last resort, without the consent of the asset owner. Now, these new obligations and government powers are needed today because the threat environment facing critical infrastructure asset owners has deteriorated significantly in recent years. There has been a rapid growth of cyber attacks targeting critical infrastructure globally and in Australia, from both nation-state actors and from international organised crime groups. In May of 2021, the world saw a high-profile example of the impact that a significant cyber attack could have on a piece of critical infrastructure. Affiliates of the Russian ransomware crew DarkSide, an organised crime group, targeted the US Colonial Pipeline in a ransomware attack that shut down its operations for 6 days. That pipeline was responsible for carrying nearly half of all fuel supply to the east coast of the United States. The fuel shortages and the lines at the petrol stations that we saw as a result made global news headlines. Just a month later, another Russian ransomware crew, the Revil Group, launched an attack on JBS Meats, the world's largest meat supplier, bringing its operations to a halt, including in Australia. An attack that had the potential to cause food shortages around the world. In the background to these high-profile attacks have been a series of incidents affecting utilities around the world, including water and electricity companies and the operators of ports and rail networks. Now, the Australian Cybersecurity Centre's recent annual cyber threat report has noted that, quote, approximately 1/4 of cyber attacks reported to the ACSC during the reporting period were associated with Australia's critical infrastructure or essential services. It further warned that, quote, significant targeting both domestically and globally of essential services such as healthcare, food distribution and energy sectors has underscored the vulnerability of critical infrastructure to significant disruption in essential services, lost revenue and the potential of harm or loss of life. Now, the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs underlined the urgency of the threat environment when he told the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security in July 2021 that our security agencies wanted the government assistance provisions in this bill, quote, on the statute books tonight. Now, addressing this worsening threat environment is both an urgent and difficult task. Cybersecurity is a whole-of-nation endeavour. It requires defending networks operated by multiple levels of government within small and large businesses and within civil society. Indeed, the Defence Mobilisation Review found that in the event of cyber warfare, many of the targets of state-sponsored cyber attacks will be civilian businesses or individuals. Designing policy interventions to protect this diverse and rapidly evolving attack surface is difficult, particularly when the circumstances demand rapid action. Unfortunately, the Morrison government has not met this challenge. This bill is yet another example of the Morrison government dithering on a major challenge and then rushing once we've reached the crisis point. It's been too slow to act, and then when the threat environment reached a crisis point, it's failed to give due weight to the complexity of the challenge. The timeline leading up to the introduction of this bill tells the story of the government's lack of urgency. The genesis of this bill was the 2020 cybersecurity strategy. By the time the 2020 cybersecurity strategy was released by the Morrison government in August 2020, the government's previous 2016 cybersecurity strategy had reached the end of its 4-year life 4 months before. The government spent 12 months developing its new strategy. 4 months after the release of the 2020 cybersecurity strategy, the government released an exposure draft for this bill and indicated that it intended to introduce the bill to Parliament just 10 days after public consultation concluded. Dither and then rush, the Morrison government's MO. This was a crazy approach to such a consequential and complex piece of legislation. Industry was aghast and warned in the most urgent terms that the government's rushed approach could do more harm than good. Stakeholders raised numerous concerns with the exposure draft, but the government insisted on forging ahead with minor technical amendments. In response, Labor insisted that a bill of this consequence and complexity be subject to a substantive PJCIS review. Thankfully, under an avalanche of industry objections, the government agreed that the bill be referred to the PJCIS for inquiry in December 2020. After the madcap rush to progress the exposure draft, this inquiry then took 9 months. Yet again, it was left to the PJCIS and the constructive bipartisan efforts of the Labor members of this committee to do the hard work of getting the bill into a workable shape that the government itself had neglected. In this instance, the bill required a little bit more than a bit of panel beating. Indeed, the unanimous bipartisan report of the PJCIS recommended radical surgery. The government's original bill was split in two. Recognising the worsening threat environment and 14 months that had passed since the release of the 2020 cybersecurity strategy, the PJCIS ultimately recommended that only the most urgent measures in the original bill be passed subject to amendments. As previously outlined, these provisions include the expanded definition of critical infrastructure, government assistance provisions in the event of a significant cyber incident, and a mandatory reporting scheme for these incidents. However, the PJCIS finding that critical infrastructure asset owners, quote, did not feel like their input or feedback had been actioned or acknowledged during the government's consultations on the original bill, the committee recommended other measures in the bill, like the establishment of risk management programs and the declarations of systems of national significance with associated enhanced security obligations, be, quote, revisited and amended in a consultative and collaborative basis, in a separate bill to be considered by the Parliament at a later date. This really is an extraordinary indictment of the Morrison government's failure to work in partnership with the broader Australian cybersecurity ecosystem in our shared task of protecting the nation from cyber threats. As the PJCIS highlighted, the government's consultation failures on the provisions that have now been punted to Bill 2 created enormous uncertainty across multiple industries about unknown future regulatory burdens that this legislation would impose. My observation, speaking to people in the industry, is that this uncertainty has had the opposite effect to that desired by the government. In response to this uncertainty, many organisations have fallen into a compliance mindset and adopted a wait-and-see approach to the cybersecurity measures that they might be required to implement by regulation. Instead of driving an uplift in cyber maturity, many organisations have paused their cybersecurity investments while they wait for clarity from the government. It's been a real failure of the government to work in partnership with the IT systems operators outside of government towards a shared goal. Cybersecurity isn't something that government can do from behind the ramparts. It requires government to come out from the Commonwealth's security and law enforcement silos and work hand in hand with the operators of IT systems in an extremely diverse range of organisations. Large public sector companies, privately held companies, state and local governments, even civil society groups. It requires government to build trust with the operators of these networks, something that was not assisted by the process through which this bill was developed. Finally, it requires government to build understanding and expertise in the real-world consequences facing the operators of the real-world challenges facing the operators of these IT systems. The process of the development of this bill has highlighted that while policymakers within the government are able to undertake a reasonable desktop exercise, identifying the kind of policy interventions you'd like to see in an ideal world, they have little appreciation for how private sector networks are actually developed, operated and defended in the real world. While there is significant technical expertise within Commonwealth Defence, intelligence and law enforcement agencies, the government has shown that at the policy level it does not have sufficient experience and understanding of the cybersecurity challenges of the private sector. This is a capability gap that the Commonwealth will need to address as the threats that this bill is designed to respond to become more acute. This is particularly notable in the context of the government assistance or step-in powers created by this bill. Anyone who has worked with large private sector IT networks understands that the risks of people who lack specific knowledge of a network interfering with it are significant. If you don't build it, it's easy to break things. The potential for unintended harm is significant. With critical infrastructure, the scale of unintended harms are potentially extremely significant. As a series of major technology companies like Google, Microsoft and Amazon Web Services highlighted in the consultation of the PJSIS on this bill, government intervention in their networks has the potential to increase the risk they face from cyber threats. AWS told the PJSIS that, quote, "There's a deeper underlying assumption in the entire bill here that seems to be that if something bad happens to a critical piece of Australia's infrastructure, then the government is capable of stepping in and fixing that thing. And in many instances, we think that's a really big risk of the government stepping in and misunderstanding how the regulated entity operates, maybe making things worse, so creating more or new problematic security and systemic risks in the process." Microsoft explained the risk of installing foreign network software on a network. Quote, "Doing so in the data storage or processing sector with hyperscale cloud providers, these are interdependent systems, they will introduce vulnerabilities. And we think it's going to be a potentially source of a substantial third-party risk that we have to mitigate from the government if there is uncertainty of how these powers may be used." Similarly, representatives from Google said, quote, "What we need is information and collaboration, because the only real software that's safe to operate in a sort of Google or hyperscale cloud environment is our software and our systems that have been tested and vetted." Now, I'm sure that the technical experts at the Australian Signals Directorate understand the reality of working with networks that you don't run, much more so than the policy designers of this legislative framework. The PJCIS heard that industry would overwhelmingly cooperate with ASD and the ACSC in the event of a major cybersecurity incident without compulsion. These compulsory powers are only intended to deal with the most extreme scenario where entities are unwilling or unable to respond, and I'm confident that these powers would only be exercised as an absolute last resort, if ever, and then with extreme reticence and caution. Now, importantly, the PJCIS spent a significant time considering a range of safeguards that could be put in place on the exercise of these powers. I welcome the proposal that any use of the assistance powers be reported to the PJCIS after they are rendered. That said, I share the view of Labor members expressed in their additional comments to the PJCIS report that there's more to do in this space. As currently drafted, all ministerial authorisations for the use of the government's intervention powers are excluded from judicial review in this bill. The government has not adequately explained its reasons for this wholesale exclusion from judicial review. The role of judicial review on the exercise of powers like this has been a common difference of approach between Labor and coalition members on the PJCIS over a number of inquiries now. Labor members also highlighted the Law Council of Australia's submission that consideration should be given to an independent issuing authority for authorisations to exercise these powers along the lines recommended by the Third Insulant. This would be similar to the authorisation of compulsory industry assistance powers under Part 15 of the Telecommunications Act, and I note in this respect the committee's recommendation that the impacts of the provisions of this bill be reviewed by the PJCIS again when Bill 2 of these reforms is introduced into the Parliament. And I want to highlight the additional comments of Labor members that, quote, "The committee should take advantage of that opportunity and, in the absence of compelling evidence from the government, recommend further improvements to Part 3A. Now, in my time remaining, I just want to deal with two matters that the PJCIS highlighted in its report that are not dealt with in this bill. That's largely the protection of non-governmental democratic institutions under this regime. They aren't directly covered by the regulatory framework put in place by this law, and in fact we don't have existing institutional or program responses to lift the cyber resilience of non-governmental democratic institutions in our society. I'm talking about political parties, I'm talking about think tanks, universities, newspapers, all very frequent targets of cyber-enabled foreign interference around the world recently. This is a constant theme of recent elections around the world, cyber-enabled foreign interference. Now, Mr Chris Krebs, the former director of the US Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Administration, appeared before the PJCIS and warned that Australia needs a process in place to enable non-political entities to make disclosures of any cyber-enabled foreign interference during an election campaign. He told the committee, quote, "You never want the incumbent with the ability to put their thumb on the scale and change the outcome of the election. You would not have wanted a White House press conference for those sorts of announcements, because that in and of itself can be politicised." This is an important learning for Australia. The committee report makes recommendations that the government put in place a process during the caretaker period for apolitical disclosure of cyber-enabled foreign interference, and the government should take that up.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the second reading on this bill, a very important bill, as we introduce enhanced frameworks to make sure that we are providing the kind of protections that are necessary in the modern era for our critical infrastructure when it comes to the risk of cyber attack. And I think about this in the context of my home state of South Australia and the infrastructure that is coming along online now in the electricity sector, and the sorts of risks that we need to be wary of as new technology enters our marketplace from an electricity point of view. I think Queensland has slightly higher, but it's around the same as South Australia, installation of rooftop solar. Both states lead the nation, but as a nation we lead the world when it comes to the installation of rooftop solar, and it's a good example of where the future of electricity generation is going to be, particularly for consumer level or household level consumption going forward. In my view, it's a technology that has become much more affordable, and the fact that around a third of households already have rooftop solar, the growth figures show that that's going to only increase into the future. I believe this is a source of generation that we'll increasingly rely on. But equally, more technology makes it more reliable. One of the challenges with solar is that it's good when the sun is shining, but if the sun's not shining and you want to turn on your television or your dishwasher or cook your evening meal, it's not very helpful if you can't capture the generated electricity and store it. So now, of course, we have the advent of home-scale battery storage systems, and they've been a little expensive for the average person to be able to afford up until now, but we also know where the unit price of batteries is heading. That's down, and hopefully it's becoming a more and more affordable option for people to couple their rooftop solar storage with a home battery, and so they can charge up the battery when the sun is shining, particularly during the day when we might not be at home to consume that energy, but save that energy in a battery and use it when we need it in the evenings. And we're going a step further again in South Australia. So battery units, I think now we have the most household batteries are sometimes described as a distributed grid, as in distributed storage, generation storage of electricity, and in South Australia we've got, on that definition, the largest distributed grid in the world, and we hope to continue to build on that. And the Commonwealth Government, through the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, is co-financing a scheme with the South Australian Government to provide subsidy for home batteries, because we want to partner as much of that rooftop solar with battery storage as we can for the reasons I've just outlined. The next step beyond us storing our own electricity at home and using it when we need it is being able to share that electricity. And so if I've got excess electricity stored in my battery that I'm not using, and someone else in my neighbourhood is running low on stored electricity or any electricity, then we can have, through that distributed grid, me transacting some of my electricity at a charge to the person that wants to consume it, and have what is sometimes called a virtual power plant, where when you think of all these small batteries combined, they're the same size as a major electricity generator. They're storing or holding electricity that can be dispatched on demand, and all these systems are interconnected. And what's vitally important for that kind of a virtual power plant to work is that all the systems can talk to each other, can on a central platform, in the cloud no doubt of course, share the information of who's got what energy, what their future consumption and demand is likely to be, where is there excess energy being stored in some households, where is there a deficit of energy that's not available to a household despite what they're expected to consume going forward, and how do we trade that electricity amongst all the people in this virtual power plant to effectively mean you've not only got distributed storage, but the ability to share demand and have the most efficient way of capturing, storing and then providing for consumption electricity. And that's an unbelievable proposition, and it's something where the technology already exists, and we're trialling that in South Australia. That is all predicated on the technology and communication of all those units, which could be hundreds if not thousands, with billions and billions of data points coming together to provide electricity for a neighbourhood. That, of course, raises the huge risk of someone being able to interfere through the cyber world in something like a virtual power plant and effectively take it offline and take out a neighbourhood's electricity source, because through a cyber attack they were able to disrupt and infect and remove the ability for that platform to come together, share that collaboration and provide the power source for an entire neighbourhood. That is one example of thousands, if not millions of others that we are going to have when it comes to the future of infrastructure in this country, whether it's at the low level, as in small scale, like the example I've just outlined, or again in electricity in the very large scale. In South Australia, we're building an interconnector now with New South Wales, take around 800 megawatts of electricity in either direction, something that will be vital for the stability of the South Australian grid, given some of the challenges we've had in recent years with that, but also the ability to attract investment in larger scale generation and having markets that renewable energy, say, generated in large solar or wind projects in South Australia to be exported, not just used domestically in the South Australian market, but to be exported for sale in somewhere like New South Wales. And so at the other end of the electricity infrastructure scale, like a multi-billion-dollar interconnector, again, that is the sort of infrastructure that already, and even more so into the future, is reliant on cyber capability and is vulnerable to cyber attack. That is the modern world, the current situation, but the future as well for infrastructure. And in this bill, of course, electricity is one of the easier examples to talk about, but other speakers have talked about the wide variety of infrastructure that is captured that is going to be vulnerable to cyber threats today and into the future. And that is really every single infrastructure we can conceive now, and some that we can't even conceive now into the future, because almost everything is going to be reliant on cyber technology and at risk of cyber threat. It hasn't been the history in a beautiful country like ours where we've not had, from a physical infrastructure risk point of view, the same kind of alarm and concern throughout our history. Obviously, we're lucky enough to be one country on an entire continent. We've not had a major conflict here since the advent of what some philosophers call total war, absolute war, where you have conflicts where infrastructure has become, with modern warfare, major target physically, like it has in other parts of the world. So we don't have the sort of history or the culture of having a paranoia about the protection of our infrastructure. But of course that is not the case when it comes to the risk of cyber, because there is no tyranny of distance related to cyber. There is no proximity issues with cyber. Someone anywhere else on the planet with an internet connection can attempt to launch a cyber attack on any critical infrastructure in our country, and that's why we now have the risk, but also the need to respond to that risk through this legislation and the other things that this government is doing. I've had the pleasure a couple of times to go to the Australian Cyber Collaboration Centre, which is located just adjacent to my electorate, just outside of it in the Adelaide CBD, Lot 14 precinct, which is the heart of the city deal between the federal, state and Adelaide City Council governments in South Australia. It's amazing what they're doing there, which is very much in line with what this legislation is about, which is creating partnerships and support between government, the private sector and other people that have expertise in cyber and also have risks of cyber. There's a cyber warfare range at the centre, which is quite an experience to visit. It's almost a skiff-like setup, a room that's secure, where you can come in as a company, you can put your software platforms, plug them into the mainframe there, and you can have people launch cyber attacks on the systems of your business, and you can identify and see what the vulnerabilities might be for your software platforms and other systems that you use to cyber attack. You can also seek to repel those attacks, and you can use various tools that are available in the marketplace to see what is the most effective for the systems that your business operates to best protect your business from the risk of these cyber attacks, and also weigh up the wide variety of different costs that there can be for different levels of security. And so what's happening there at A3C, as it's known, is providing private sector, particularly those that have got a significant vulnerability to cyber attacks, and in somewhere like Adelaide, that's obviously industries like defence, like space, but also in infrastructure, critical infrastructure, the mining sector, the ag sector. And as we're seeing with some examples of attacks on private sector businesses around the world, no one that operates a computer could say that their business doesn't have a vulnerability to cyber. And so A3C is an opportunity for any business to engage with that industry collaboration and assess and then address what the risk might be to their business through modern cyber risks. And the other thing we know about cyber is that whatever you do today is the best that you can do to protect yourself against what's known to be the capabilities of offensive cyber today. But every day new capability is developed and new risks emerge, and so we need to be ever vigilant and constantly learning from the attacks that are undertaken on any business, particularly those that we've got the purview of learning from in our own country. That's really what the heart of this bill achieves. By creating the reporting framework that is one of the pillars of this bill, we're essentially making sure that there's a requirement for high-risk targets, particularly those captured within this bill related to critical infrastructure, to first and foremost report in any cyber attack or suspected cyber attack that they receive, because it's very important that the experts, and the ASD is a world-renowned agency when it comes to this topic, but it's fundamental that first and foremost we know and we're able to capture all the known or suspected cyber attacks that are launched on critical infrastructure across the board in this country, because it puts a government agency like ASD in the best possible position to be aware that something has occurred, perhaps have an initial triage approach to considering and looking at the initial prima facie evidence of what's occurred, and decide whether they need to look more closely at that attack. We know that there are attacks constantly. We have tens, if not hundreds of thousands of attacks a year, and we know that there are different levels of attacks that bring different risk, but ASD are the experts and the ones that are in the best position to make decisions around how they need to respond to those threats. And by having a mandatory system of reporting in place, we know that they're going to have the awareness of all the things that they can then choose to look at and prioritise. Secondly, we're talking about government having a much more significant involvement with working with the private sector when it comes to critical infrastructure, to help them and work with them and provide support for them if and when they are either imminently at risk of or adjacent either side or in the middle of a cyber attack. And this is about, as a Liberal, I'm always a bit nervous about interfering in businesses or having additional regulation or requirements on business, but this is something that I thoroughly support. An agency like the ASD, with the expertise that they've got, should be in a position to provide all the support necessary to businesses that not only do we want to look after them and support them, but by the very nature of the definition that they are critical infrastructure, they're doing things that are vital in our society, and they are a very high-risk target to people that may wish harm upon Australia and our interests. So for those reasons, I commend the bill to the House and I thank all those for their contributions, and I'm pleased that this will have bipartisan support. It's important and necessary legislation that we should pass and give this new capability and this new framework to the ASD and other government agencies so that they can get on with the good work that they're doing in protecting our country.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Before I make some remarks on the bill, I want to acknowledge the work being done right now by our cyber warfare, counter-cyber operatives, Australians that are right now defending our country, defending our economy at the ASD, but obviously at other agencies as well, and in other organisations and businesses. They're in the fight on the front line right now, and as we've heard from several speakers, every 8 minutes or so, there's a cyber attack on our country. And that's an attack on our economy, on our way of life, on our sovereignty. So this is very important legislation. And whilst I agree with some of the comments made by the speakers on our side about the delays and the misunderstandings that have been consistent in getting us to this point today, I nonetheless want to acknowledge that the government in finally introducing these new laws to ensure the resilience and safeguarding of Australia's critical infrastructure most definitely has our support. Deputy Speaker, the government is introducing these new laws to ensure the resilience and safeguarding of Australia's critical infrastructure. Many threats, ranging from natural hazards, including weather events, to more direct human-induced threats, including interference, cyber attacks, espionage, chemical or oil spills, to give some examples, but also attacks by insiders. They all have the opportunity and the potential to significantly disrupt our critical infrastructure. The pervasive threat of cyber-enabled attacks and manipulation of critical infrastructure assets is very serious, and it is considerable, as we heard and as we read almost daily. The scope and impact is significant, and there is an increasing rate, which is unprecedented, of these cyber attacks. So if at the start of my contribution there was a cyber attack and those Australians fighting against it, trying to stop it, mitigate the damage, by the end of this contribution there will have been another one, and Australians will again be at the fore of protecting our nation. So we are critical of the delays, but on the same ticket in terms of the intent of this bill, because we are facing increasing cybersecurity threats to our essential services, to our businesses and all levels of government, as indeed we have experienced in our own federal Parliament House. The Commonwealth Parliament has come under attack. Its IT systems, as we're all well aware. But in the past 2 years, cyber attacks have also hit networks in the health and food sectors, media, and as all listeners would understand, our universities, where there's not only the disruption of the work at our universities, but the theft of our brilliant internationally acclaimed intellectual property from our brilliant academics and researchers. Internationally, cyber attacks have disrupted critical sectors, including in the United States, their water and fuel supplies. And in this threat environment, it's crucial that Australia's technical authority, the Australian Signals Directorate, is empowered to assist entities in responding to significant cybersecurity threats and incidents, to secure our critical infrastructure assets. Now, as speakers have already mentioned, these are last resort powers, and affected entities will undoubtedly retain their reservations and their right to keep a keen eye on all bills or all policies that federal governments have. But in supporting this legislation, we are relying on the intention stated in the bill for our support, as given by the department and agency heads. These powers will only be used as a last resort. And of course, with this in mind, it is very important to emphasise that the PJCIS, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, will be notified and briefed each time the government enacts this power, and will conduct a full review of the legislation when additional critical infrastructure reforms are introduced by the government. In evidence provided to the committee, witnesses overwhelmingly indicated their willingness to cooperate with ASD. Government assistance powers would only be needed in the event that an affected entity is unwilling or unable to respond appropriately. Thus, these measures should only be needed rarely, if ever. And in the instance that there is disagreement between an entity and ASD in the best course of action, the bill does incorporate the committee's recommendation to include safeguards that require the minister to consider multiple impacts and current responses to any actions under this legislation. The government itself has conceded that more work needs to be done in communicating, consulting and responding to concerns regarding its proposed positive security obligations for critical infrastructure sectors. These are important initiatives and they need to be done properly, and as the member for Gellibrand said, government agencies and the federal government itself needs to engage with industry more. They need to build a deeper level of understanding, build a deeper level of trust, and together build a deeper level of expertise to meet the threats that are increasing and that are significant and that could do great harm to our nation, obviously great harm to the economy, and we need to build that resilience together. He himself has a great deal of experience in this area in industry, and I hope that the federal government takes his contribution and looks at it very seriously indeed, because there is bipartisan support in this bill, but bipartisan support for securing our nations from all threats. And cyber is becoming a domain, already is a domain where significant threats can materialise. And as I said, by now, those Australians working at ASD and in other agencies are combating yet another cyber attack. This is real. It's happening every day, every 8 minutes. So it's good that this legislation has finally arrived. Now, cyberspace is such an important domain and a place where threats to our nation can arise and are arising continually. It is such a crucial domain, and it's one that I, having a responsibility as a federal representative, have been seeking to understand at a deeper level, so that I am able to support, to the best of my ability, those Australians who, again, right now are countering these threats. So I recently, with the member for Bean, spent some time on an ADF parliamentary program focused on cyber warfare, cyber defence, offence. Now, we visited a number of organisations that are providing cyber and information warfare capabilities to Defence and the whole of the Australian government. I was incredibly impressed by the intelligence, adaptability of these young, mostly young, some not so young, Australians who are operating in this domain, defending our sovereignty and defending our economy. So I want to give a shout out to all of those. Obviously, I won't give your names, but I do want to acknowledge the importance of the ADF parliamentary program that gives the opportunity for elected federal members to spend time with the ADF to understand the seriousness of the work we do and the need for proper resourcing. So I just want to acknowledge Lieutenant Colonel Andy Martin, but also the host for that event from the Navy. Very, very exceptional Australians doing fantastic work. And in the time that I've got remaining, Deputy Speaker, I just want to do something that I think we should all do more often, and that is provide some contextual information to Australians that are tuning in today around this domain of cyberspace and the incredibly important work that ASD, but also some of our ADF defence agencies are doing. Cyberspace is a global domain within the information environment consisting of an interdependent network of information technology infrastructure, including the internet, telecommunications networks, computer systems, and embedded processors and controllers. Their resident data used to store, modify, exchange, process, and collaborate on information. Cyberspace is unbounded by physical location or international boundaries. It is like the Matrix, it's everywhere. Now, cyberspace provides users unprecedented access to information, audiences, and critical targets across vast distances. And this is why it is so important, because on a day-to-day basis, you are in this domain and you are being potentially the subject of, if not some sort of attack or even just monitoring, and that's why it needs the vigilance of the operators in this environment and the interest and concern and resourcing of government and working closely with industry to make sure that Australians are protected as much as possible. Now, there can be conflict within cyberspace, and that's what we learnt more about, what we can do and where we're under-resourced in this area during that parliamentary program. Conflict in cyberspace can be conducted across large geographic distances, obviously, and it can have significant effects. So we visited and spent time with the Information Warfare Division, which was only formed recently in 2017 in the Department of Defence. Its formation was part of an initiative by the Australian government to combat threats to Australia's national interests in the information environment. I want to acknowledge the head of Information Warfare, Major General Susan Coyle, CSC, DSM, who is the commander of information warfare, this fifth domain warfare for the defence of our nation. It's incredibly important work. She is a very, very impressive person that I've known for some time, and I really wish that division all the very best in their important work, as I do the Australian Signals Directorate for their important work. There are great Australians doing work there every day to protect our nation, to protect our sovereignty, our prosperity, by protecting our economy, and they're unsung heroes. They are not out on the front line in another country. They are here defending in the cyberspace domain our people, our country, our way of life. It is incredibly important work. So even though you are necessarily anonymous in the work that you do, I just wanted to reconfirm from Federal Labor, but I'm sure all parliamentarians, our thanks to you for the important work that you do and our support for this legislation that will be used as a last resort should it be needed in this essential business that we are in of defending the Australian people with every resource that we have at our disposal. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Cowper.
Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to speak on the second reading of the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Bill. And, Deputy Speaker, what makes Australia probably, in my view, the best country in the world is its ease of access to critical services. And every Australian has learned through experience to have high expectations when it comes to accessing those services, and rightly so. We have an expectation because, on the whole, things just work. We expect our lights to go on, we expect our water to run, we expect our kids to have easy access to education, access to our own money, our own bank accounts, and it goes on and on and on. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, in recent times, recent events have posed a threat to this access and, in very real terms, a threat to what makes this country what it is and how it works. And we take for granted that our services will just simply work, and that the security of these services is assured, and that we maintain sovereignty of those services. But increasingly, we are faced with the sad fact that this may not be and is not the case. In reality, our critical services are so interconnected in nature that if cyber security of one of them is breached, the domino effect could result in significant consequences not only to our national security but to our economy and our sovereignty. And of course, that is completely unacceptable for a country as free as ours. Deputy Speaker, when we're faced with a physical threat to our essential services, such as fires or floods, it's a given that government agencies and the wider Australian public will do whatever they can to preserve the critical running of those services. I know in 2019, when bushfires engulfed my own electorate of Cowper, and then again in 2021 when we had the devastating floods, we made sure the access way to our hospitals and fire services were maintained. We prioritised the protection of phone towers and electricity poles. We set up perimeters. We called for reinforcements. And once a catastrophic physical event occurs, we reassess our situation and we form plans as to how to best to protect ourselves from that disruption ever happening again. We look at the experiences and best practices from around the world. We learn and evolve, and we adjust, and we change our safeguards accordingly. And when it comes to a physical threat, this type of response is a given. But the fact remains that what you can't see can hurt you. In fact, the threats posed by cyber attacks on our essential service network are more catastrophic than any individual physical threat could ever be. And safeguarding of these services from such attacks needs to be appropriately significant in response. We've seen from overseas the extreme impact of cyber incidents such as the ransomware attack on the Colonial Pipeline in the US, which affected the distribution of fuel throughout the country. On home soil in the past couple of years, we've seen cyber attacks on this place, in Federal Parliament, on logistics, in the medical sector and on universities, and these, Deputy Speaker, are the ones that are publicised in the media. In fact, in the 2021 financial year, the Australian Cyber Security Centre, or the ACSC, received over 67,500 cybercrime reports. That's an average of 1 every 8 minutes. Concerningly, this represents an increase of 13% from the previous financial year. I don't know what's more concerning from that figure, whether the 13% increase or the fact that the ACSC received close to 60,000 cybercrime reports even before the true impact of COVID hit us. Since COVID, there's been an increasing trend towards ransomware-related activities, with demands ranging from thousands to millions of dollars. And increasingly, cybercriminals are moving away from low-level attacks on individuals in our community to the larger, more profitable, high-end organisations. In short, essentially going for the big fish, and the big fish tend to be our critical services. To increase the likelihood of ransoms actually being paid, cybercriminals are encrypting networks and also exfiltrating data, then threatening to publish the stolen information online for all to see. The risk that this poses is not just to Australians but towards our national security, and it grows more menacing as these shifts in targeting and tactics intensify. So, Deputy Speaker, the reforms outlined in the amendment bill will strengthen Australia's ability to effectively respond to these serious cyber attacks on critical infrastructure. Pleasingly, as a first step, this bill is expanding the definition of critical infrastructure in response to society's evolving modern needs. The government will continue to review these definitions to ensure they remain current given the changing technologies and threats. Fundamentally, a service is deemed critical when it's considered if the asset was destroyed, there would be significant detrimental impact to our basic standards of living, or Australia's wealth or prosperity, or the security of large or sensitive data holdings. Taking this into account, critical infrastructure will now include energy, communications, financial services, defence industry, higher education and research, data storage or processing food and groceries, healthcare, medical, space technology, sport and water and sewerage sectors. Deputy Speaker, the bill then looks to introduce a cyber incident reporting regime for critical infrastructure assets. To effectively protect our critical infrastructure, we need to truly understand the threat, and no one and no group can do that without the proper data and the proper information. If incidents aren't reported, we can't be expected to learn from them and stop them from happening again or from escalating in the future. The reporting regime will require entities to report cybersecurity incidents to the Australian Cyber Security Centre through the Report Cyber portal and provide ownership and operator information for the Register of Critical Infrastructure Assets. Critical infrastructure entities will have up to 12 hours to report a critical cyber security incident once they become aware of it, and up to 72 hours to report other cyber security incidents, and the timing of which aligns with existing or other existing reporting regimes both nationally and globally. The next step of the bill relates to making government assistance available to industry as a last resort and subject to appropriate limitations. There may be situations where there is an imminent cyber security threat or an incident that poses a risk of negatively impacting Australia's national interests. Where responding to such a situation is beyond the capability of the asset's owners or operate, The reforms will provide government with the ability to provide reasonable and proportionate directions or assistance to those entities to resolve the incidents. These actions will focus exclusively on protecting and defending the asset, noting the importance it plays to the Australian economy, society or defence, and it will be a criminal offence not to comply with the directions made under the government's assistance regime. Deputy Speaker, it is important to note that this scale of intervention power may only be authorised once the Minister for Home Affairs has sought agreement from the Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence. It should be noted that these powers are clearly defined and confined, proportionate and appropriate, and subject to a range of safeguards. The reporting regime and government assistance powers recognise that industry has a role to play too, and this imposition of obligations on business is an important part of a comprehensive response to the serious challenges we face. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, we as Australians have a right to assume that our critical services will continue to simply work, now and into the future. We as Australians have a right to assume that our sovereignty is secure when it comes to accessing what we have come to expect as basic services to the modern world, and a right to assume that our government is doing everything within its power to preserve the security of our essential services and the security of our economy. And I do note, and it's pleasing to see, that both sides of this House have approached this on a very bipartisan way. This bill is a critical step towards facilitating the government and private sector's ability to meet those fundamental assumptions. As the type and the scale of the threat to Australians' way of life continues to evolve, so too must the legislation in place evolve to counteract those threats, and I'm proud to be part of a government that does so proactively. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Bruce.
Hello. Oh, there we are. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I echo a lot of the previous speakers in saying that this is an important bill, and Australia is facing increasing cybersecurity threats, which underscores the need for this legislation. That's not just to the private sector, but of course government, essential services, and stuff that sits in the middle, if you like, between the public and private sector, critical infrastructure, which is regulated in various ways by government, but may be provided in the private sector, and of course individuals. The crimes and scams which concern so many in the community, from the proverbial little old lady being scammed out of small amounts of money, as has been said, to crimes that increasingly are rising up the value chain, the modern equivalent of the bank heist. But even more serious are the threats to essential services and critical infrastructure, which this bill primarily concerns itself with. We've already seen in the United States examples of fuel and water infrastructure disrupted by cyber criminals and cyber attacks. But the government, for once, to their credit on this bill, are focused on an important issue, but typically, as the Government-Controlled Committee, the PJCIS, has found, they've mucked up their legislation quite profoundly. So I'm pleased that the Minister, it's good that we've actually got someone at least impersonating an adult now in the Home Affairs Ministry after the obstinacy of the previous incumbent, who seemed to like to say no just for the fun of it, but this Minister has actually listened to the PJCIS, the opposition and a government-controlled committee, and agreed to split this bill in half. And for the half bill then to go forward, of course, we will vote for it. The first half of the bill, which is retained and that will go forward with everyone's support, includes expanding the definition of critical infrastructure to move beyond the 4 sectors, which are already covered, electricity, gas, water and ports, to incorporate 7 new systems of national significance. The list will now be communications, financial services and markets, data storage or processing, defence industry, higher education, research, energy, food and grocery, healthcare, medical, space technology, transport and water sewerage. The second thing which the bill, or the half a bill that we'll take forward, does is to introduce additional reporting requirements for cyber incidents that affect critical infrastructure assets, which of course is a critical intelligence collecting tool for the responsible agencies. The parts of the bill that the PGCIS said, though, were in essence half-baked and do more harm than good if they proceeded at the moment and need a further reworking, include the requirements to introduce new government assistance measures to relevant entities for critical infrastructure sector assets in response to significant attacks, including cyber attacks, and the introduction of additional positive security obligations for critical infrastructure assets. They include a risk management program and sector-specific requirements. In essence, these need more consultation with industry. Now, just about everyone who examined the government's proposals out in the real world, experts, people who actually run this critical infrastructure, had reservations and said that the process was flawed. The consultation process leading up to the drafting of the legislation was inadequate. There was an unknown and totally unquantifiable regulatory impact of much of it because of the ham-fisted way the government had brought the legislation in, and there was far too much detail unknown left to the regulations. Now, it makes sense in this kind of stuff that not everything's codified in the legislation and that many decision points would be left in the regulations, but when you're introducing an entirely new regime with potentially enormous compliance costs and regulatory burden on industry, the regulations should be developed and consulted with alongside the legislation. Sure, they can be amended down the track by the responsible minister, but it's not an adequate way to actually bring in a whole new regime and impose costs on whole sectors of the economy to not be able to tell them what they're actually up for. Oh, don't worry, trust us, we're the government. An aspect of the legislation which has received significant media attention is, if you like, the big stick intervention power. Obviously, the Home Affairs Minister wanted a big stick after the Minister for Energy's got himself a big stick. But it gives the ASD, in essence, the power to assist entities. Assist is a very polite government word. I think it means really intervene and take control. But to assist entities, whether they like it or not, in responding to significant cyber security incidents to secure critical infrastructure assets. And we take the government's assurances that their powers, extreme powers, which would be used only in emergency events, and quite rightly there's a reporting regime around them back through the PJCIS. So that kind of wraps up my comments on the bill itself, but I do want to note that the government through this is imposing a lot on the private sector. New standards, new accountability, and a pretty heavy-duty intervention power. The government, though, is in no position really to lecture anyone on cyber security or cyber resilience. They're in their 9th year, and their own record on cyber security in their own government departments and agencies is abysmal. The government needs to get its own house in order, really, before they can, with credibility, tell the private sector that they're going to put all these compliance costs on them. In fact, indeed, they can't even, as we've just discussed, quantify what the compliance costs might be. Now, in my just over 5 years in the parliament, I've sat on the Public Accounts and Audit Committee. It's not for everyone. It can be pretty dry, but it's a really important and fascinating committee because you constantly rove across every part of government, working closely with the Auditor-General, and I read and look at all of the audit reports that come through. One of the most common themes of the Auditor-General, who I think is now 6 years into his 10-year term, is non-compliance by the government year after year. We feel like the goldfish in this committee, going round and round in the bowl, the same thing. Government departments not complying with the cybersecurity standards. Now, for my sins last year when I was stuck in Canberra for long slabs, 6 weeks or 8 weeks, I decided one Sunday to sit down and read a whole bunch more stuff, including the Auditor-General's mid-term report. He did a report 5 years through his 10-year term. I know, it's fascinating. It's actually a great report. The Auditor-General is a really clever, thoughtful man who's got a view across government, and I would recommend that nerdy members, I know there's a few more out there, actually take the time to have a look at this stuff on occasion. It's 5 years of reflections. What he said here is the category which consistently has the most number of financial audit findings relates to the IT control environment, with the most common area relating to weaknesses in security management. These findings are consistent with the conclusions in performance audits of cybersecurity, which have consistently identified non-compliance. With cybersecurity being an area of government priority, so they say, we say it's a priority but they don't do much, for many years these findings are disappointing. Now, the Auditor-General, of course, is prone to understatement and measured language. Disappointing is pretty high up in his lexicon of no good, not good enough, got to do something, got to improve things. He went on to sort of document that Cyber resilience and compliance with mandatory IT security policies has been a key program audit in recent years. I do this year after year. Even though this government spent 8 years cutting the Auditor-General's budget year after year to reduce scrutiny, an effective cut of over 22% by the time they were finally shamed this year into starting to reverse that trajectory, even with that cut of 22% to scrutiny of their own performance, rorts, waste and mismanagement, the Auditor-General has found space and resources every year to keep looking at cyber security and cyber resilience, and every year this government fails their own tests. Since 2013-14, when the government came to office, the ANAO conducted 5 performance audits. This was a couple of years ago, so they've done a couple more, looking at 17 different government entities. The audits found that, I quote again, compliance with mandatory requirements. These are not nice to do, oh, this would be a good idea. These are the mandatory requirements the government puts on itself, that they continue to fail. So let's be really clear. This bill is putting massive new requirements on the real economy out there, and the government for 8 years has failed to get its own house in order. The 2018 Cyber Resilience Audit found that low levels of compliance were driven by entities not adopting a risk-based approach to prioritise improvements to cyber security, and cyber security investments being focused on short-term operational needs rather than long-term strategic objectives. A bit like the government, really. Government should be an exemplar in these things. The private sector should be able to look to the government and see the best practice in cyber security on behalf of Australians, given the critical data and the critical essential services which the government operates, at least those which they haven't managed to privatise yet. I'll just read a few examples just to sort of keep making the point. A recent audit report looking at cyber security strategies of non-corporate Commonwealth entities, that's government public service speak for departments that aren't corporatised. The Auditor-General in this report looked at the Attorney-General's Department, the Australian Signals Directorate, the Department of Home Affairs. Well, they're the big three, aren't they? They're responsible for cyber security policy. Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, the Future Fund Management Agency, just a few billion going on there, Australian Trade and Investment Corporation, Austrade, Department of Education, Skills and Employment, Department of Health, a little bit of secret data there maybe, and IP Australia. Guess what he found? None of the 7 selected entities examined have fully implemented all the mandatory top 4 mitigation strategies. The top 4 are the mandatory 4 that have been mandatory for years. So none of those 7 agencies last year had even got the top 4. The government now finally, after years of being poked by the Public Accounts and Audit Committee, has said, all right, yeah, you're right, we should mandate the essential 8. So the government's just put new standards on and they haven't even met the 4 that we've been pushing for the last few years. Now, even worse, though, perhaps, than the non-compliance is that the agencies, year after year, are still deluding themselves, and the government and the parliament and the public, therefore, about how they're actually going. And this is the key point I want to make, and it does relate to the bill. We really need to think, so we're putting these requirements on the private sector, how are we working in the public sector to get cyber security and cyber resilience standards up? The current system relies on self-assessment. I'll just go back, find a little document here, to that Auditor-General's mid-term report. It's a great summary. He said, the public sector operates largely under a self-regulatory approach. Policy owners, Department of Finance for some things, the Attorney-General's Home Affairs Department, Public Service Commission, they establish rules of operation and then they largely leave it to each department and agency, to the head of that department, to be responsible for the compliance, according to the Minister. But there are almost no formal mechanisms in these frameworks to provide assurance on compliance. Often the Audit Office, when they randomly come in some cases every 20 years to smaller agencies, is the only source of compliance reporting. And our resources mean that our coverage is limited. That's a very polite code for the government doesn't give us enough money because they kept cutting our budget, just to remind people again. So that's the Auditor-General pointing out that in cyber security the government sets a bunch of standards and then says, oh, well, it's up to the departments. Well, there's supposed to be an audit framework around that, where departments every year they assess themselves against a checklist and report that in. What the Auditor-General consistently finds is that they delude themselves. They just tick the boxes and go, yeah, we're going really well. It's all good. It's tickety-boo. We've got 4 out of 4 here with the big 4. What he finds, and I've read so many of these audits, I'll quote again from the same audit report, 32 of 2021, looking at those 7 departments, for 3 entities that are self-assessed, full implementation of one or more of the top 4 mitigation strategies. Only 2 of those 3 had not done so accurately, and none of those 3 were cyber resilient. So even worse than the fact that there's still problems in compliance, no doubt because of resources, culture, whatever, the fact that the reports which come into the parliament and the government aren't even right. So that's an issue I believe we really seriously need to look at. We can't just let this roll on. This has gone on for the 6 years I've been on the committee. Gabe Rotman, the former member for Canberra, went round and round in circles on this for years. It's basically been the entire term of this government's office. In their 9th year, they have not taken their own responsibilities seriously. Just trying to think what else I do. Sorry, it's a little lectern here. There's a few bits of paper. Of the 3 entities, only Treasury was compliant with the top 4 mitigation strategies. Tick to Treasury. National Archives wasn't compliant. Geoscience Australia wasn't compliant. They've got critical national security data in Geoscience Australia. There's audit reports for years found with Services Australia, their system redevelopment, cybersecurity risk framework not appropriately managed, operating costs not monitored. Got the My Health Record system. Guess what? Guess what, Deputy Speaker? Management of shared cybersecurity risks not appropriate and should be improved. Planning for the 2021 census, the ABS has not fully implemented all the lessons from the 2016 census, particularly in relation to developing its cybersecurity. I'll spare the House, given I've got a minute left, reading the rest of them, but you get the point. This has gone on for years. So for the government to say we're going to put these standards on the private sector while they don't have their own house in order, the system isn't working, and that's the point. It's a systemic problem now. We actually need to change the way we do this assurance. So government departments, I'll draw the parallel, financial accounts, they don't just put the financial accounts and dump them into the parliament and go, oh, well, here's our accounts. There's a robust, rigorous system of independent audit and assurance over those accounts. We've just completed a 10-year reform program, so the performance statements of government departments in the corporate plans are now going to get a mandatory, robust, independent audit and assurance system over them. And that's my point and that's my call. We need a similarly robust, independent assurance because we can no longer trust what the government agencies are telling the government. So I commend the half of the bill, not the dud half that the government mucked up, but commend that half bill and call on the government to get their own house in order.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Curtin.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak on the Security Legislation Amendment Critical Infrastructure Bill. The expanding threat of cybersecurity vulnerability and malicious cyber activity has become increasingly evident in recent years. While Australia has enjoyed relative security in this regard, the incidence of cyber attacks, ransomware and the exploitation of system vulnerabilities has been increasing in frequency, in scale and sophistication in recent years. In Australia, recent high-profile cybersecurity incidents affecting government departments, including parliamentary networks, major logistics and transport companies, the health sector, education providers and media companies has brought public attention to this issue. Internationally, there have been cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, including water services and airports. In the year 2019 to 2020, the Australian Cyber Security Centre reported 2,266 cyber security incidents, with just over a third of those incidents coming from critical infrastructure companies and assets. However, the ASD has said that this is expected to be just a fraction of the number of cyber incidents affecting critical infrastructure, given the voluntary nature of reporting. The Australian Cyber Security Centre notes that phishing and spear phishing remain the most common methods used by cyber adversaries to gain access to networks or to distribute malicious content. This typically involves an unsuspecting user executing or opening a file that they receive via email as part of a spear phishing campaign. The ASD has also publicly noted that alongside the increasing sophistication of cyber criminals, the likelihood and severity of cyber attacks is also increasing due to our growing dependence on new information technology platforms and interconnected devices and systems. While the 5G mobile network will underpin Australia's transition to a more digital economy and the internet and internet-connected devices will enable greater information flow and efficiencies than ever before, it also makes us more vulnerable to significant threats to our infrastructure, our information and systems more broadly. It's against this background that the SOCI Bill was first introduced late last year, and indeed the explanatory memorandum to this bill makes the point very clearly, and I quote, "Critical infrastructure is increasingly interconnected and interdependent, delivering efficiencies and economic benefits to operations. However, connectivity without proper safeguards creates vulnerabilities that can deliberately or inadvertently cause disruption and result in cascading consequences across our economy, security and sovereignty. The interconnected nature of our critical infrastructure means that compromise of one essential function can have a domino effect that degrades or disrupts others." Because of these factors, the amendments in this bill were designed to enhance the obligations in the SOCI Act and expand its coverage to the following sectors, including communications, financial services and markets, data storage and processing, defence industry, higher education and research, energy, food and grocery, healthcare and medical, space technology, transport, water and sewerage. Following its introduction in December 2020, the bill was referred to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security later in December 2020. The committee held a hearing and received over 80 submissions to this inquiry. It held a number of private and public hearings. As is noted in the advisory report that the PJCIS tabled on the 29th of September 2021, while there was general acknowledgement from all submitters of the level of the threat and the need to do more, there were a number of conflicting views and opinions over elements of the bill. Before coming to those conflicting views or issues and the government's response to the PJCIS advisory report, it is worth noting some of the evidence presented to the committee regarding the level of the threat. When outlining these threats and the increasing challenge of preparing, hardening and countering assets, the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs said this to the committee, and I quote, "Cyber attacks will soon reach global pandemic proportions. This has been building for about 5 years, but has accelerated over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. Basic cybersecurity protections will always help, but malicious actors such as cybercriminals, state-sponsored actors and state actors themselves will defeat the best defences that firms, families and individuals can buy. We have to do what we can, of course, to defend our own networks and devices against known vulnerabilities. However, just as we do not rely on home security alarms and door locks to deal with serious and organised crime, we cannot leave firms, families and individuals on the field on their own." Evidence at the committee was also received from a panel of experts, and one of those experts in the public hearing on the 9th of July highlighted the shift in the cyber threat environment. Mr. Chris Krebs noted, and I quote parts of his evidence, "There have been 3 strategic shifts over the last several years in the threat actor landscape. First was ransomware and criminal actors. The second strategic shift that we've seen was probably over the last 2 to 3 years, where, rather than go after their primary targets through the front door, the intelligence apparatus of our adversaries, traditionally from the US perspective at least, we call that Russia, China, Iran and North Korea, but obviously there are others, have sought to effectively use the global ICT ecosystem, the systems we use on a daily basis, as a real-time collection apparatus. The third and final strategic shift that I suggest we really prioritise is a shifting to functional disruptions and moving away from purely reconnaissance and intelligence collection." The committee also heard evidence that the rise of cyber-enabled crime and security threats has not been countered evenly by entities, and that there's been an uneven investment in cybersecurity. There are companies out there who have been spending almost $1 billion a year on cybersecurity programs, which is clearly a significant investment, but it's also true that that is not consistent across any industry anywhere. As noted earlier, while the need for reforms was not contested in evidence to the inquiry, there were a number of significant concerns expressed about aspects of the bill and the process taken to develop it. The detail on these is found in the PJCIS advisory report, but just for noting, they included, and I'll just outline a number of them. The first of those is the timeline for the co-design of rules and economic modelling. There was concern there was insufficient time for that to be done. A second concern that was raised by a number of submitters was the variation in the breadth and specificity in the definitions of what would be included, what was a critical infrastructure asset. That caused concern in various sectors, either because the definitions were too specific or that they were too broad. Another concern was the unknown regulatory burden of positive security obligations. Then there was a concern about the timeframes outlined in the bill for the notification of cybersecurity incidents to ASD under proposed Part 2B. Final concern raised is that the potential reach of the powers in the bill was not being accompanied by appropriate authorisation or oversight mechanisms in the eyes of some. Now, ultimately, and as noted in the advisory report, the PJCIS, while strongly supporting, and this is a bipartisan committee, strongly supporting the aims of the bill, came to the conclusion that it would need a significant amount of redrafting to pass in its entirety, in a way that was going to ensure maximum buy-in and maximum understanding. And the committee reached the conclusion that there was that would be required to be able to respond to the level of concerns that had been raised in an appropriate fashion. The committee's concern was that doing that would significantly delay the time-critical elements of the bill. And as a result of that, the PJCIS made 14 recommendations in the advisory report, including splitting the bill into two separate bills, with a first bill to incorporate the measures to respond to cyber incidents and cyber incident reporting, as well as associate definitions and powers. And what we are discussing today is actually the government's response to the PJCIS report, and in particular, the recommendation to split the bill into two separate bills. The amendments and what we're discussing today is effectively creating the first of those bills. And the key measures retained in this particular bill include government assistance to relevant entities for critical infrastructure sector assets in response to serious cybersecurity incidents that impact on Australia's critical infrastructure assets. Second is the mechanism by which cyber incident reporting to the ASD may be required by responsible entities for critical infrastructure assets that are subject to cybersecurity incidents. And thirdly, that it has expanded the definition of critical infrastructure assets to include assets across the 11 industry sectors, so increasing it from the 4 to the 11. Importantly, this bill also extends, and this was a concern raised, so this has been actively addressed, this bill extends the period for making a written cybersecurity incident report to the ASD. And it also, addressing another concern that has been raised, increases the level of consultation and oversight which is going to be carried out as the next bill is actually developed. By way of finishing, Deputy Speaker, there is no doubt that the cybersecurity threats are very real and potentially very significant, and the need to do something as soon as possible is imperative. The bipartisan committee, the PJCIS, acknowledges this very real threat, but also identified significant concerns with the draft bill, which could potentially undermine it achieving its aims and goals. Now, on this point, I note the criticism from earlier opposition speakers. None, by the way, I note that are actually sitting on the committee, but criticisms of the government's approach on this bill and the failure to get the legislation perfect the right time. If only it was at all remotely possible to draft perfect legislation for anything or to have a perfect process for anything. I also dismiss those criticisms because this legislation in this area is one which involves many different sectors, many different threats, and they are evolving in a very fast-changing landscape. As from the evidence that was given to the committee and which I've just recited earlier, some of these have only been emerging. The third wave of what we are now concerned about is actually just emerging. It's not that we've been sitting back watching this all happen and responding. A lot of these threats and the increase and the severity have been within the last 3 to 5 years, if not in the last 12 to 18 months. The fact that the PJCIS works in the way that it does, in a bipartisan way, that it gets the opportunity to have inquiries into bills, to hear from experts, and then to effectively give recommendations to the government on a bipartisan way, pointing out issues that have emerged through that process, is to me actually a sign that democracy is working and that there are good checks and balances. And the fact that this government, the minister and the government, responded to the recommendations of the committee, I believe reflects responsible and sound governance by this government, and I commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Cowan. I call the honourable member for Burt. I call the honourable member for Denison.
Well, good afternoon, Deputy Speaker, and hello from Hobart. I'd like to echo the considered comments of the previous speaker. I believe the member is quite right that the cyber threat to the public and private sectors is indeed very real and very significant. And it's more diverse than people might have once believed. You know, we have the obvious suspects or perpetrators like China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. We have seemingly countless criminal gangs out there attacking the Australian public and private sector. We also have state-sponsored criminal actors, and regrettably we even have allies who like to eavesdrop on the public and private sector in Australia and try and find out what's going on, and I'll be too polite to list some of those countries. We'd be naive to think that anyone and everyone doesn't have an interest in our electronic world and in our data, and is attempting to obtain some of it. So that's a long-winded way of saying I think there's obviously merit in this bill, and I applaud the government for trying to take action as it is about or against the cyber threat to this country. I think it's also good that the government has, albeit at the last minute, decided to split the bill in accordance with the strong recommendation of the PJCIS. The original bill was unsatisfactory, and it's wise to at least have carved out what the government thinks are the most urgent aspects of the bill and to try and get them through the parliament this week. I say that in essence. However, I would note, though, that the PJCIS and, in fact, also the Australian Signals Directorate have both cast doubt on the urgency of getting anything through the parliament this week. I mean, the Australian Signals Directorate have mentioned earlier in the year that the likelihood of this legislation being used is very rare, I understand was the word they used, very rare. So why we are continuing to act with such urgency when we could slow it up, and to make sure that the provisions in these reforms are really well crafted and watertight and effective. I think we're missing an opportunity there. We're creating perhaps to some degree too much concern about getting this through this week. Deputy Speaker, I would also ventilate a couple of other concerns with this bill. I think it does give excessive power to the government and to the minister in particular, because the people who might be affected by the decisions of the government and the minister don't have any resort to judicial review or any sort of effective independent oversight of the decisions of the government or the minister. And in fact, I note that in the bill before the House now, the right to judicial review is explicitly carved out and denied to the people or organisations that might be affected or would be affected by the decisions of the government and minister in the future. I'd also make the point that the reforms in this bill are not adequately funded. I do note in the last federal budget there was $42 million set aside to secure critical infrastructure, but I suggest it's patently obvious that to do this job properly we'll need many multiples of that, and we can't rely on existing government agencies like ASD to raid their own existing budgets to implement additional safeguards. They need additional funding, and I would certainly support that to occur. Talking more broadly than just the provisions in the bill, Deputy Speaker, I'll take this opportunity to say that the government has a lot more work to do. Yes, it does need to go and rework what we now know as the second half of this bill, the bit that's been put aside. It needs to get that right. It needs to go slowly. It needs to work closely with all stakeholders. It needs to listen to their reasonable concerns and address all reasonable concerns. This is too big an issue, the cyber threat to this country, to not get right and not to properly fund. But the government also needs to do much more work more broadly. Now, I did 20 years in the Army and I did a lot of work on vital asset protection, and I well know you can't have a platoon of infantry soldiers on every vital asset in the country, or a battalion at every port, or a division along every strategic railway line. We can't do that in a practical sense. So we have to be clever about the way we respond to the threats from nation states. But we also need to do much more work on other threats to our critical infrastructure. I'm talking about our physical infrastructure now. And the obvious example of that is of course, our telecommunications infrastructure. And we certainly learned through the terrible bushfires of 18 months ago that our critical communications infrastructure is terribly vulnerable, terribly vulnerable. In fact, to quote some figures from the Australian Media and Communications Authority, they claim that nearly 1,400 telecommunications facilities were directly or indirectly affected during the 2019-2020 Black Summer bushfires, during which the average outage was 3.5 days and the longest 23 days. 23 days. Now, of course, bushfires are going to destroy infrastructure, but there's all sorts of things we can do to make our infrastructure, our physical infrastructure, more robust. For example, better battery storage to cover outages in mains powers to phone towers, the purchase of more mobile telephony facilities for mobile phones. Now, I do note that since the bushfires, the government has put some more money into this. But again, it's a bit like the funding for the reforms before the House today about cyber security. Again, it's not enough. We're kidding ourselves if we think we can throw several tens of millions of dollars at these issues and then sleep easy at night that our technical and our physical infrastructure and our data is all safe. It won't be. We're up against forces that are very, very well funded. We're up against the climate. It's becoming increasingly unpredictable and severe. We need to harden this country in all the ways we can, and we need to be prepared to pay for it. And we also, when we're talking about the security of this country, look, this might be some way from the substantive matter before the House at the moment, Deputy Speaker, but I actually think it's very relevant. If we're going to talk about cyber security, and we're going to talk about hardening our physical infrastructure and things like being more robust against natural disasters, we've also got to talk about, and in more detail, about all the other ways that foreign actors interfere in our sovereignty and in our national security, particularly when you look at national security in the broadest sense. Which brings me to the issue again of reviewing the foreign investment provisions in this country. Now, it is a good thing, obviously, that the Treasurer at the start of COVID said that there would be a national security assessment of all foreign investment. But to the best of my knowledge, that was is a temporary arrangement tied very much to COVID and the risk of foreign actors, foreign corporates, raiding Australian corporates when they're vulnerable during COVID. I think that those national security safeguards should be permanent and apply all the time. And I think we should go a lot further when it comes to the conduct of the Foreign Investment Review Board and what the Treasurer and the government allows in the future. Here's a couple of ideas for you, Deputy Speaker. For starters, the Foreign Investment Review Board should apply much tougher scrutiny of investment that could adversely affect Australia's agricultural, business and property sectors, including the commercial property sector, as well, and I suppose this is the new bit, as well as our cultural, environmental and heritage well-being. And this scrutiny must apply equally to all foreign investors with no exemptions, to all foreign investors with no exemptions. An example of a specific reform is that all purchases of agricultural land worth over $2 million should go to the Foreign Investment Review Board instead of the current threshold of $15 million, and there needs to be greater reliance on land leases instead of freehold title. And that last point, Deputy Speaker, is something that comes up with me constantly in my community. People are constantly coming to me and they're acknowledging this country was built on foreign investment and we need foreign investment. You know, I'm not anti-foreign investment. It's just got to be on our terms. And that should include the fact that if someone wants to farm, say, substantial piece of farmland or broadacre prime agricultural land, well, maybe that can be allowed, but it must be leasehold, not freehold title. And that comes up all the time by my constituents. Lease farmland to foreign interests, don't sell it to foreign interests. Also, Deputy Speaker, the current business investment requirement that all acquisitions of an interest of 20% or more in any Australian business valued at over $261 million, well, that should be applied to all foreign investment, instead of the current practice of allowing carve-outs for favoured trading partners, including Chile, China. Remember, we have some sort of trade agreement with China, apparently, Japan, Korea, Singapore, New Zealand, and the United States. Deputy Speaker, that's obviously a bit of an omnibus connected to something about, and fairly free-ranging, talking about cybersecurity. But I maintain my point is valid. The government needs to work harder to safeguard Australia's sovereignty and security. So when it comes to cybersecurity, let's properly fund what's before us today. And let's talk to stakeholders and ensure that concerns that still exist out there, such as the fact that there's no judicial review of ministerial decisions when it comes to the bill before the House today, let's fix those sorts of things. You know, it's a sign of a good government that listens to stakeholders, listens to the crossbench, listens to the opposition, takes on board all of the good ideas that come from all directions and to implement them and not be pig-headed and to properly fund the measures before the House today. But also to look at all the other ways in which we can safeguard Australia's national security. Not just cybersecurity, which is the flavour of the month, but also our obviously our defence arrangements, also hardening our infrastructure against natural disasters, to looking afresh at our foreign investment provisions, and that's something that would be very appealing to a great many Australians. There are so many things we can be doing and need to be doing, and not just the edgy things that have got all the publicity at the moment, like cybersecurity. I'll leave it there, Deputy Speaker. I commend the bill in essence, although it's flawed, and I look forward to the other half of the bill coming before the House, which needs to be much improved in what was in the original version of this bill. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Burt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I wonder, how many government members have two-factor or three-factor authentication enabled on their systems, on their phones and computers? I wonder how many use the password 123 to get into secure networks. How many of them leave their laptops open or unattended in an office or on a plane, or have TikTok on their phone? Now I ask the same of every public servant in this nation. Every public servant has access to highly privileged information, information that could be dangerous or at least embarrassing if in the wrong hands. The digital literacy of this government and their departments actually leaves a lot to be desired. And the same, unfortunately, can be said for the private sector as well. Honestly, the digital literacy of the nation concerns me. The pervasive threat of cyber-enabled attack and manipulation of critical infrastructure assets is serious, considerable in scope and impact, and is increasing at an unprecedented rate. We are facing increased cybersecurity threats to essential services, businesses, and all levels of government. In the past 2 years, cyber attacks have struck the Federal Parliament's network, the health sector, the media and universities. Potentially most concerning, it struck the food and beverage sector, with Lion Beer shut down for almost 3 weeks. Many people in Australia found that very disturbing. More seriously though, we saw in the US earlier this year an attack on a critical fuel pipeline. Of course, while there are different levels of concern about what happens and the troubling prospects that they raise, if such an incident is to continue to occur, or to another piece of our essential infrastructure, our essential industries such as the resources sector, say by striking our ports in northern Australia, responsible for exporting to the world, or to our oil and gas rigs in the offshore industry, our nation's economy could just about flatline. Similarly, if our southern import ports were hit, our supply chains would stop, leaving us cut off and without vital supplies, potentially including fuel. In his submission to the PJCIS inquiry on this matter, retired Vice Marshal John Blackburn AO expressed concerns resulting from his work examining Australia's national resilience, and is particularly troubled about our lack of national liquid fuel security. The coronavirus pandemic has exposed a global lack of resilience as a result of collective failure to assess and act on national risks and vulnerabilities in the face of a rapidly changing world. Australians have also been complacent with respect to the significant exponential changes occurring in the world and our growing lack of national resilience. We've already seen supply chain disruptions through COVID-19 and vaccine nationalism. There is no doubt that if push comes to shove, other nations will restrict fuel exports to us if they need that fuel. But it's not just about fuel supply, it's not just about jobs, it's not just about the economy, it's about our national security, our sovereign integrity, and our ability to look after ourselves. As I mentioned, earlier this year we saw a damaging cyber attack in the US. The Colonial Pipeline suffered a ransomware cyber attack that took its service down for 5 days, causing massive fuel supply issues across the United States. The pipeline, almost 9,000 kilometres long, usually carries 2.5 million barrels a day of diesel, petrol and jet fuel. So having it offline for 5 days caused huge economic damage to the nation, and many states declared a state of emergency. The organisation that attacked the pipeline operates by infiltrating an organisation's computer network and stealing sensitive data. A day or so after that, they will make themselves known to that organisation and make threats about data being leaked should a ransom not be paid. Or they will cease operation of that computer network and not provide access to it until a ransom is paid. This organisation and many across the world know that attacking critical infrastructure, such as pipelines, is a way of making a quick buck. We in Australia are not immune to such coercions. As an island nation, reliant on our critical resources industry and ports of trade, and of course our energy networks for everything, this is not a threat that we can take lightly. The threat of cyber attack and the manipulation of critical infrastructure assets is serious, massive in scope, and increasing at an unprecedented rate. Certainly faster than this government, responsible for a myriad of digital disasters in recent years, can cope. The bill before us today was introduced in December last year. Since that time, the PJCIS has been working on its inquiry. We've heard a great deal of feedback that there is a lot more work to do on this suite of legislation, with many stakeholders concerned about the lack of consultation to date. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security Inquiry received around 100 submissions and held numerous hearings of experts and industry professionals. Many companies, industry bodies and trade unions expressed concern with the bill, its consultative development and the issues with regulatory impact, particularly the concurrent rules development that occurred throughout the review. Threats to critical infrastructure are complex and serious. When they happen, we need to act swiftly. The lack of action and consultation to date makes it clear we are not at all ready for these sorts of threats. As such, I support the recommendation from the PJCIS to split this bill in order to pass its most urgent parts whilst continuing to refine more complex elements that at this stage are not yet fit for purpose. Subsequently, Bill 1 will deal with the expansion of the 11 sectors deemed systems of national significance, the additional reporting requirements of cyber incidents and the new government assistance measures. To be dealt with further, Bill 2 can handle the positive security obligations and sector-specific requirements following further consultation with industry. In this complex threat environment we currently find ourselves in, it is crucial that Australia's highest authority on these issues, the Australian Signals Directorate, is empowered to assist entities in responding to significant cybersecurity incidents in order to secure our nation's critical infrastructure assets. ASD has observed malicious cyber activity against Australia's national and economic interests increasing in frequency, scale and sophistication. 2019-20, there were 2,266 cyber incidents reported to the Australian Cybersecurity Centre. Just over a third of all incidents reported to the Australian Cybersecurity Centre over the last 12 months have been made from Australia's critical infrastructure sector. This is expected to be just a fraction of the number of cybersecurity incidences affecting critical infrastructure, given the voluntary nature of the reporting. ASD's knowledge of domestic cybersecurity threats and vulnerabilities relies on the Australian community and industry to voluntarily report incidents. This voluntary reporting and sharing of information assists ASD to identify threats and subsequently publish advice to mitigate those threats to others. That's why, as important as the bill before us today is to ensure we have the right legislative mechanisms for action when required, our national digital literacy and institutional knowledge of cyber safety must also be significantly improved as a nation. It's up to each and every Australian to protect themselves as well, their families and their businesses online. And let's face it, we now can't conduct our lives without being online. The Australian Cybersecurity Centre, working within the Australian Signals Directorate, are supporting the government in their cybersecurity strategy. But a strategy has not been released since 2016. The cyber threat landscape, however, has shifted and evolved dramatically since that time. The magnitude of threats faced by Australian businesses and families has increased. It's up to us all to be proactive in this space, but especially the government. I believe that kids should be learning how to stay safe online from the moment that they can work out on their own how to watch Bluey on mum and dad's iPad. That it's just as important as looking both ways before crossing the road. Cybersecurity education must become the norm and early, from primary school and in small business, large businesses and government departments. It's not just about cybersecurity, it's about cyber literacy. It's about the literacy of cybersecurity requirements, protecting ourselves, our privacy, our information. A higher number of incident reports to ASD through the provisions proposed in the bill will assist in building improved national situational awareness and allow ASD to identify trends and provide targeted advice to others in order to assist entities to better prepare and protect their networks and Australia's critical infrastructure. But with that, each Australian must be educated in what to look for and what to report. The expansion of the definition of critical sectors in this bill to include defence industry as one of 11 systems of national significance elevates the importance of having a sovereign, self-sufficient Australian defence industry. Indeed, it really begs the question, how was this sector not included before? As retired Vice Marshal John Blackburn AO says about fuel, if push comes to shove in a conflict situation, we must not assume that other nations will have the desire or capacity to support our defence assets. As a result, we must be able to scale up, invest in and ensure the security of our Australian defence industry and our sovereign capability to maintain, sustain, repair and upgrade our defensive capabilities and equipment. The powers in the bill before us today are last resort powers, and that is the assurance that both Labor and affected entities wish to confirm. Most organisations affected by this are very willing to work with the Australian Signals Directorate, and the government assistance powers should only be needed in the case of an affected entity being either unwilling or unable to respond appropriately. One would expect that the use of such measures would be uncommon and rare. Should there be an instance where there is disagreement between the affected entity and the ASD on an appropriate course of action to combat a threat, there are safeguards in place that will involve the Minister having the final say. As I have said, the initiatives put forward in this bill are important and we must get this right and we must act quickly. But equally, we must improve the cybersecurity literacy of everyone so we remain resilient as a nation. I commend the components of the bill that should be proceeding with now to the House, and I look forward to seeing the results of the work on the remainder of the separate bill.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My colleagues, and in particular the Shadow Minister for Defence, have done a very good job in outlining what the bill does and why, subject to passage of the government's amendments, Labor supports it. I would just like to make a few comments about why the Intelligence and Security Committee, of which I'm a member, recommended that the original bill introduced by the government be split in two, and that very significant parts of the bill not proceed at all in their current form. The parts of the bill that the committee found should not proceed in their current form included proposed new positive security obligations for workers and businesses who operate and maintain a vast array of infrastructure assets across Australia. The detail of exactly what those positive security obligations would or could be and who those new obligations would apply to was to be left to regulation. This meant the breadth and potential impact of the legislation was uncertain, but potentially the measures proposed by the government would have impacted literally hundreds of thousands of workers and businesses across Australia. It was both deeply concerning and wholly unsurprising to learn that, despite the impact that these proposed measures could have for the lives and livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of Australian workers, the government did not consult workers or a single trade union prior to the introduction of the Critical Infrastructure Bill, and the government barely consulted with industry either. It is quite unusual for the Intelligence and Security Committee to receive submissions from trade unions, but the government's failure to consult with workers or their representatives was drawn to the Intelligence and Security Committee's attention by the ACTU and the Electrical Trades Union of Australia. This abject failure to consult was not only an insult to Australian workers who would potentially be impacted by the measures in this bill, it was also counterproductive. As the ATU told the Intelligence and Security in one of its 3 submissions to the committee's inquiry, by failing to consult with the ETU and other unions, the Department of Home Affairs had, and I quote, missed a significant opportunity to gain insights into the security and resilience of critical infrastructure from the perspective of the people who actually build, maintain and operate these assets on a daily basis. In addition, the department appears to have no visibility of existing provisions in industry, at least as they relate to the industry sectors the ETU is familiar with and their effectiveness." End quote. The government's failure to consult, coupled with the broad and uncertain nature of the powers it was seeking in the original version of this bill, gave rise to a serious and understandable concern and anxieties on the part of many workers and their representatives. As the ACTU noted about the original version of the bill, and again I quote, "This proposal could subject nurses, truck drivers, call centre workers, electrical lines persons and even apprentice electricians to the same rules as ASIO officials, subject to the minister's whims." To continue with the quotation, "Some employers have already flagged to their workers they intend to use the introduction of this legislation to request access to workers' communication and social media and discriminate against employees for their political views in order to overzealously comply with rules not yet issued. As union members in public services can attest, political preferences, party membership, membership of a trade union, participation in democratic expressions of protest, social media profiles, internet activity and psychological medical history are examined in security vetting. Awarding this power to industry or subjecting packaging workers in the food and grocery sector to this process through a government agency would be a gross overreach." End quote. I'd also like to acknowledge the many businesses and industry groups who also expressed concerns about the breadth and ill-defined nature of many of the powers in the government's original bill, albeit from a different perspective. The concerns of workers' representatives and the concerns of industry were heard loud and clear by Labor and Liberal members of the Intelligence and Security Committee alike, which is why the committee recommended unanimously that the Critical Infrastructure Bill be split into two, with many of the more contentious measures to be reconsidered and redrafted in light of the committee's comments and feedback from key stakeholders. I would like to thank the government, and I can thank the Minister because she's present here in the chamber, for accepting the committee's recommendations, which were a sensible, measured and bipartisan response to an identified need by security agencies on the one hand, and serious and understandable concerns about the original version of the bill from a range of stakeholders, including the ETU, the ACTU, industry groups and legal experts on the other. With the amendments introduced by the government to implement the Intelligence and Security's recommendations, I commend the bill to the House.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Morrison government is committed to uplifting the security of critical infrastructure and safeguarding the essential services they provide for all Australians. Recent incidents, such as compromises of the Australian Parliamentary Network, university networks and key corporate entities, all illustrate that threats to the operation of Australia's critical infrastructure assets continue to be significant. The interconnected nature of our critical infrastructure means that compromise of one essential function can have a domino effect that degrades or disrupts others. The consequences of a prolonged and widespread failure in the energy sector, for example, could be catastrophic to our economy, security and sovereignty, as well as the Australian way of life. The government has introduced this bill to enhance the security of critical infrastructure in Australia, build situational awareness and enable the government to assist industry to effectively prevent, defend against and recover from serious cybersecurity incidents. The measures in this bill are a vital step towards uplifting the security of the critical infrastructure that underpins the delivery of goods and services that are essential to the Australian way of life, our nation's wealth and prosperity and national security. I would like to thank the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for their work on this bill through their inquiry and recommendations. I also thank members for their contribution and call on them to support this vital bill.
I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to critical infrastructure and for other purposes.
Order. The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take this bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
Call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move government amendments 1 to 59 as circulated together.
Is leave granted? I call the Honourable Member for Lingiari. I thank the Honourable Member for Lingiari and I call the Honourable Minister.
I move government amendments 1 to 59 as circulated together. The Parliamentary Joint Committee of Intelligence and Security has made 14 recommendations in their advisory report, notably that the bill be split into two separate bills, with the first bill to incorporate the urgent cyber incident response framework and reporting regime. The government acknowledges and thanks the committee for its work, both in relation to this bill and other government national security priorities. The Australian people are safer and more secure as a result of the responsible approach that members of this committee take, working together in a truly bipartisan way in the national interest. These government amendments respond to the urgent recommendations of the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Intelligence and Security's 29 September 2021 advisory report on this bill and statutory review of the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security recommended that these amendments, outlined in recommendations 1 to 5, along with recommendations 10 and 14, be legislated in the shortest possible time. The government is taking immediate action by acting in the very first sitting week since the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security advisory report was released. The reason for this urgency is clear. cyber attacks pose a serious threat to Australian critical infrastructure. On 19 June 2020, the Prime Minister announced that Australian organisations were currently being targeted by a sophisticated state-based cyber actor. They were targeting our critical sectors, including government, essential service providers and operators of critical infrastructure. Cyber attacks continue. Internationally, we have seen cyber incidents cause significant impacts. The 2021 Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack prevented the distribution of energy supplies to customers along the east coast of the United States. Repeated attacks over the past years on the Ukraine power grid show the devastating impact that malicious cyber actors can cause to critical infrastructure. The Australian Cyber Security Centre's 2021 Annual Cyber Threat Report, released on 15 September 2021, highlights that the volume of cybercrime reporting equates to one report of a cyber attack every 8 minutes, compared to one every 10 minutes last financial year. Approximately 1/4 of reported cybersecurity incidents affected critical infrastructure organisations, including essential services that all Australians require, such as education, communications, electricity, water and transport. These government amendments address Recommendation 1 of the advisory report, retain only the measures that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security recommended be taken forward to the first bill. The measures in the bill, as amended, will specifically expand the scope of the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018 to include assets across 11 industry sectors as critical infrastructure assets, provide a mechanism to require cyber incident reporting, enable government responses to serious cybersecurity incidents, and retain associated definitions and powers. The amendments do not, however, define offensive cyber action. This bill is clear that the use of offensive cyber capabilities is expressly prohibited from any direction or intervention that the Minister for Home Affairs can authorise. The bill and explanatory material also responds to Recommendations 2 and 3 of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence Security's advisory report through amendments to the cyber incident reporting requirement. In accordance with Recommendation 4 of the advisory report, these government amendments also include a provision to ensure that as soon as practically after a government assistance measure is directed or requested, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security be notified in writing about the circumstances, actions, status and parties involved in each measure used relative to any cyber security. The government amendments include a provision that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security may conduct a review of the operation, effectiveness and implications of the reformed Security of Critical Infrastructure legislative framework in the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act not less than 3 years from when this bill receives royal assent, in accordance with Recommendation 14 of the advisory report. The amendments also change the commencement of the bill to the day after royal assent and deal with other minor technical matters, including that the bill be passed as per Recommendation 5 of the advisory report. These urgent reforms will put the laws in place to respond to a cyber incident and protect Australian critical infrastructure. I commend the government amendments to the House.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Gorton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, I rise to support the amendments. It's clear that the government requires the splitting of this bill into two parts in order to bring forward some of the actions that are recommendations arising out of the Joint Standing Committee's report. It's critical that we move on these issues. What the opposition has been saying now for some time is that cyber attacks in this country are growing rapidly, and indeed the government should have acted earlier. That's the obvious evidence. And so we, of course, welcome the procedural motion to split the bill. We believe that in doing so we'll be able to bring forward and action some of these matters that were in the original bill, and that's important because the demand in responding to cyber attacks is greater and more urgent each and every day, and for that reason we have supported that. In fact, it was a suggestion by opposition members of the committee, and indeed the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs, and no doubt the Shadow Attorney-General and other members on this side who believe the government has been dragging its feet in this very important area of national security. So we do support the Minister's procedural motion to split the bill if it means actioning things that should have happened some time ago. It's important, therefore, for the security of this nation, for organisations that are continuing to be attacked in this space, that they believe the government can attend to these matters as quickly as possible. I know that agencies of this government, national security agencies, have been wanting some of these matters for some time, and therefore we don't want to see, by the enactment of the original bill, any delays to some of these very important matters. It's for that reason that I join the Minister in supporting the procedural motion to split the bill, because it reflects the view of the opposition, the review of the Joint Standing Committee, and I'm glad to say the view of the government. For those reasons and for others, the opposition supports this, and of course we'll be supporting the procedural motion put by the Minister.
I thank the honourable member for Gorton. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to, and I call the honourable minister.
I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? I thank the honourable member for Lingiari.
Third time.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to critical infrastructure and for other purposes.
Order. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've just announced a $20 million commitment towards a first-class indoor aquatic centre for the North Bellarine, a vital piece of high-participation community infrastructure, good for older adults who love water aerobics, great for people with disabilities, perfect for young families with kids learning to swim, just what you need if you're doing rehab, a pool for the whole community, and it will include allied health services. But would you believe it, Deputy Speaker, that Geelong Council Liberal Mayor is against an indoor aquatic centre? Instead, she's desperately ramming through a shoddy tender process to build an outdoor pool. An outdoor pool will have low participation. It will be freezing in winter. Older people just won't use it. Hopeless for people with disabilities and no good for young families with kids. It's not even suitable for kids learning to swim under 7. Do you believe that? And with massive heat loss, it's totally environmentally unsustainable, and the outdoor pool will cost more. More because you won't have the income that comes with high usage, and heating costs will be astronomical. The Liberal Mayor's outdoor pool is just a really bad idea. It will be the big Bellarine lemon. So instead, let's do it once. Let's do it properly, and let's do it indoors for everyone on the North Bellarine. Thank you.
I call the member for Fisher.
Mr Deputy Speaker, today I'm delighted to read a speech prepared by an impressive young man from Fisher as part of the Youth Voice in Parliament Week campaign. My name is James Donnelly. I'm an 18-year-old high school student and a proud resident of the Sunshine Coast electorate of Fisher. Who wouldn't be? Robert Menzies described democracy as the idea that with all our inequalities of mind and body, we stand equal. Australia is a nation which yields the same opportunities for every person in spite of our differences in opinion and background. It is the wealth of diversity that embodies this lucky country. But democracy was never the easy option, and for centuries, humble citizens of the free world have defended their liberty from tyrants who selfishly seek personal power. 2021 is a time of discord and doubt, both ideological and through the physical borders of the pandemic. To move forward, we must be optimistic, but we must not turn a blind eye to those opportunists who seek to further their authoritarian rule in this time of global tension. In 20 years, I hope for an Australian government which is as committed to freedom and progression as those who lead us today. A government which continues to stand in brave defiance of rising oppressive powers, not yielding to those who seek to undermine the integrity of our safe and secure society.
I call the member for Caldwell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 4th anniversary of Arrivederci Holden and the 5th anniversary of Addio and Goulet Goulet Ford, when the last of Australia's once great car manufacturing industry closed their doors, and with it ending an iconic era of post-war nation building in this country. Holden, like the Ford factory in my electorate that shut shop in 2016, was more than just an icon of Australian car manufacturing. Both were major employers of the thousands of post-war European migrants who came here under the Arthur Corwell migration program. Jobs were key to establishing the basis of a new life in a faraway country. Australia needed their labour in order to grow, and they needed hope for a better life for themselves and their families. On the assembly lines and factory floors, they not only built cars, but they forged stories of mateship and camaraderie and built suburbs and communities around them. Broadmeadows and Ford, Elizabeth and Holden, entire suburbs and streets that brought cultures and faiths together and rose to build contemporary multicultural Australia. These workers were embraced by Labor and the union movement that collectively defended their rights and aided their integration into the Australian community, a community that they shaped and changed. Deputy Speaker, these migrants didn't only just make Australian-made, they in fact made Australia.
I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As we look to the future, Australians can have a great deal of hope and optimism. As we face the challenge of caring for our country and the globe, our track record on this side of the House speaks for itself. From early pioneers who prepared fields with a wooden plough and a horse to modern digitally controlled harvesters, adaptation, hard work and a belief in ourselves have been our foundation. Our approach to emissions reductions must be pragmatic but based on science. The decisions we make now will have effect on our ability to put food on the table and whether we can afford the electricity to run a small business. The need for prudence is evident. The need for a considered approach is obvious. Farmers in my electorate of Mallee are still feeling the bite of Kyoto. This drives me to ensure that we as the government make decisions that are right for now and our future, but specifically do not risk the livelihoods of regional Australians. Australia has an incredible track record. We are already meeting and beating our current Paris commitments and are a leader in the world precisely because this government considered what the cost will be and how it would impact mums and dads, farmers, business owners and industry. Our children and grandchildren can trust that we will mitigate the risk and set their future up for growth and prosperity.
I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Shakedown politics. That's the Prime Minister's own words for states and territories desperately fighting off a health crisis. So how does the Prime Minister describe the Nationals, the junior coalition partner, dictating the terms for climate policy? What slick marketing term does the Prime Minister use to describe 8 years of his government's inaction on this most critical issue? Perhaps the PM thought he could pass the buck. He's got a history of shirking responsibility. Now the Nationals are claiming that this deal can't be sorted out after only a 4-hour party room meeting. They say it may take weeks or months. How about a decade? How about 8 years of government inaction, 3 Prime Ministers and 21 energy policies? Is that long enough? Australia is now in the embarrassing situation where the Prime Minister is going to Glasgow but has no policy. Code red for humanity. That is how the IPCC, the most authoritative body of climate scientists, have described the situation we are in. Yet members of this government are talking about how we should all be willing to take a hit on our mortgage to support fossil fuels and government funding of those. This is beyond a disgrace, absolutely beyond a disgrace. Australia should be a renewable energy superpower. The world is moving on, the market is moving on, and Australia is being left behind, and Australian jobs will be left behind. Only a Labor government will take action. Only a Labor government will end the climate.
Time has expired. I call the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And live music is set to be reignited on the Central Coast, with 2 venues in my electorate of Robertson being supported as part of the round 3 of the more than $2.5 million live music program. This program is all about helping venues to reopen and rebuild following the shutdown caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's going to mean that Australian artists can get back on stage. Avoca Beach Picture Theatre, iconic in our community, and Hardy's Bay RSL and Citizens Club have received around $52,000 for upgrades to their facility and facilities and the purchase of new equipment. This funding brings the government's total investment in this program to more than $8 million, supporting over 300 live music venues and the recovery and sustainability of this sector. The Morrison government's also investing more than $1 billion into the arts and creative sector in 2021-22. Norm and Beth Hunter from Avoca Beach Picture Theatre said that they were excited because this grant is really about community building, they said. While the money will go towards improving the presentation of live music at our venue, it also enables us to establish a country and local music scene. We really want to build a live music culture again and bring the Central Coast community together. I couldn't agree more with Norm and Beth Hunter. I'm told that the theatre will be hosting a number of well-known artists over the coming weeks, including Amber Lawrence, Gina Jeffries and Adam Harvey. And I thank artists and venue owners right across the coast for their resilience and wish them all the best.
Time has expired. I call the member for Lilly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In coming months, Northsiders from Toombul to McDowell to Brighton will have to make a choice about who they trust to lead Australia out of the pandemic. A complacent and arrogant government who has had 8 years to deliver a plan for carbon emissions and to protect our environment, but still cannot even agree on the science of climate change, or Labor, who will listen to the experts, invest in renewables and deliver net zero by 2050. A government that has presided over falling wages and job insecurity, or Labor, who has a plan for workers to lift their wages and to deliver good, decent, secure jobs. A government that undermines Medicare at every opportunity and refuses to properly fund our hospitals, or Labor, who will always extend and defend Medicare and invest in Australians' health. A government that sees childcare as a luxury that women choose and has overseen skyrocketing fees for families, or Labor, who understands that childcare is critical family infrastructure and has a plan to reduce out-of-pocket costs for families. A government who is swamped in scandal and rolling corruption allegations, or Labor, who is committed to an effective and busy National Anti-Corruption Commission with teeth, who will hold federal politicians and public servants to account. Labor will invest in Northside infrastructure projects built by Northsiders using materials and equipment manufactured in Australia.
I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to congratulate the many candidates who were successful this week in the local government elections held across my electorate of O'Connor. After the recent WA redistribution, O'Connor is now home to more local governments than any other electorate across the nation. There's 57 all up, ranging from Walloona in the northern goldfields down to Nannup in the state's deep south. Around O'Connor, I work closely with mayors, shire president and councillors, all of whom passionately advocate for their communities. The success of this advocacy shows in this month's announcement of funding for 9 projects widely spread across O'Connor under the Building Better Regions Fund. Projects were funded from Kalgoorlie in the goldfields, through Merredin and Pingelly in the wheatbelt, down to Esperance on the south coast, across to Bremer Bay, Ongerup and Albany in the Great Southern, and over to Manjimup in the southwest. Perhaps less heralded is the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, Phase 3, which will inject an average of $1.02 million across every one of O'Connor's 57 shires. This program recognises the roles of council as the closest tier of government to the people in accelerating Australia's recovery from the pandemic. During the COVID crisis, local leadership across O'Connor has been exceptional. My commiserations to those elected members who have helped their communities emerge from COVID and did not get up at this week's election. And congratulations to the candidate who did win and will be at the front line of O'Connor's continued economic recovery.
I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've had the pleasure of meeting regularly with the school captains of Warringah as part of the Warringah Youth Ambassador program. They are bright and engaged young people who are focused on excellence, showing leadership and making a difference to their classmates and their communities. Many of them want to study science and medicine and care deeply about the environment and the future of our planet. We've had in-depth discussions about respect and consent, mental health, growing a sense of community in their schools, the role of defining gender and sexuality, the impacts of climate change and the legacy of our generation's lack of action on theirs. Listening to the ambassadors speak so sensibly and work through issues in an open and respectful way, looking to each other for new viewpoints, it makes me hopeful that these young people are much more collaborative, open to discussion than many in this place. It's not enough to read out speeches written from young people. We need to give a process for young leaders to have a voice and a role in this parliament, in this place where the decisions that are being made will have long and lasting impacts on their future. Young leaders of Australia need more opportunity to contribute to our discussions and long-term policy. This generation is not one to be silenced. They are smart and agile communicators, and they will be heard. And so as students return to classrooms next week in Warringah, I want to wish them all the best of luck in exams. You've got this. And thank you to the parents and teachers. It's been a tough year, but you have succeeded.
I call the member for Moncrief.
Bowls Club was established in 1993 and is the only community-owned and run sporting club in Nerang. The bowlo is where locals gather to not only play lawn bowls but to socialise over a meal and entertainment and to support one another, especially through this COVID-19 pandemic. A few short weeks ago, I had the absolute pleasure of presenting a cheque at the clubhouse to upgrade their facilities. The club is a successful recipient of $596,650 from the latest round of the Building Better Regions Fund. I congratulate General Manager Steve Condren, who shed a tear when I called the club, and his dedicated committee, Rob, Bob, Pete, Lynn, Rose, Luchika, Maury and the team, and wonderful club members for the historic funding in Moncrief that will serve so many locals. I'd like to thank the City Heart Task Force Executive Member and Director for RDA Gold Coast, Estella Rodiguero, for assisting the club with their funding application. Thanks also to the former Deputy Prime Minister, the Member for Riverina and the Minister for Sport, Senator Colbeck, for joining me on a visit to the Nerang Bowls Club to look over the plans for the clubhouse upgrade. Just 4 months ago, indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm incredibly proud that it's the Morrison government that has listened to the needs of my community and delivered this funding to benefit the good people of the Nerang community.
I call the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. Our community continues to fight plans to build a massive waste incinerator in Matraville that will impact all of Sydney's eastern suburbs. The New South Wales Liberal government recently released the state's government's Energy from Waste Infrastructure Plan, and the plan aims to ban waste incinerators in the Sydney Basin, but it does allow the New South Wales government to grant exemptions to replace certain fuels to power industrial and manufacturing processes on site. Opal Paper and Suez are seeking such an exemption from the New South Wales government as part of a terrible idea to build the eastern suburbs incinerator. Any exemption will allow consideration of their proposal for the construction of a huge incinerator right next to residential housing on the Opal site at Matraville. The towering vent stack will be built literally 130 metres from homes in our community and operate 7 days a week, discharging air pollutants across Sydney's eastern suburbs. I'm strongly opposed to this proposal and will continue to fight it on behalf of our community. The New South Wales Liberal government must not allow an exemption to the ban on incinerators in the Sydney Basin. That's why I've written to the New South Wales Planning Minister to demand that he reject the Opal and Suez request for an exemption. The New South Wales Liberal government should not be allowing big companies to ride roughshod over the health and welfare of our community. Now is the time to put a stop once and for all to the eastern suburbs incinerator.
I call the member for Braddon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This Sunday, October 24, the University of Tasmania Burnie team will be run for the 32nd time. Now, if you live on the northwest coast of Tasmania, you have every reason to be proud that Burnie hosts Australia's premier 10-kilometre road race. Deputy Speaker, our region also has a proud military history and tradition. We punch well above our weight when it comes to service to the nation. So this Sunday, it's fitting, the start of the Burnie team will reach spectacular new heights with a flyover of the RAAF F-35 Alpha 2 Lightning aircraft. For the 10,000 runners and spectators, this will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see the supersonic stealth aircraft that takes to the skies over Burnie. A big shout-out to the Burnie Athletics Club, Munro.
Lost audio.
The club has taken on the responsibility for conducting this event for the very first time. And when it looked like their dream of the flyover was going to fall short, I'm so pleased that they reached out to me, and together we were able to ensure that the RAAF would be buzzing the skies of Burnie on Sunday. And whether you walk, whether you run, whether you wheel or spectate, there's no better place than to be at the Burnie 10 this Sunday from 11 p.m.
I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When every state and territory leader wrote to the Prime Minister to say we need this federal government to commit to more funding for the public health system, for public hospitals, to get us out of COVID, how did the Prime Minister react? He said, "Oh, I won't be bullied. I won't engage in shakedown politics. I won't invest more in our health system." When the National Party, led by the Deputy Prime Minister, say, we don't want to really believe in climate change and we don't really want to commit to net zero emissions by 2050, how does this Prime Minister react? He says, "I'll just sit and wait and you tell me your terms and maybe I'll meet them." In other words, he also doesn't want to act. We have these two huge challenges facing us, one right now, one that is important now and for the future of our country and the world, and the response of Australia's Prime Minister is to say, "It's not my job. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to commit right now to looking after Australia's health system in the future, and I'm certainly not going to commit right now to the bare minimum that we need to do to commit to protecting the environment and jobs and industry of the future, which is net zero emissions by 2050. What is the point of the Morrison government and everyone who's part of it? They're led by the deputy.
Has expired. I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. 27th of September marked the first anniversary of the war between Armenia and Azerbaijan over the Republic of Artsakh. Bennelong is home to the largest Armenian diaspora in Australia, many of whom have friends, family and heritage from Artsakh. The suffering in this region clearly and deeply affects many in my electorate. When I visited Artsakh in 2019, I was struck by the normality of the place. In an area constantly threatened by its neighbour, I was amazed by the hardy and resilience of the people in the towns I visited. But just a year later, we saw tragic images of roads clogged with refugees, a direct juxtaposition of images taken nearly 100 years earlier of the victims of the Armenian genocide. This was a heart-wrenching event in a part of the world that has known much suffering. A ceasefire agreement was reached on the 9th of November, but sadly it did not end the fighting. Since then, I've heard reports of 100,000 Armenian civilians being uprooted from their homes, 5,000 killed and hundreds of Armenians imprisoned. The fighting must stop, the ceasefire must hold, and there must be serious and open dialogue between the two countries. Ownership of ancient lands is complex, but no progress will be made while bullets continue to fly. When states talk of war, it's always the people on the ground who suffer, the people of Artsakh.
Has expired. I call the member for Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to speak today about reports that a former Afghan army officer has been executed in Afghanistan. While his name is being withheld to protect his family, this officer previously worked as an interpreter for the ADF. He's been living in fear of exactly this reprisal, and his wife and 3 children are still in hiding. After the fall of Kabul, the family were trying to secure a visa to Australia to join his sister here. I want to honour this man and the work he did on behalf of his nation and ours. I want to send my deepest condolences to his family in Afghanistan, who must be terrified for their own safety, and his sister and any relatives here whose worst nightmare has come true. We honour this man's memory, but we should have done more to protect his life. While we have taken some steps to accept Afghan refugees to Australia, this process has lacked urgency and began well after it should have. Too little, too late. We have a moral obligation to help people who risked their lives side by side with Australian troops. Veterans of the Afghan conflict tell me they are suffering moral injury every day feeling powerless to help the Afghan mates they relied on. But we also have a strong strategic reason to offer this protection now. At some point in the future, our soldiers will again be involved in conflict. And when that happens, they will need to work with local security, local interpreters, local intelligence. If we fail our allies today, who will be our allies tomorrow?
And I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's Youth Voice in Parliament Week. The Raise Our Voice Australia campaign encourages youth voices to share what they want Australia to look like in 20 years. I'm proud to share a speech from 8-year-old Yazra, who attends South Yarra Primary School and lives in my electorate of Higgins. Over to you, Yazra. All Australians have come together and put a stop to pollution. Pollution is hurting our animals on this land. We have to do our part, cleaning up our land and oceans. I can see Australia in 20 years as the cleanest country, and there's so much we can do to achieve this goal. Find ways to get plastics out of the ocean. Reduce pollution by using recycled plastic and paper products. Try and buy things that can be reused. Schools can play a bigger part to teach children about pollution. Excursions to the beach to find rubbish and pick it up. We could be doing more projects on pollution. There should be more recycling bins around the country. It's important to protect our animals, to keep them safe, just like we are. If we can keep our oceans clean, then we can all enjoy life and know that our environment is protected. Mr Speaker, the future is bright with articulate voices like those of 8-year-old Yazra. Thank you, Speaker.
And I call the member for Perth.
Thank you, Speaker. Some 500 Australians have died from COVID since Parliament last met in August. Christmas will not be the same for those 500 families. I pass on my condolences to each of them. But sadly, this government fails to see that the words that they choose and the way that they approach this crisis is a life and death policy challenge. They misestimated the seriousness of this challenge when they backed Clive Palmer in the High Court. They belittled 2.7 million Western Australians when they called us a hermit kingdom. The Prime Minister went further when he compared Western Australia to cave people. And now it's embarrassing to see the Prime Minister for New South Wales try to explain his policy using cartoon analogies such as the Croods. But then along came the Deputy Prime Minister. He launched an intracontinental ballistic missile at the people of Western Australia, comparing Western Australia to North Korea. He said, "You are, quote, you are going to really turn yourself into a hermit kingdom, like we'll have North Korea and kind of another hermit kingdom on the west coast of Australia." This is the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia attacking 2.7 million West Australians who simply want to live without COVID and without interference from this government. We deserve so much better from the Deputy Prime Minister, and it's embarrassing that not one Liberal—
The member's time has concluded. The member for Menzies.
Mr Speaker, I take this opportunity to draw attention to the volunteer charitable community and sporting and other civic groups in my electorate of Menzies of round 7 of the Stronger Communities grants, a round that will be opening soon. These grants provide amounts of between $2,500 and $20,000 to organisations to be able to undertake important provision of equipment and like into the area. And in the past, these grants have gone for things like solar panels, IT equipment, upgraded kitchens, air conditioning equipment, upgraded toilets, new sports grounds, shelters, an all-weather area, vehicles, watering system, disabled toilets, a community garden, a scoreboard, refrigerators, storage, an upgraded women's change rooms, repaired wicket at a cricket oval, and shelter and barbecue. you. So very useful grants for organisations, not just my electorate, but for everybody here in this House, a total of $150,000 per electorate, and I encourage all charitable, voluntary community organisations to contact their local federal Member of Parliament to get their applications in. This round opens very shortly, closes in December, so this is the opportunity. If there is much needed equipment that you want for your organisation, contact, in my case, in Menzies, my office, or your federal Member of Parliament.
The member for Greenway.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There's a sentiment I know that is widely shared. There's something about being born and bred in Western Sydney that compels you to try harder than everyone else. And, Mr Speaker, the residents of Western Sydney could not have tried any harder than they did over our 106 days in lockdown. I pay tribute to the good people of Greenway for their resilience in the face of tremendous adversity, to the countless community organisations and volunteers who established free food distribution networks to so many people isolated and doing it tough, to the small businesses who made the incredible sacrifice to close for the public good, too many of them unfortunately permanently, to the parents and teachers who with patience and ingenuity helped navigate the remote learning environment, with a shout-out to the Blacktown School principal whose wisdom went viral when they told us to focus on our children rather than their learning, to our frontline healthcare workers and our police who exercised professionalism and compassion, knowing the vast majority of residents wanted to do the right thing, but it was made so difficult when at one stage there were 40 rule changes in 60 days. But, Mr Speaker, most importantly, the smart people of Greenway knew all along that getting vaccinated was a race. So much so that by mid-September, our electorate became the most vaccinated one in the entire country. Thank you, Greenway, for keeping one another safe during such a tough time.
If members entering the chamber, it's 2 o'clock, so the time for members' statements has concluded. If members entering the chamber could do so as quickly as possible and take their seats.
Oh no, it got cut off at 2, yeah. So it might push you.
Members could just take their seats. Member for Macarthur. Member for Macarthur, could you just take your seat? I have to report that the order of the day relating to the Leader of the House's motion relating to the murder of Sir David Amos has been debated in the Federation Chamber and is returned to the House. I present a certified copy of the motion. I understand it's the wish of the House to consider the matter immediately. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Leader of the House be agreed to. As a mark of respect, I ask all present to signify their approval by rising in their places. I thank the House. Questions without notice. The member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development. An Auditor General's report published yesterday found 55% of the grants earmarked for regional development over a 4-year period were given to major cities. How can the Minister claim the government is delivering for the regions when it is clearly not?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and might I state that in that Auditor General's report, which I've been through, it says quite clearly that they don't stand by the integrity of the data that is actually stated in it, and it also states that it includes
members on my left.
If you want to hear the answer, member for Grainler, and it also includes such things as a community grant scheme, which does not include regional areas. And of course, you must clearly understand, and I know you do, that includes things such as the
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he's such a comedian. But anyway, and it includes such things as the Royal West Children's Society, which of course is based in Manly, and we're going to say that they aren't deserving of funds. Mr. Speaker, it includes such things as Ronald McDonald House, which of course is proximate to where those children have to go for treatment. Are we going to therefore argue against that? I mean, I understand the member for Eden Monero's question, but overwhelmingly, of course, this does benefit people in regional area. And we have things, Mr. Speaker, and I was looking at one such as in the member for Flynn's electorate, where we upgraded the water requirements for the small town of Bigoton. I think it's only about 890 people or something live in Bigoton, a very small town for the member for Eden Monero. And in that town, it was over $5 million was required to upgrade the water system. Now, this is just not possible. It's not possible for a cost like that to be carried by the people of Bigoton unless they get the support of a government who looks to the corners of this nation. A government that looks to the corners of this nation, and that's what such things as a Building Better Regions Fund does. That's what such things as the Building Better Regions Fund does. And because it does that, we have the capacity to help those small towns. We have the capacity to help towns such as in my area of Werris Creek, a railway town, where the same thing, we had to upgrade the dams and the water facilities, which the Building Better Regions Fund and grants such as this do. Now, I acknowledge that the administration of sections of that grant are done in the city, the administration, and that certain grants, such as Ronald McDonald House, are in the cities. But I hope the member for Eden Monero is not asking for us to remove funding to such things as Ronald McDonald House.
The member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. 70% of Australians aged 16 years and over have met the call to be fully vaccinated against COVID-19. With such a tremendous effort and more milestones to come, will the Prime Minister outline to the House how the Morrison government's national plan for reopening is working by putting restrictions like lockdowns behind us so we can safely live with the virus?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Higgins for her question and her constant advice when it has come to managing the issues of the pandemic, given her great experience, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, it is great news for Australia. 70% of Australians aged over 16 have been fully vaccinated. Our full vaccination rate now, Mr Speaker, is in excess of the United States, and indeed our first dose vaccination rates have not only passed the European Union, countries like Germany and so on, Mr Speaker, and Israel. Within days we will also pass on first dose vaccinations the United Kingdom as well. Mr Speaker, in Victoria in particular and in Tasmania, they will go through that 70% gate in the next 24 hours, joining New South Wales and the ACT as Australia's vaccination rate surge to what we expect will be, Mr Speaker, one of the highest vaccination rates of anywhere in the world. Now, Mr Speaker, that has been a great effort by Australians, and I thank Australians for keeping their side of the deal of the national plan, which said go out and roll up your sleeve, Mr Speaker, and we will get through this together, Mr Speaker. And that is what Australians have been doing. They have been keeping their side of the deal of the national plan, and that has been enabling them not just to have saved lives, Mr Speaker, saved more than 30,000 lives over the course of this pandemic, not only just to have one of the strongest economic performances throughout the course of the pandemic, but, Mr Speaker, as we now move towards having one of the highest rates of vaccination around the advanced world today. Now, Mr Speaker, that means the Melbourne lockdown will end on Thursday night as a result of the national plan, Mr Speaker. It means that in New South Wales and the ACT, the lockdown has already come to an end, Mr Speaker. It means restaurants and cafes and pubs open, Mr Speaker. It means the barbers, Mr Speaker, and the hairdressers will be able to fix many of the home cuts that have been done during lockdown, Mr Speaker, over the last few months. I know there's plenty of people looking forward to that. Mr Speaker, live theatre is open again in Sydney now. Hamilton is back on the stage, Mr Speaker, and in the middle of November, Harry Potter will return to the stage in November as the national plan takes effect. Kids are back at school. They're going back to school, Mr Speaker, and what's great, kids are getting together again, they're having play dates, they're having sleepovers again, Mr Speaker. That's what the national plan has been designed to deliver. And in Queensland, Mr Speaker, I welcome the fact that they're opening their borders again in December. I welcome the fact that they're introducing home quarantine for people returning to Queensland. But, Mr Speaker, there are 8,000 Queenslanders who need to be able to get home, Mr Speaker, and have access to home quarantine. And I encourage the Queensland Government further down that path, as I also do in South Australia and in Tasmania. Mr Speaker, Australia is opening up because of their great efforts. Thank you, Australia.
The member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you. And my question is again to the Minister for Regional Development. Can the minister confirm this government has spent regional funds on the North Sydney pool but rejected a funding application for the Bega War Memorial pool?
The Deputy Prime Minister. The member for Jellybrand is warned.
Mr Speaker, I find it rather peculiar that the member for Jellybrand has all straight away opened up with a joke about Ronald McDonald, obviously referring to Ronald McDonald House. You must think that is humorous, member for Jellybrand. I'm sure the people watching you think you're a complete lark.
Deputy Prime Minister, I've asked the member for Jellybrand. The member for Jellybrand will not interject again, or he'll be ejected. So to the Deputy Prime Minister, I've already cautioned the member for Jellybrand. Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And it does seem the Building Better Regions Fund, in the last round there was $1.7 billion worth of requests, which shows that this is an incredibly well responded to grant system. And within that system we had over 1,000 applications in the last round. Now, Mr Speaker, there are so many areas in regional Australia, and I acknowledge the member for Eden Monaro's question, where she talked about a certain grant, which unfortunately, within the envelope that we have, we were unable to help on that issue. But what we can say quite clearly is that in the last round, in further discussions within the Expenditure Review Committee of the Coalition, we extended a further $100 million. $100 million, a $300 million package, because we look towards those corners of our nation which we can help. And Mr Speaker,
the Deputy Prime Minister will pause. Deputy Prime Minister will pause. Members on my left will cease interjecting. The member for Macquarie is persistently interjecting. I will not tolerate members who ignore my repeated warnings. I'm trying to listen to the Deputy Prime Minister's answer, which I'm finding difficult, and those behind the manager of opposition business are the first to complain when I'm asked to rule on a point of order and I haven't heard everything. I am going to labour the point. It prevents me doing my job and it's disruptive to the House. And if you think it makes any political difference, you're wrong. You're all wearing masks. It's just a loud wall of noise. The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And of course we are making sure that we continue this program, obviously, and we hope that the Australian people find it prudent for the re-election of a coalition government, and we are striving our very best to make sure that they see us in that light. And we look forward to the Labor Party putting forward their views on what they intend to do with the Building Better Regions Fund, And it's interesting that you bring that up, the member for Eden Monaro. Interesting, because I was noting this, that back in was it 2014, 2014 in the electorate of... Oh, we don't want to hear this, do we?
The Deputy Prime Minister will resume his seat. I think the Manager of Opposition Business can resume his seat too. Excuse me, sorry, at this point. I can anticipate where the Deputy Prime Minister is going, which is back 7 years. The question was very specific. It asked whether the Deputy Prime Minister could confirm one grant had been received and another one hadn't. Within that context, he's been very relevant up until this point, but he doesn't have the ability to go down a track of looking at other grants. Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, of course, Mr Speaker, I can confirm that one grant has been received and another one hasn't. That's the answer you want.
The member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Will the Deputy Prime Minister outline to the House how the Morrison-Joyce government's plans for a strong economic recovery is delivering infrastructure projects and creating jobs in regional Australia, and particularly in my home state of Queensland? And I'd like to thank the BBRF for that project to the township.
No, the member will just ask his question. Okay, you've missed 90-second statements. Okay, the Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Oh, Mr Speaker, you're too cruel. And but Mr Speaker, I would have to acknowledge that the member for Flynn is retiring, and he has had a marvellous career here over a decade. And Mr Speaker, it's a marvellous career after being a great success in business. And one of the most understated people in this building is the member for Flynn. He has written more cheques and done more business than many other people here combined. And that's the sort of acumen we want. That is the sort of acumen we want, whether it's fuel businesses, hotel businesses. I know he's got a great love of the racehorse business and still has. But, Mr Speaker, he has stood behind his people. He has stood behind the 845 people of Bigoton, as he just mentioned, with the $5.7 million they got for the Bigoton water treatment plant. Mr Speaker, if the people of Bigoton had to pay for it per person, man, woman and child, that's over $6,700 each. $6,700 each they would have to find. And of course they can't find that money, and that's why we have a coalition government, Nationals and Liberals, to make sure the people of Bigoton are looked after. Or it's not just there, Mr Speaker. It could be the Ivy Anderson village at Springshaw. Mr Speaker, as you know, people want to be born in an area, live in an area, work in an area, and spend the last of their days or the rest of their days in that area. And in Bigoton and in Springshaw, with 1,100 people, it was $4 million that the Nationals and Liberals, the coalition government, provided so that people could have, those 9 extra units. I know it's hilarious. For us, we find this serious. We find aged care serious. But and we make sure that we provide for that in a myriad of forms. And in Gladstone, that great industrial city, with everything from coal, from beef, from grain, from sodium cyanide, from all the things, in excess of 45,000 people in that marvellous industrial city that the member for Flynn has stood beside. And he's going to make sure after his decade in the air that that city continues to grow for the decades into the future. Mr Speaker, it's not just in the member for Flynn's seat, but also as we go north to Hells Gate. Hells Gate, the member for Kennedy's seat, who's not here today. The member for Kennedy, I was speaking to the member for Kennedy today, or more to the point, he was speaking to me, and we once more went over Hell's Gate and how important that is for the development of our nation, for the damn Hell's Gate, as rightly pointed out to me by the Prime Minister, that the business case will arrive back here early next year, and this will be instrumental in not only in the wealth of those downstream, but in moving water west. That is vision. That's what you get from the coalition. That's why the Australian people will be re-electing us.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister in his capacity as the Minister representing the Minister for Regionalisation. In the Senate just now, the Minister for Regionalisation has said that if the Prime Minister adopts net zero without the approval of the National Party, quote, it will be ugly. Does the Minister agree?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, what I can say is that the that the process of going through this has been diligently followed. The process, and I have been in close contact with the Prime Minister through this process. And what I can say, Mr. Speaker, in that a committee of four, which is Minister Mackenzie, Minister Pitt, Minister Littleproud and Minister Hogan, have all been working on this process, and as recently as today I've had a meeting because we're going to make sure that the Prime Minister of Australia is reported back to as soon as possible. In fact, I believe in the next within the next day that we will get back to him, because we are not grandstanding. This is not.
Members on my left.
Well, what I do, I'll take the interjection.
No, don't take the interjection. I'm about to deal with the interjections.
There was about 400 of them, but what I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, is I hear so often how the Labor Party have been wanting this for 8 years, I think, but we haven't received one dot of a costing, one dot of a proposed plan, not one dot of it. So even though they have not provided us a skerrick of evidence as to how they would achieve their outcome after 8 years. And by gosh, Mr. Speaker, they've had a lot of spare time in that 8 years.
Just say to the Deputy Prime Minister, the member for Isaacs, I can still hear you, notwithstanding the fact you've moved. The Deputy Prime Minister just needs to come back to the question. I realise the provocation, but he just needs to come back to the question. I allowed some tolerance.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, interjecting.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that we follow a prudent process. I acknowledge the work. I acknowledge the work for the Senator of Victoria, but I state that it will be a prudent process for which our party can stand behind, and we will work constructively to make sure that that is not only the best outcome for regional people, that we respect the role of the Nationals Party room, that the final arbiter will be the Nationals Party room of our position. We know.
Members on my left.
We know your position. We know
the members for Isaacs and Whitlam can leave understanding.
That's correct, Member for Granger. I am the Deputy Prime Minister, and you are the Leader of the Opposition, and long may that be the case.
The member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, a number of climate-denying national members of your government have been holding climate policy to ransom, so other members can reflect their community's call to rapidly act on climate change. Will you allow an open debate and conscience vote on the climate change bill before Parliament, or are the Nationals' votes the most powerful within the coalition?
Just before I call the Prime Minister, the first part of the question had some descriptions in it that really don't belong in a question, I need to say, assertions like that. And I think all members, including the member for Warringah, wouldn't like if there was a question that made an assertion about them. So I'm just going to point that out, that is not really what question time's for. There are other forms of the House where people can engage in political combat of that nature. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The world's response to climate change, and that will be the subject of the summit that is being held in Glasgow in a few weeks' time, will be seeking to bring people together on this issue. And, Mr. Speaker, the response that is being made around the world to climate change will have a significant impact on Australia. It will have a significant impact, particularly on rural and regional Australia, and it would be, I think, unfair for this place to send anything other than a message to those Australians that we understand that we understand that people in rural and regional Australia will face some real challenges to their economic futures because of what is happening around the world and the changes in the global economy. Now, the Liberals and the Nationals understand that, and we think it's important that we don't engage, I think, Mr. Speaker, with those who have a different view to us or even different views in a discussion in any sort of pejorative way. I don't think that's very helpful, Mr. Speaker, in what we're trying to achieve here, because I think Australians, Mr. Speaker, want to embrace the changes that are occurring, but I also think they want to ensure that all Australians can go ahead together, Mr. Speaker, in rural and regional areas, and that we have a clear and considered plan for how that is going to be achieved. so we can both mitigate the negative impacts of what is going to occur and realise the opportunities that can be there for all Australians, but particularly in rural and regional areas. Now, Mr Speaker, that is what the government is working through, and the government will make a decision about the position that will be taken to COP26, Mr Speaker. The date hasn't changed. It's been the same date all year, Mr Speaker. We've been working towards that date over the course of the year, so when I attend that summit, I will take the government's position. And the government's position, Mr Speaker, will be determined, like all government positions are, and that is by the federal cabinet. Because, Mr Speaker, that was the approach taken in the past when it came to these matters, and on the commitments that Australia has made in the past on these issues. On Kyoto 1, we meet and we beat. On Kyoto 2, we met and we beat it, Mr Speaker. And on Paris, we will meet and beat the commitments that we have made. Now, Mr Speaker, there is no mystery at all on this side of the House as to what our 2030 target is. It's what we took to the last election. It was endorsed by the Australian people, Mr Speaker, and we have been implementing those policies, and we have seen a 20% and more reduction in carbon emissions since 2005. We have one of the highest rates, if not the highest rates, of rooftop solar in the world. We are seeing record levels of investment in renewable technologies here in Australia, and we propose there to be more. Now, Mr Speaker, those opposite have not set out their 2030 target. They have repealed, they say, the target they took to the last election.
Concluded. The member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer inform the House how the Morrison government's strong economic management and sticking to our national plan in ensuring our economy is set up to generate more jobs for Australian families and businesses? Is the Treasurer aware of any alternative policies?
The Treasurer.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Chisholm for a question. Acknowledge her background in small business, Mr Speaker, in small business as a speech pathologist and as a strong advocate for the people of Burwood, Box Hill and Blackburn across her electorate. Now, Mr Speaker, today the Australian economy got some further positive economic data. Job ads were up 4.9% for the month, Mr Speaker, with the strongest growth in New South Wales, job ads up 16%, Mr Speaker. We have seen data from the National Skills Commission which demonstrates that businesses are rehiring as their doors are reopening, Mr Speaker. Businesses are rehiring as their doors are reopening. And we know that the Australian economy will rebound strongly as a result of the economic support that we have put in place and as a result of the restrictions easing across the country. And I welcome the fact that tomorrow, in the great state of Victoria, we will see those restrictions eased. Now, yesterday, consumer confidence was up for the 6th week in a row. Last week, business confidence was up. Last week, we saw Australia's AAA credit rating reaffirmed and our economic outlook upgraded. And we know that $330 billion has been accumulated on household and business balance sheets that primes the Australian economy for a strong recovery. Now, I'm asked, are there any alternative policies, Mr Speaker? Well, we've seen from those opposite the carbon tax, which saw electricity prices skyrocket. We saw from those opposite the mining tax, which didn't raise any revenue. We saw the cash for clunkers and we saw the pink bats. But 77 days ago, we got another policy that probably makes Labor's greatest hits, Mr Speaker. That was a $6 billion conversation starter, a cash splash to pay $300 to people who've already had the jab, Mr Speaker. Now, the member for Rankin, in a cameo appearance before this chamber, Mr Speaker, he had this view. He said that the government should pick up and run with the idea, Mr Speaker. But it's not a memo that the shadow cabinet got, Mr Speaker, because they're not running with the idea, they're running away from the idea, Mr Speaker. Because on Insiders, Senator Katie Gallagher, the Shadow Finance Minister, was asked directly about the $300 payment to people who already had the jab. What did she say? Is it still their policy? The time has passed for that.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development. The Business Council of Australia's recent modelling shows that, in dollar terms, regional Australians will be 3 times better off from a transition to net zero by 2050 than people in cities. Does the minister agree with that modelling? What does the government's own modelling show?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, one part of that question's very simple. I don't agree with the Business Council of Australia's modelling, so you want a straight answer, there it is. Nor should I have to, because that's the Business Council of Australia's modelling. And so they're entitled to their modelling. And modelling is not a letter from God. It is no more than the opinion of people. Maybe the member for Grainer is an expert in non-linear regression analysis. I'm certainly not. So I'm not going to say, well, you certainly are not. At least I did econometrics. You didn't. So the issue, of course, Mr. Speaker, is I doubt whether the skill sets for analysis of things such as regression analysis reside in many corners of this chamber at all. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm confounded in my ignorance about who is expert in that. So when we talk about modelling and when we talk about have I been aware of modelling, I'd have to say, Mr. Speaker, the people with the capacity to do a deep dive into modelling, to get to the very bottom of it, would be a very, very small group indeed. A very, very small group indeed. What I am interested, though, in, Mr. Speaker, is the results of modelling, and for that, the member for Hume, the minister, has shown us sections of that, and we are aware of that. And Mr. Speaker,
members on my left,
and on the premise of that, we have used the time. 1 week to deal with something that will go for decades into the future, to do our very best to make sure that we are able to correspond with our people and our electorates, our best analysis, so that we can give them the best deliberations on an incredibly important decision. Now, the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, have had, obviously, the Prime Minister, as leader of the Liberal Party, has had the capacity for their analysis of this. But the Labor Party, Mr. Speaker, has told us that in the last 8 years they've been calling for something, and in 8 years, Mr. Speaker, they have not come up with a plan. They have not come up with a plan. We don't know what they've been doing. They have not given us any costing. What they have said is there's something they will buy. They don't quite know what it costs, and they don't quite know what it is, but they're going to buy it. No, I'm finished.
Okay. The member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Will the minister please update the House on the key milestones in the vaccine rollout and how these are continuing to keep Australian lives and livelihoods safe?
The Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Robertson and note to the House that Australians have now passed the 70% double-dose vaccination rate. To be precise, 70.007. Our first dose rate as a nation is 85.5%, and in Robertson it's over 80% for double dose and an extraordinary 95% for those that have already had their first dose. Around the nation, Australians have stepped forward and are stepping forward to protect themselves and their families, their friends, their communities and their country. And we thank them and we honour them. And they are doing that in record numbers. What we've seen is 277,000 come forward in the last 24 hours. We've now passed the 33 million mark for Australians that have been vaccinated. We've passed the million mark for those who are between 12 and 15 that have had either first or second doses. 60% and 25% respectively, for first and second doses for those young Australians who are doing their bit to protect the country. And then when we look around the states and territories, here in the ACT an extraordinary 98.1%, New South Wales over 92%, Victoria is on the cusp of joining that 90% club at just over 89%, Tasmania is on its way to 90%, and all other 4 jurisdictions, South Australia, the NT, Queensland and WA, are in the 70% to 80% bracket, and those numbers are increasing every day. All of this means that in a world that is seeing over 400,000 cases a day, 7,500 lives lost, 7,500 lives lost in the last 24 hours, Australians are protecting themselves and they are protecting others. And we couldn't have done this without the extraordinary work of our nurses and our doctors, our pathologists, whether it's public or private, everybody who has been assisting in the process of this vaccine rollout. It is about saving lives and it's about protecting lives. And we see this in terms of the results with regards to hospitalisation, serious illness and loss of life, that the vaccines are protecting people, and we are doing this as we said we would do, but we are doing it with record numbers. And I want to thank every Australian that has come forward, but to continue to urge those that have yet to have a first dose, those that are due to have their second dose, to come forward and be vaccinated.
Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development. Does the minister agree with the National Farmers Federation President Fiona Simpson, who says the lack of a net zero target will punish farmers?
Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for a question. And I'd say I've got great respect for the National Farmers Federation, great respect. But I'm not here as a member of the National Farmers Federation. I'm here as a member of the Nationals Party, and to make sure that those people in regional Australia who we represent are treated with respect and are given the best, our best endeavours on an incredibly important decision, that they know that we have been dutiful in our task. Now, Mr Speaker, I also say, and this is really important, that every time someone mentions the Nationals Party, a great kernel within our party it is farmers. But even in my own electorate, Mr Speaker, only 12% of my electorate are farmers. 12% of my electorate are farmers, of which I am one. And of course, Mr Speaker, what we have done for those people and those electorates is the reason overwhelmingly those seats are held by Nationals and Liberal Party members, because what they have heard from the Labor Party in regards their future has been pretty dire. If we go back through the record of the Labor Party, whether it's the carbon tax or the closure of the live cattle trade, it is not a good record at all. It is not a good record at all. But, Mr Speaker, we are also making sure, and this is fundamentally important, that in our deliberations we understand people in the working-class areas of Gladstone, in the working-class areas of Townsville, in the areas of South Tamworth. We are very mindful of the people of Singleton and of Muswellbrook, that those people who live in the streets, who may not be farmers but are just as important, will know that the Nationals are in there fighting for them.
The member for Ford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Will the minister please update the House on how the Morrison government's national plan facilitates a safe opening of Australia's international borders and ensures that Australians and permanent residents currently waiting overseas can return home?
The Minister for Home Affairs.
Thank you, and I thank the member for his question, and I congratulate the people in his electorate of Ford who have rolled up their sleeves and have helped Australia to reach the significant milestone of a 70% vaccination rate right across the country. So we are officially in Phase B of the national plan. Now, as we continue to hit those vaccination milestones, we will reopen our international borders, and we will do that in line with the national plan. We want to make sure that families, friends, loved ones can be reunited as soon as possible. We want to bring into this country the international students that have long enjoyed learning and studying here in Australia. We want to make sure that we can bring in the skilled workers that Australian industry so desperately needs. And we want to make sure that as soon as we possibly safely can do so, we will be bringing back international tourists here so that they can enjoy everything that we have to offer here in this country. Now, we've made it very clear that the first step in reopening our borders is lifting the travel restrictions for fully vaccinated Australian citizens, permanent residents and their families, including parents both here and overseas. And with many states and territories moving to home quarantine or to no quarantine for fully vaccinated travellers, international travel will be far easier. It will also mean that fully vaccinated Australians wanting to return from overseas can come home quicker. Now, we know that vaccination is the key to being able to safely reopen to the world, which is why we have been planning for a time when we'd reach vaccinations of 80%, which is Phase C of the national plan. And we are on track to achieve that nationally early next month. And as someone who represents an electorate on a state border, I have to say that I am looking forward to the day when state borders become a sign on the side of a road and not a roadblock, not something that stops people from being able to enter and to come home. So from a Commonwealth perspective, we will manage a sensible, staged reopening of our international borders. The Australian Border Force stands ready to make sure that they are in a position, as they are, to support the reopening of our international airports, and they will be working very closely with airlines to support passengers as they enter and they leave Australia. So the Australian people have done the right thing. They've done that by achieving that very significant milestone of 70% vaccination rates today. And they can be assured, absolutely assured, that the Morrison government is committed to restoring our normal way of life and the freedoms that generations of Australians have enjoyed for years.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Transport. Does the minister agree with the Prime Minister that electric vehicles will end the weekend?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I don't know whether that is a complete quote. I think whether it was taken in context, I have a suspicion, Mr Speaker, that it's not actually taken in context, and I think that it might have been a reflection of another party's policies and not our own. I don't think that was a reflection of our policies. And, Mr Speaker, it's quite clear that we understand the dynamics of this nation. We note also, Mr Speaker, as he refers to electric cars, that Boris Johnson has a policy on electric cars at the moment. I'm sure that in some areas they're very pertinent, but of course in other areas they're not. But what it does say, Mr Speaker, that we might. Do you want to?
The Deputy Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Speaker, a point of order, and it goes to relevance and the Minister's answer, where he said he wasn't sure about the quote. I'm happy to provide the quote.
I've heard the question. It was a short question, and I'm ready to rule on the point of order. As I've repeatedly said as Speaker, I can't vouch for the accuracy of questions or indeed answers. No, I don't, and I certainly don't want to start receiving evidence during question time. I'm just pointing out that's the nature of question time. It's not my role to vouch for the accuracy or not. I just simply make the point, when a question is framed, even in a tight way like that, that has as its heart an accusation, the questioner well knows, particularly an experienced one, that it might be seeking a yes or no answer, but that cannot be compelled, and the minister answering the question merely needs to be relevant to it, and I'm listening to him. The Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Matt, very, very much, Mr. Speaker. And I note that I believe that the context of that question was on the premise of a policy brought forward by the then Leader of the Labor Party, the member for Maribyrnong. Now, what I can say for the member for Maribyrnong, he seems to have a more substantial policy direction in regards to any target than the member for Grayndler, who in his time in the seat has not presented any policy of how he would achieve the objectives of what he wants. So what we have in this place is quite clear. We have a policy that has been developed and planned diligently, I imagine, over an incredibly long period of time by the Leader of the Liberal Party, the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Australia. We have a process of analysis that has now been conducted by myself and the Nationals, and we have a complete and utter void on the other side.
The member for Parkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Health. Will the minister update the House on the success of the rollout of the Morrison-Joyce government's vaccination program in rural, regional and remote areas?
The Minister for Regional Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for Parkes for his question, and I would like to compliment him on the tireless work that he has done for his electorate of Parkes, which is as big as the country called Germany.
Members on my left.
I'd also like to compliment him on the great work he did when he was in the health portfolio, with his work on the single employer model for GP registrars and the innovative models of care, which are really kicking goals in the workplace dilemma in the health portfolio. He's also lived through the cyclone of Delta arriving in his own electorate, and he and his contacts and liaising with the Flying Doctor Service, the New South Wales local health districts, with the GPs and the pharmacies has meant that Western New South Wales has got through it. Regional Australia was at the forefront of planning back in 2020. There was a special plan put in place for vaccine delivery amongst Indigenous back in March before this Delta wave hit. And that model is being used around the country now in places like northern Victoria, around the fine city of Mildura that the member for Mallee looks after, and that model is working. There was a full court press of expanded vaccines powered into the area at short notice. There were extra GPs brought on board, extra pharmacies rolled out, Commonwealth vaccination clinics, Defence Vaccine Administration teams, OSMAT teams, and of course that net result is that now there are no more active cases in Wilcannia that everyone is aware of. The New South Wales Department of Health turned up with 30 motorhomes to supply isolation accommodation for those cases, so it was really a full court press. And we have seen that around other places. Regional Australia, there has been a lag in Indigenous rates, but because of the ACHOs engaging with their own local leadership teams and counteracting all the misinformation on social media, they are catching up. When I visited Tobwabba, my own Aboriginal Medical Service, their vaccination rate is 62% double vax, which is a great achievement.
Member for
So
Macarthur.
Regional Australia has been at the forefront of planning and implementation and delivery, and whether you're in the most far-flung regions of Australia, Commonwealth plans, either the Flying Doctor or all those primary care people doing a wonderful job, will look after you and keep you safe.
The member for McMahon.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development. The minister opposes the New South Wales Government New England Renewable Energy Zone, saying it will turn the region into a sea of wind farms. That zone will create thousands of jobs, cheaper electricity and $11 billion of investment in his own electorate. Why does the Minister for Regional Development oppose regional jobs?
Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I must say we are looking forward, if that is the case, to wind farms in Sydney. I suppose if all these jobs that we created, then there is absolutely no reason we can't put them off the coast of Manly. There's no reason at all. If it creates all these thousands of jobs, you would have no problems with that. So I acknowledge that the Shadow Minister has clearly stated that he has got no problems with wind farms off the coast of Manly. He has no problems with wind farms off the coast of Manly, and you probably might hear about that in the paper, and it looks like we have other members who have got no problems on the Labor Party with wind farms off the coast of Manly. But, Mr Speaker, this is a vexed issue. It is a vexed issue because I actually disagree with him fervently that wind farms create thousands of jobs in New England. They don't. They don't, right? They can produce power, there's no doubt about that, but they don't produce thousands of jobs. And what we have, and you're probably removed from regional areas, so you're not aware of this at the moment, that we now have a very vexed issue with the divide between those who are for wind farms and against wind farms in the areas where there are wind farms. And if you actually had any knowledge of regional areas, you'd be aware of that. Or you disagree with that, Member for Edmund area? I don't think so. This is the area we can divide communities right down the middle, right down the middle. And in so doing, we are making sure in New England and other areas, that just as we are on other policies, that we listen to the people and not come up with glib one-liners that completely misunderstand the issues. So the member for McMahon has clearly stated today that he wants wind farms off the coast of Manly, and may he stand by that statement.
I think the Deputy Prime Minister's concluded his answer, so we'll go to the next question. On a point of order, the Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
It goes to disorderly conduct. It's not within the realm of the Deputy Prime Minister to verbal members on this side during his speech. He just
the Leader of the
continues
Opposition
to do
can resume his seat. Now, the Leader of the Opposition can resume his seat, and I did anticipate that this would occur at some time during the sitting. I've made the point repeatedly that certainly ministers can't ask questions, because those non-ministers, it's not how question time works. I won't go through it all, it's fairly obvious. But I do think the Leader of the Opposition has a reasonable point, which is that the Hansard record shows what's said, and when it comes to so-called verballing, I see this in questions as well. And I am going to make that point. Whoever's expressing surprise, he must have been one of the ones that hasn't been here for a long time. So questions that have as their heart an accusation, like one just recently asked by the Leader of the Opposition, do fall into that category as well. And I don't think members want me intervening on absolutely every aspect where someone feels misrepresented. That's why they can claim to be misrepresented at the end of question time. The member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education and Youth. With many students in my electorate returning to school this week, will the Minister outline how the Morrison government is ensuring the national curriculum will help our kids roar back and instil a factual, positive view of our history and love of our country?
The Minister for Education and Youth.
Well, I'm going to thank the member for Bennelong for his question and his contribution to his electorate and indeed to our nation. Mr Speaker, it is fantastic that kids are returning to school in Melbourne and Sydney, and it is such a relief to parents and for kids. And as they do return to school, we are absolutely backing them in to roar back. We're doing that through record funding to every single school. We're doing that through additional mental health supports. We're doing that through keeping the economy strong so that there's opportunities for them post-schooling. And of course, Mr Speaker, we're also doing this through revising the national curriculum to ensure that standards are high and that we instil that love of country which the member for Bennelong referred to. Mr Speaker, as you'd be aware, that national curriculum is presently under review, but I've got to say that I would not support what the independent Australian Curriculum Authority has presently put out. And the reason being, Mr Speaker, is because in some cases standards haven't been lifted but have in fact gone backwards. And the clearest example of that is in the teaching of the times tables, where presently kids would be taught that in Year 3, but under the revised national curriculum, which ACARA has put out, the independent body, it would be taught in Year 4. In some other countries, it's actually taught in Year 2. But I can tell you what is suggested to be taught in Year 2, and that is to suggest or to analyse whether a statue is racist. So you can't learn the times tables, but you can do an analysis of a statue in Year 2 when you are 7. My biggest problem, though, Mr Speaker, is actually in the history curriculum.
Members on
and
my
it's in
left.
this history curriculum, Mr Speaker, where I have the greatest problem. Mr Speaker, as you know, we live in the greatest egalitarian, freest, wealthiest countries that has almost ever existed in the history of humankind. But if you read that national draft curriculum on the history, you wouldn't think this. It has such a miserable view of our history, Mr Speaker. And frankly, we're not going to stand for that, because there is a reason that we are the greatest country in the world, and kids need to learn about that reason so that they can defend it, so they can be proud of it, and they can do what previous generations have done. And Mr Speaker, I notice whenever I talk about this topic, whenever I talk about pride in Australia, I talk about pride in our history, the Labor Party opposite gets so upset because they have equally such a miserable view of our history, and they want that miserable view imparted onto kids. Well, we don't on this side of the House. We are proud of our country. We know that mums and dads are proud of their country, and we want to ensure that kids are equally proud.
The member for Brand.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development. BHP and Rio Tinto have committed to net zero emissions by 2050 for their companies. Given the mining, farming and livestock industries all support net zero, why won't the minister?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, first of all, I don't agree with the premise of the question that all farming industries support zero emission. There was certainly mention there, and all mining industries support zero emission. I acknowledge the statements of BHP and Rio, and the statements of the NFF. I acknowledge the statements made by the NFF. They certainly come with caveats. There's no doubt about that. And I haven't heard BHP and Rio or
Member for McMahon.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed that.
No, let's just move on, and interjections I'll deal with. You answer the question and I'll deal with those interjections.
So I did actually hear it, I just wanted to repeat it. So, Mr Speaker, it's incredibly important that we understand that the CEO of BHP or the CEO of Rio, who I think resides in London, well, one thing I do know is they don't reside in Muswellbrook, and they don't reside in Singleton, and they don't reside in Petra Avenue, South Tamworth, where I once lived. They don't reside in Emerald, and they don't reside in Gladstone. And so these people who had good luck to them, and God bless them, had a very fortunate life, will not live with the same outcomes if we don't do this properly as the people in the regional towns that we represent. So to talk about the views of someone who lives in the rarefied air as a senior business person, although we've got no problems with that whatsoever, is not really the people that the Nationals represent. We represent the blue-collar working men and women of the town of Gladstone, who have been deserted by the Labor Party. And we represent the miners of Mara, who have been deserted by the Labor Party. And might I quote also the member for Hunter, who I think realises this as well, who says the Labor Party has done nothing in regards to greenhouse gas reduction emissions in the last 14 years. So if there's one person that I think warrants listening to on this one is the member for Hunter, and he lives, unsurprisingly, in a mining seat. So we won't listen to people in the boardrooms or be bullied by people in the boardrooms. We will listen to the people who are actually our constituency.
The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture and Northern Australia. Will the minister update the House on how the Morrison-Joyce government has supported regional Australia through the COVID-19 pandemic, including through the government's support for the nation's iconic agricultural shows and field days?
The Minister for Agriculture.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Mallee for her question and her commitment and support of our strong agricultural shows and field days in her own electorate of Mallee. Our agricultural shows play an important role, not just bringing our communities together once a year, but also in showcasing what's so great about our agricultural industries. And sadly, COVID has struck them a cruel blow. The 50,000 volunteers across this country that turn up to support their community, to showcase their community every year, and the over 4,000 showmen and women who travel across this country in making sure that there are rides there for the kids as well to make the shows even better. And COVID has dealt them a cruel blow, not only this year but last year. Last year we committed $34.5 million to help support them get through these tough times, and an additional $25 million this year to help pay for many of those fixed costs that will not go away, like their insurance, like their rates, like their electricity. And they have no income stream to be able to support that. So for those cancelled shows and field days, we've stepped in and we've supported them to keep them going, to support those men and women that are prepared to volunteer for their community. And in the member for Mallee's own electorate, there's over $200,000 that has gone into that. And part of that, there's been over $38 million of that has gone to our rural shows. Last year, all our rural shows in our capital cities were shut down. This year, Brisbane, Adelaide, Melbourne, Canberra, and we're hoping Hobart will be able to showcase, were unable to run. And they play an important role in connecting the city and the bush, bringing the bush to the city and being able to showcase to those metropolitan Australians how we produce their food and fibre in the sustainable way that we do, so they can take pride and understanding of what Australian farmers do. So this is an investment not only in the city but also in the bush, in making sure there's an appreciation of the hard work that our men and women do in the agricultural sector. And we're continuing to make sure that we also support those showmen and women. And I've got to acknowledge the member for Marramong for his advocacy on this and bringing it to my attention, that they were the forgotten ones. And we've worked together to make sure that there's been over $8 million to support them, to take money and to provide money to the show societies to pay for their rents. So the show societies get the money, but the financial burden of these showmen and women is taken away. These are small businessmen and women right across our country that travel across our country and bring so much joy. And it was important that they were not forgotten, and I'm proud to say that we have not forgotten them. And we've also made sure with our show societies, particularly the country ones, we've supported them with a $20 million infrastructure fund to ensure that they can continue to build the infrastructure. When they've lost their revenue, they don't have the savings to be able to put towards new infrastructure. So $20 million has gone right across this country to help them build the infrastructure, have better shows next year. So our investment is about the men and women that put their heart and soul into our communities and making sure that the show goes on.
The member for McMahon.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development. Can the minister confirm the Morrison-Joyce government rejected the Caban wind and battery project that would provide dispatchable power to 96,000 homes and create 250 regional jobs in the Atherton tablelands? Why did the government oppose regional jobs?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
You can refer. No, you can.
Well, Mr.
Members
Speaker,
on my left, the Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, we know where the regional jobs lie. I can tell you, Mr Speaker, you know what's special, Mr Speaker, about Muswellbrook? It's a mining town. Singleton's a mining town. But I don't know of one town in Australia which you would say that is a renewable energy town. And that's the actual
Members
ground
on my
truth.
left.
the ground truthing of it.
The Deputy Prime Minister can resume his seat. The member for McMahon on a point of order.
Point of order on direct relevance, Mr Speaker. Muswellbrook is not in the Atherton Tablelands. The jobs are in the Atherton Tablelands.
The member for McMahon will resume his seat. The Deputy Prime Minister is 29 seconds into the answer. He's entitled some context, and I'm listening closely to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm very aware of Atherton, Tolga, Mareeba. I've spent a lot of time up there. I would suggest a lot more time than the member for McMahon. But if the member for McMahon is so sure of the belief of the renewable jobs as he states, then I can understand why he stands by why he'd want a renewable wind farm off the coast of Manly. I understand why he'd do that.
No, I just say that the Deputy Prime Minister needs to come to the question.
In his previous answer when I asked him whether he'd want
the Deputy Prime Minister needs to deal with the question that's been asked, not the previous
Mr.
question.
Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that we talk about and are very protective of the jobs that we in regional Australia have now. We are not going to go to the people of regional Australia and tell them that for the sake of the zeitgeist of the Labor Party that we will put them out of a job, because we are making sure we protect the jobs now. And if the Labor Party and the leader of the Labor Party and the member for Grainler wants to stand by those mining jobs, wants to stand by coal mining, let him come to the dispatch box right now and say so.
The member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Speaker.
member for Lindsay will resume her seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
It again goes to, I refer to your previous ruling, but if the Deputy Prime Minister continues to make assertions and invite the opposition to take action, when we don't, for people reading it, they will assume that that provides an answer in itself, the fact that we can't answer. And I'd ask you to consider, not necessarily that, but consider the ruling and report back at another time about this process, because it will disrupt the parliament.
Yeah, no, I won't report back. I can report now. I do say to ministers that they can't invite a member to do something that they're not able to do under the standing orders. They simply can't do that in question time or in any other part of the day. So what I'm seeking to do is to avoid that happening. It has happened from time to time since question time was invented, but it's better if it doesn't happen. And also, I should say that the tone of questions are also reflective of that sentiment. Okay, the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship, Migrant Services and Multicultural Affairs. Will the minister outline to the House how the Morrison government is keeping Australians safe by strengthening laws to cancel the visas of foreign nationals who have been convicted of serious offences? Is the minister aware of any threats to this approach?
The Minister for Immigration has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for Lindsay for that important question. I want to commend her for her work on community safety and her advocacy for victims of family and domestic violence in the electorate of Lindsay. She's a great advocate for them. For the Morrison government, community safety is our highest priority, Mr. Speaker, and you can see that in all the actions that the government has taken since we've been elected, from securing our borders, investing in national security, from building and rebuilding our defence forces. Security, community safety is the top priority of a coalition government when we come to office. That's why, under this government, we are now almost at the cancellation of 10,000 non-citizens whose visas have been cancelled or refused under the character test. For the House, Mr. Speaker, these are 10,000 serious criminals who've committed very serious crimes on Australians, who have either been deported, had their visas cancelled, or who have been prevented from ever coming here. For the purpose of this House, I just want to record that includes 216 murderers, 1,700 serious drug offenders, over 1,300 sex offenders, 320 outlaw motorcycle gang members, 37 kidnappers, thousands of other violent offenders. And for those thinking this is obvious, Mr Speaker, this is the first Australian government to take this question so seriously, to get the laws to be able to do this and to cancel these visas. And what we've done, Mr Speaker, in the last 3 years is ask the parliament for more laws to be able to take community safety even more seriously. And in doing so, we've been prevented by the Australian Labor Party in getting those powers to ensure that the Australian community can be even safer. And the question has to be asked, Mr Speaker, why does the Australian Labor Party oppose the government getting more power to deport foreign criminals and prevent criminals from ever coming here, Mr Speaker? These are straightforward laws, I say to this House, that have been proposed for many years. They say that if you are a serious criminal or offender that has been convicted for 2 years of a sexual-based offence, of a serious crime, then we can refuse your right to ever come here, Mr Speaker. A simple matter. These are laws that say if you commit a serious offence here, you will be deported from Australia, Mr Speaker. And Labor has again today voted these laws down. Why, Mr Speaker? We know that there are only one group of people in Australia who are happy about this today, and that is the Australian Greens. So I say to the Leader of the Opposition, I say to the Labor Party, why do you oppose these laws? Support the coalition. This bill will come back here, and we want you to support these laws.
The member for Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Regional Development, and I refer to the answers he gave yesterday on government modelling. Senator Canavan is demanding the release of government modelling that forecasts the impact of net zero emissions on agriculture. Given the Deputy Prime Minister has admitted that he has the modelling which shows regional impacts, will he release it?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for a question, and I might say to the member for Sydney, I said quite clearly I'd seen the results.
Members on my left.
And I can't.
Members
help
on
it,
my left.
Mr Speaker, I can't help it, Mr Speaker, if the member for Sydney and the tactics of the Labor Party can't read the Hansard, but if they want to go back and read the Hansard, they will clearly. Well, I think. No, the Hansard is out there, member for Greenlaw. The Hansard is most definitely out there, and you're out there with it. And so, so if you had read the Hansard, which is out there, you would note that I said the results of the modelling.
Yes.
Now, Mr Speaker, I also said earlier on that I don't pretend for 1 second to be an expert in non-linear regression analysis or linear regression analysis, all the statistical models that are pertinent to modelling. Now, Senator Canavan, Mr Speaker, is. There is one person who is. So I could understand the interest that he may have because he has the competency and skill set to go over that, and that is a very small subset of the people that reside in that, with that expertise in this parliament.
This is true.
The member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Will the Minister outline to the House the importance of a technology-focused approach to reducing emissions and how this approach ensures that we can create jobs and protect industry? Is the Minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, I thank the member for O'Connor for his question. As one of the most experienced farmers in this place, Mr Speaker, he's a representative of a strong agricultural and mining region in the west of Australia, Mr Speaker, and he understands the importance of a technology-led approach to providing affordable, reliable energy and bringing down our emissions, Mr Speaker, and it's developments in technology that will strengthen our regions, reduce our emissions without adding costs and without slashing jobs, Mr Speaker, without slashing jobs. That's our focus. It's technology, not taxes, Mr Speaker, and that's why we expanded
ARENA's mandate so it can invest in all priority technologies in our technology investment roadmap. Clean hydrogen, Mr Speaker, clean steel and aluminium, soil carbon, regenerating our soils, Mr Speaker, making them healthier, carbon capture and storage, Mr Speaker. And overnight, just overnight, the UK announced their plan to get to net zero, which includes $1 billion for a carbon capture and storage fund, Mr Speaker, to reduce UK emissions by 20 to 30 million tonnes across a series of different hubs, Mr Speaker. They're very similar to our policy, and like the UK, President Joe Biden has said he will double down on carbon capture and storage. Indeed, the IEA and the IPCC have both regard carbon capture as absolutely essential to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement, and that's crucial to making sure we have strong traditional industries in a country like ours as we bring down our emissions. Indeed, the only people, Mr Speaker, who are refusing to support CCS and the jobs and industries they support are sitting right there, Mr Speaker, in the Australian Labor Party. Now, to achieve our stretch goals in our roadmap, we need to utilise the expertise of every agency we have, including ARENA, Mr Speaker. But, again, twice this week, we've seen the Labor Party joining forces with the Greens to vote against the technology-led approach to reducing emissions, Mr Speaker. Talk about the tail wagging the dog. The member for Melbourne's tail wags this dog every day, Mr Speaker. Now, 7 times they've voted against ARENA investing in low-emissions technologies, including, Mr Speaker, low-emissions vehicles, electric vehicles. 7 times they've voted against more jobs for Australian workers. 7 times they've gone out of their way to undermine the prosperity of regional Australia, Mr Speaker. Together with the Greens, they seek to weaken our traditional industries of mining, agriculture and manufacturing and undermine our regions.
The member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. A question for the Minister for Regional Development. Given the potential of renewable energy projects in the regions to create jobs and make electricity cheaper, does the Minister agree with the Prime Minister that a renewable energy target is nuts and a muppet of a proposal?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I must say, and I'd like to thank the member for Kingsford Smith for letting me bat right through the innings. It's obviously been great to have a full day of questions. But, Mr Speaker, I reject the premise of the question on the basis that I have not seen in my electorate, which is a major renewable electorate, the thousands of jobs that he claims that they support. I can assure you, Mr Speaker, that as you go past the major renewable precincts, you certainly see lots of wind towers, but you don't see the so-called thousands of jobs. And that is why we make sure that we support where the jobs are. That is why the job of the Nationals Party is to diligently go over this proposal in such a form as that we can report back to our people that we have done our best endeavours to make sure that we protect their jobs, that over the coming decades we protect their standard of living, we protect their capacity to pay off the house that they have bought for their families, the car, the education, that is the role of the Nationals in regional areas. And, Mr Speaker, I'm happy for the member of Kingsford Smith to come to the New England. It's an open invitation, and we can travel round, and if he can find these thousands of jobs, then I would thank him very much for that, because they are just not there.
The member for Stirling.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel. Will the minister please update the House on how the Morrison government is continuing to support the health and well-being of veterans and their families, especially during Veterans Health Week?
The Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Well, I thank the member very much for his question. And of course, this week is Veterans Health Week, and there are more than 720 events planned right around Australia and those events have already kicked off. And I'm delighted that this year's Veterans Health Week is the biggest yet, with ex-service organisations and community groups coming together to host more than of those 720 events between Saturday and the end of November. So it's more than just a week, Mr Speaker. And this year's Veterans Health Week offers plenty of activities, including group walks and runs, water sports, seminars and workshops, dance classes, and even a scavenger hunt, Mr Speaker. And as part of the event calendar, veteran charity Swiss 8 has also been supported to host barbecues across the nation during Veterans Health Week and in the lead-up to Remembrance Day to help raise awareness of the importance of mental health. And so, Mr Speaker, I would encourage everyone out there, veterans and their families, to get involved in Health Week, Veterans Health Week. And I want to thank all of those ex-service organisations and community groups for showing their support and putting on a raft of fantastic COVID-safe events and activities for veterans and their families to participate in. And among the planned virtual events is the Bravery Trek Challenge 2021, run by the Bravery Trust, which challenges veterans and families to walk, run or cycle 100 kilometres to celebrate 100 years of the Royal Australian Air Force. And a full list of Veterans Health Week events and information about how to register is available on the DVA website. And you can go to dva.gov.au/VHW or call DVA on 1800-VETERAN. That's 1800-838-372, or you can email vhw@dva.gov.au. And, Mr Speaker, the veterans of Australia deserve the very best support and welfare that we can give them. And I'll take the interjection, Mr Speaker, and that's why—
the member for McEwen can leave under Standing Order 94. The minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I appreciate that. Working for veterans is an important piece of national work, Mr Speaker, whether it's through Veterans Health Week, whether it's supporting our veterans through counselling services, or whether it's speeding up the claims processing system, which is a project I'm very passionate about and working on at the moment. This parliament exists, Mr Speaker, to make life better for the people that we represent. And we are going to make sure that under the watch of this government, life is made better for our veterans and that they get all of the support and the care that they need and they deserve.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I join with the Minister and the government in acknowledging the importance of Veterans Mental Health Week. Particularly the events in Afghanistan recently have had a real impact, I know, not just on veterans from Afghanistan, but those who served us loyally in Vietnam and in other theatres of war. And the mental health of our veterans is something that we owe, a debt of gratitude to all the men and women who've worn our uniform in our name.
The Prime Minister.
Yeah, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
The Leader of the House with papers, and then we've got several personal explanations.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Just before we go to the first, I'll just wait. Yeah, no, I've got a long list, and sorry, member for McMahon, you're not at the top of it. Just wait for members. Our first one is remote, so I'm just waiting for members to leave the chamber. The members on my left, the member for Bowman has indicated he wished the call. In fact, he asked for the call yesterday, but I overlooked the matter. The member for Bowman, you have the call if you can hear us.
Speaker, I seek to make a personal explanation.
Does the member for Bowman claim to have been misrepresented?
I have, Speaker.
You may proceed.
Speaker, on April 16 this year, the opposition leader visited my electorate to make a series of unsubstantiated allegations referencing my standing in the community I represent. And during the course of a televised media interview conducted right in front of my electorate office, the opposition leader misrepresented me, claiming I had engaged in behaviour that brings politics into disrepute, that I've not represented the local community.
Members on my left.
It was an embarrassment to the local community. He then stated the words, "This is a creep," without any independent substantiation whatsoever. Finally, he misrepresented my apology, claiming it was for behaviour, when in fact it was nothing of the sort. My apology was for any hurt or distress that communication may have caused. And with the clear documentary evidence now available, and the absence of any complaint on these matters to answer after 6 months, let alone any investigation or even a charge, I repudiate these misrepresentations by the opposition leader and ask him to correct the record now that all this information is in the public domain.
Now go to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I seek to make a personal explanation.
Does the member claim to have been misrepresented?
Absolutely.
You may proceed.
Mr Speaker, on Monday, the 18th of October, the member for Gellibrand, in a speech to this parliament, stated, and I'll quote directly, "The member for Hughes was banned from Facebook for spreading COVID-19 misinformation." Mr Speaker, this is false. I was banned from Facebook for republishing the opinions and peer-reviewed studies from people like Dr Peter McCullough, Dr Zev Zelenko, Dr Brian Tyson, Professor Harvey Risch, Professor Thomas Barodi, Emeritus Professor Robert Clancy, Professor Paul Marrick.
To say to the member for Hughes, if you just pause for a second, I think you need to show where you believe you've been misrepresented. I think you've done that, and giving a whole list of examples doesn't sort of add to the point you've made. So unless you've got an additional point to make, I'd ask you to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There are many others, highly qualified medical professionals that I could quote. Facebook are not the arbiters of truth. The opinions and peer-reviewed published studies of highly qualified medical experts are not misinformation because they are different to the propaganda swallowed so easily by people like the member for Gellibrand.
No, the member for Hughes can resume his seat. We're now going to go remotely to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, under Standing Order 105B, I ask that you write to the Minister for Health and Ageing and ask for a response to question 606, which was placed in the notice paper on the 3rd of August earlier this year. This now well exceeds the 60 days and is way over, and I would say that constituents deserve a response.
I will write this afternoon. In fact, I'll sign the letter. As soon as I get back to the office, it'll be waiting. The member for McMahon.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to make a personal explanation.
Does the member for McMahon claim to have been misrepresented?
I do, Mr Speaker, by the Deputy Prime Minister, who during question time asserted that I had indicated during question time support for a wind farm off Manly. In fact, what I indicated support for was the government's Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill 2021, which will be debated in the House tomorrow, which enables the Minister for Energy to declare an offshore wind zone. Not only do we support it, we called for it for months.
Okay, I think we're now through that. So we had a late withdrawal. I have received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely almost a decade of inaction from the government. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I call the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, this week we have seen a government that has descended into a rabble without a cause. The Prime Minister is leaving Australia's future in the hands of a man who can't even see as far as the end of a sentence. And we saw that today in question time. A government where cabinet ministers openly dissociate themselves from their own government, including the Deputy Prime Minister. A mob that behaved like an opposition in exile on the government benches, led by a man of no conviction who has become a caricature of himself. A Prime Minister who is all smirk and mirrors, no substance. A Prime Minister incapable of dealing with the present, let alone taking Australia into the future. Now, after a decade of ridiculing climate action, they've been mugged by reality and dragged towards net zero by 2050. It's a familiar pattern. 1, you deny a problem exists. 2, you wait until it becomes a crisis. 3, you blame someone else for the inaction. 4, when you do act, it's always too little and too late. And 5, that when you do that, you pretend you've been there all along and hope no one notices. On bushfires we saw it. I don't hold a hose, mate. And then, when he decided to be hands-on, literally by forcing vulnerable people to shake his hand, he said, "Oh, I was there the whole way along." On the pandemic, JobKeeper was a dangerous idea that he opposed. Vaccines was not a race. We were first in the queue when we were right at the back. And of course, as a result, we have the Prime Minister's lockdowns, which we're coming out of now, where he tries to take credit for us coming out of the lockdowns, which are a direct creation of a failure on vaccine supply and on purpose-built quarantine. Now we're at climate, the latest in this pattern. Banal comments from those opposite and denial. They say now technology is the answer. But what's their position on technology? 1, they did create some funds, like the Emissions Reduction Fund. Where does the money come from for those funds? It comes from taxes. And yet they hope no one notices that. They say it's about technology. And yet the Prime Minister, of course, said that electric vehicles would end the weekend. That you wouldn't be able to drive your SUV, you wouldn't be able to tow your trailer. All this absolute nonsense when we see where the world is going on those issues. And at a time where previously, before they adopted that, you had the Treasurer writing op-eds supporting electric vehicles. On batteries to store renewables, the Prime Minister likened the biggest battery in Australia to being as significant as the big banana or the big prawn. Just dismissed all of it. And on renewable energy targets, he said it's nuts and it's a muppet of a proposal, the idea of having renewable energy targets. Well, remember when he became Prime Minister, he said it was a government of muppets. Well, he got that right then, and he's right now that this is a government of muppets. Because the fact is, in spite of all of that, they take people as mugs. They're funding the proponents of a coal-fired power station in Queensland that they promised at the last election would happen. They know it's not going to go ahead, but they're using taxpayers' funds regardless. This is a government that is scared of the present but terrified of the future and incapable of shaping the future to take advantage of the opportunities which are there. Labor wants to seize that opportunity. Labor wants to make sure that Australians can benefit from those opportunities. That's why, in my first budget reply, we advanced the Rewiring the Nation policy, a $20 billion plan to build transmission into the 21st century so that renewables can go into the grid. This mob, through Malcolm Turnbull, have got a good proposal that has gone ahead, Snowy 2.0. But guess what? It doesn't fit into the grid. It's going to be open. They haven't plugged it in so that you can use the energy for the grid. It is just extraordinary. Rewiring the nation will do just that. We want cheaper electric vehicles. We're not going to tell people what to drive. We're going to drive down the price, though, to make it competitive, to make sure that we're not the dumping ground for what the rest of the world doesn't want. And that's why you need to deal with these issues. We want community batteries so that it's not just about putting solar panels on roofs, it's about making sure that that energy can be stored. It's an efficiency measure. We want to make sure that Australians can take advantage of the jobs through new energy apprenticeships. Action on climate change is just one element of our plan of a better life for working families, secure Australian jobs and a future made in Australia. An economy that works for people, building back better from the pandemic through our National Reconstruction Fund, supporting existing industries but new industries, a future made in Australia, manufacturing here. This Deputy Prime Minister spoke about, I can't see jobs with renewables. It's about driving down energy prices that then enable you to manufacture goods and give you a competitive advantage. It's not about just the jobs in terms of maintenance of the wind farms or building the solar panels. It's about the whole economy and driving costs down. We want a future made in Australia. We want a Buy Australian plan. And we want people who work in those industries to have secure work. They want temporary labour to be imported. We want to train Australians so that we lift wages, don't drive them down. We want to deal with casualisation of the workforce. We want to look after gig workers. We want same job, same pay. We want to close the gender pay gap. We want to make wage theft a crime. We want to skill up Australians through Jobs and Skills Australia. We have a plan for working lives. We have a plan for cheaper childcare. We have a plan to look after Australians from their first years through to their later years by looking after aged care. We want equality for women. This mob set up inquiries to find out what their own office knew about things that happen in Parliament House. They can't be taken seriously. All those opposite have is fear. And this week we've seen the remarkable attempt by the Prime Minister to say net zero by 2050 under them is good, but net zero by 2050 under us is somehow not good. It's just extraordinary. Labor offers hope for a better future, and we have a plan to achieve it. A plan for an economy that works for people. A plan for people's working lives that gives them opportunity. A plan where no one is left behind and no one held back. A plan where Medicare is at the centre of our health system. A plan to offer hope for a better future, to shape change, which is inevitable change. You can either fear it or shape it in the interests of people. We want to do that. We can be a renewable energy superpower for the world. We're located in the fastest growing region of the world in human history. That presents us with an extraordinary opportunity to advance. It's consistent Labor's plan with what Labor always does. Look after people. Bring people with us on that journey. Labor has always seen the light on the hill as being critical. This Prime Minister is the gaslight on the hill, someone who's not prepared for the present, let alone capable of leading us into the future, led by a government whereby when he leaves and goes to Glasgow, the Deputy will be in charge of the country. The Deputy. It is embarrassing. A government that are incapable of the leadership that Australia needs, and that's why this Prime Minister always follows, never leads.
Time has expired, and I call the Minister for Immigration.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it isn't the audacity of hope from the Leader of the Opposition, is it? It's not really a positive, forward-leaning agenda for Australia and its future that we hear from him. Indeed, you wouldn't expect that from an opposition leader on a day where we reached 70.1% of vaccinations Australia-wide double-dosed, Mr Speaker. No mention of the fact that Australians are leaning in, working together in this pandemic with the support of the government, with the support of states and territories in the Commonwealth through our National Cabinet, to get through this pandemic in better shape than any other country in the world. Not just in a health sense, Mr Speaker, where we've been able to save 30,000 lives. 30,000 human beings have been saved because of the approach that our country has been able to put together, the work we've done together, and now the difficulties and sacrifices that people have made on behalf of each other. It is an outstanding result. And when we think about what Australians have contributed, we understand that this is going to be a difficult time as we recover and move out of the pandemic. It is the case that the government has spent enormous time working with our community to make sure we support our economy as we get through this difficult period. That's why you've seen programs like JobKeeper, JobSeeker, the Cash Flow Boost, Home Builder, programs to keep the economy moving while we've been in this extraordinary and unprecedented time where government has had to limit the ability of people to work and to operate society normally. And why we've done that, Mr Speaker, is because we know at the heart of our society is a strong economy. And our economy and the success of our economy is vital for each and every individual and their families and their businesses all around this country. And as we move out of the pandemic and we go into the economic recovery phase, what kind of government you will have will determine your success in recovering as we move forward. And that's the question on people's minds. How can we get our business back on our feet? How can we get our family back on our feet? How can we get our mental health and well-being back on our feet? And all of it is integrated with the success of people being able to go to work, being able to return to schools, being able to get back to life, being able to plan, being able to think forward, being able to socialise with each other and work together as communities and families. And that's why the government is fully focused on our program to ensure we do support that recovery, Mr Speaker. And we heard from the Leader of the Opposition criticism, constant criticism about every feature of government policy, constant criticism about everything that he thinks is wrong with society, but nothing, of course, about what he would do differently. In fact, very little about how a Labor government would support families, would support individuals and would support businesses in that recovery process. There's one thing, though, that he's consistent on, Mr Speaker, and he's consistent on the fact that the Labor Party would use and continue to use the Australian taxation system as its primary vehicle for delivering its policy outcomes. He even said so in his speeches. Taxes, not technology, Mr Speaker. He said that revenue is raised from taxes. Well, that is true, Deputy Speaker. It is for government. But there's something out there called the private sector. And sometimes we call it a sector, but actually the private sector is what determines our success as a society. It's more than just a sector. It's more than just a place to collect taxes from. If it doesn't do well, if it doesn't thrive, if it is penalised and punished by oppressive government tax and regulation, Australia will not thrive and do well. So when the Labor Party says, and when the Leader of the Opposition comes in here and continues to say, well, don't you know that taxes are where we get technology from, he's missing something very important. If we don't have the right mix of tax incentives, Mr Speaker, and the right plan to get to net zero by 2050, we will not attract private sector investment into this country that will be sustainable, that will be felt as a positive in our regions. And why the government is taking the time to make sure our plan is the right one for regions and rural communities, because we know that so much of our economic activity has been built off the regions, built off our productivity in rural and regional areas, and that any regime internationally which punishes Australian regions must be dealt with by an Australian government first as a primary consideration. And that's what the government's taking the time to do, Mr Speaker. And if we look at this carefully, what the Leader of the Opposition just said, he's referring back to the fact that he wants to, at the core of Labor policy, the Labor way, use the Australian taxation system to force changes in behaviour. Well, we've seen this movie before, Deputy Speaker. The Labor Party continues to demonstrate it does not understand that taxation 1, taxation 2, taxation 3, the sequels are worse than the originals, and the Australian public continues to reflect on the fact that they do not want governments to punish them for their life choices. We can do this with technology, Mr. Speaker, not through taxes. And the government is right to use technology to get us to where we need to go, because technology represents that great hope that Barack Obama was talking about. We don't hear it from the Leader of the Opposition. There's no audacity in his speech because he doesn't want to focus on the hope of humanity, human progress and advancement, which requires the least amount of government in people's lives, the least amount of tax and regulation that you can possibly put forward for people on business, on society, so people can make genuine choices, so they can make the right choices to do what they think is right for the planet and the climate. And we know that people will when they're incentivised to do so, not when they're punished and not when the taxation system is used. But we know one thing about the last 13 years, Mr Deputy Speaker, that is Labor is addicted to taxes and continues to be addicted to taxes. And that is not the view of the government or not the view of the parliament. That's the view of the Australian people, by the way. Because every single time the Labor Party comes forward with an approach, what they mean is we are going to use the tax system to force people to do what they don't want to be doing, Mr Speaker. So the incentives this government has provided over so many years has led to emissions reduction. We are seeing emissions reduction that is real. We have not just met our Kyoto 1 targets, we've met our Kyoto 2 targets, and we've met our Paris targets. We will meet and beat our Paris targets. And that, of course, is what Australians do. We lean in. We lean in an international sense, in our region, when we help our neighbours in the Pacific through this pandemic as a priority for this government. We lean in our region when we help our neighbours in Indonesia. We lean in, Mr Deputy Speaker, in Afghanistan when we send and establish an air bridge to rescue 4,100 people in a matter of 10 days, which is an unprecedented airlift effort where we help people who are in need in Afghanistan.
The Minister will pause for a moment. The member for Isaacs, I've indicated to you that you need to cease interjecting at the level that you are. If you continue to do so, you'll be removed. You'll be removed under 94A. Minister.
This is a great country, Mr Speaker, because Australians do just that when there's a crisis. We've responded so well because we've come together. We've stayed together. In all the challenges we've seen around the world, our society has performed the best because people have come together in an unprecedented way, and the government supports all of the work that Australians are doing through its economic agenda, and will continue to make those investments in people and those businesses as we go forward. We've seen, of course, Job Trainer, our modern manufacturing strategy, and the biggest investment that we have ever seen in Australian defence industry means we will have a long-term sustainable manufacturing industry here in Australia. We continue to see that at record levels of spending. When you put that together, Mr Speaker, Australians know that this government, the Morrison coalition government, has got their back, and every single day when they go to work, when they go back to reopen those businesses to get their customers back in, when they go back to work on their farms, in their businesses, in their lives, they'll have a government that does not want to punish them for getting back and getting on with it and recovering from what has been a very difficult period. Instead, this government will continue to incentivise people to get on with their lives and make the decisions they need to make. We won't punish them. We won't use the tax system, of course, to punish them for existing, to punish them for the choices they make. We can solve the world's problems and Australians' problems with our positive plans and incentives that rely on the good nature of humans, the development of technology, the science, the real science that means we can answer these questions. Our government knows it. We're going to back technology. We aren't going to use taxes. We are going to let the Australian people get on with it, get back on their feet and get back to what they do best, running their own lives.
I call the member for Daybell.
Deputy Speaker, well, I just wish the government did listen to the science. Deputy Speaker, this government has had 8 long years in power, and in that time they have failed the community I represent on the Central Coast of New South Wales. The cost of living has never been higher. House prices are soaring, petrol prices are skyrocketing as we get back on the roads, and local jobs are hard to find. As we face COVID-19, this government sat on their hands and watched as vaccines were ripped away from our community and sent to Sydney. They've overlooked local businesses who've struggled during lockdown, with many still waiting on their COVID payments. And they've failed to recognise the Central Coast as a standalone region. Deputy Speaker, at the start of this year's statewide lockdown in New South Wales, the Central Coast was lumped in with Greater Sydney. Then, in the middle of lockdown, we were reclassified as regional. And then, once the New South Wales lockdown was lifted, the Central Coast was metro, and coasties were forbidden to travel to other regional areas in New South Wales. Then we were promised, with the roadmap, that we could travel to the regions when we hit 80% fully vaccinated. I fully support the health advice, but we hit that milestone and the goalpost was moved again. This government has failed to act during this pandemic. The Central Coast was recognised as a standalone region by Labor over a decade ago, and this government needs to treat it like one. Deputy Speaker, they have failed to act and protect coasties from COVID-19. When the vaccine rollout first began, we were overlooked. The first hospital hubs were in Newcastle and Hornsby, none on the coast. Healthcare workers were told they'd have to travel to RPA, Westmead and Liverpool to get their vaccine, to protect them and to protect the people they're caring for. The government then promised to deliver a vaccine hub for people living with a disability on the coast by June. That hub wasn't set up and running until September, 4 months later, where vulnerable people were at risk and not protected by this government. Then, at the height of the pandemic, with cases on the coast, hundreds of vaccines were ripped away and taken to Sydney. When I asked the Prime Minister about this in question time, he said, "It's a matter for the Premier." It's always someone else's fault with this Prime Minister. He never takes responsibility and he always blames others. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has failed to help businesses across the Central Coast and many other parts of regional Australia who have been hit by bushfires, floods, the pandemic, especially during this latest lockdown. Thousands of businesses across the coast were forced to wind back or shut down completely during lockdown. Some won't reopen, and they were promised support and they were let down. This government failed to help them. They passed the buck to the states to provide COVID support payments instead. There were many businesses on the coast who were eligible for the payment, but some of them have told me they're still waiting to receive any support. It's not good enough. After 4 months in lockdown supporting their families and their workers, business owners deserve proper support. While they didn't offer support to businesses, the government did offer COVID supplements to individuals, if only more people were eligible. The eligibility criteria for COVID support payments were so strict that many people were ruled out altogether. They were forced to go without help in the middle of lockdown for week after week. Clearly, this government has completely forgotten the people of the Central Coast or regional Australia. Deputy Speaker, we were completely overlooked on all fronts, but especially when it comes to regional funding. In the lead-up to the last election, this government promised to deliver commuter car parks on the Central Coast of New South Wales. We're now at the end of 2021 and still no work has been done. Then, earlier this year, we learned that around 90% of grants under Round 5 of the Building Better Regions Fund went to coalition-held or marginal seats. 90% of the grants. None of the money went to projects in Dobell, in the community I represent on the northern part of the Central Coast, but a number of projects in the neighbouring Liberal-held seat of Robertson received a slice of the funds. Now, in the latest round of regional rorts, we've learned that 55% of all regional grants announced by this government since 2018 have gone to projects in big cities. They've completely overlooked regions like the Central Coast in favour of people living in big cities. Deputy Speaker, this government's inaction during the pandemic is typical. It's typical of their pattern. Their failure to protect Australians over the past 8 years, especially those living outside of big cities. They've completely ignored regional Australians, especially people living in my community on the Central Coast, and especially younger people living in my community on the Central Coast. Clearly, we're not a priority for them. 8 years of their inaction is 8 years too many. Deputy Speaker, regional Australia deserves better. The coast deserves better. We deserve a Prime Minister for all Australia.
I call the member for Riverina.
And at the outset, I just want to acknowledge the member for Dobell's passed as a pharmacist, and a fine pharmacist at that. Much of what she spent most of the bulk of the first part of her speech on should have been really directed at the New South Wales government, and they are matters out of the federal government's control. I acknowledge that she is concerned about her constituents, as we all do. We all come to this place to represent the constituents in our own electorates, and we do it to the very best of our ability, but much of which she spoke about was a state issue, albeit I appreciate we are the Commonwealth Government, but they are matters out of our control that we, of course, have handed, of course, to the state government, being the administrators of public health in the New South Wales state. Mr Speaker, I am proud, as a former Deputy Prime Minister and indeed as a regional member, of the regional infrastructure rollout and the regional funding that we have delivered in more than 8 years of government. And I've been here in this place long enough to remember what was done in the first term that I served in this place when the Labor-Greens alliance was in power. Mr Speaker, there is now $110 billion of money for infrastructure across this nation, $110 billion, a third of which is going into regional areas. And you would know, Deputy Speaker, the Tyro bypass, how important that is, $183 million. It is going to save lives. And much of the infrastructure that we're rolling out as far as roads is going to do just that. Established during my time as DPM, $2.5 billion local roads and community infrastructure program, and I'm very proud of that. The Mayor of Blantyre at West Wyalong, Councillor Brian Monaghan, said to me only the other day he's not seen the amount of money being spent in local governments in 30 years. He said it's a record amount of money, and it's going to those little areas that would otherwise be devoid of spending. Now, I didn't see that sort of funding going out to local councils and to those local projects when Labor was in power in those 6 sorry years under Kevin Rudd and Julia Gillard, and then, of course, back to Mr Rudd. But you look at the sort of spending, more than 32,000 infrastructure projects with federal investment across all electorates, not just regional, but each and every one of the 151 electorates across Australia. Increased black spot funding, R2R and heavy vehicle project spending, but established, and you would be well aware of this, Deputy Speaker, the Office of Road Safety. The Office of Road Safety, the Office, indeed, of Future Transport Technology. We established that in 2018, and they are making such a difference, not only in identifying road safety initiatives as well as funding them, but also, of course, what we need to do as far as future technologies in the important transport space. When we talk of regional infrastructure, very, very proud I am of the water infrastructure that we are putting in place right as we speak. An additional $2 billion to the National Water Infrastructure Development Fund, taking it up to $3.5 billion, establishing the National Water Grid. And I can recall going in to see the Rookwood Weir progress in April this year, and what a project that is. I heard in this place yesterday in question time murmurings from the opposition about the fact that we had not built a dam. Well, yes, we have. Scottsdale Dam started in 2018, finished earlier this year in north-east Tasmania, making such a difference for the farmers in that area. But not only that, in New South Wales, Dungown and Wyangla dams converted to grant funding. Initially, the New South Wales government requested loans, which was going to be forthcoming. Then they wanted it as grants, and so that's what we have provided. The Midiamo pipeline in Victoria commenced Emu Swamp Dam, a particular pet project of mine in the seat of Maranoa. We are getting on with the job of building that important piece of infrastructure. Delivered more than $60 million for the redevelopment of Newcastle Airport. I can recall when we gave Newcastle Airport international status. Well, now we're putting money into making sure that it is even better, and certainly we're doing it at the same time that Defence is upgrading the important runway and other infrastructure there. So, rather than Labor talk about any inaction, it's been 8 years of action, 8 years of delivery, 8 years of getting on with the job, not just making the announcements but actually doing the work, putting the business cases in and delivering.
I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, after that speech, we've certainly had it confirmed that the Coalition are the Seinfeld of Australian politicians. They've made it an art form doing nothing. If only the Prime Minister had ordered more vaccines, we might have avoided locking down two of our largest cities for months at a time and all those other areas. It's not a race, he said. Well, it was a race, and we started with both legs tied together because of the inaction of this coalition government. If only the Prime Minister listened to the experts instead of all those empty vessel backbenchers. The Prime Minister was warned by fire chiefs before the Black Summer bushfires that we were at risk of a serious bushfire season. We needed more aerial firefighting equipment so we'd have a better chance of saving property and lives, but what did he do? He ignored them and did nothing. Then, after much of the country was burning, all he could say was, "I don't hold a hose, mate." If only the Abbott Truss, Turnbull Truss, Turnbull Joyce, Turnbull McCormack, Morrison McCormack, Morrison Joyce governments had acted on climate change instead of leading a party of head-in-the-sand climate deniers, our nation would be much safer and heading in a much better direction. The Coalition have made things worse. This year, Australia ranked last for climate action out of nearly 200 countries in a global report that assessed progress towards global sustainable development goals. Last, Deputy Speaker. This is the Prime Minister who, when he was Treasurer, proudly brought in a lump of coal into question time to taunt Labor about our renewable energy policies. If only, instead of playing bully boy tactics with his beloved lump of coal, the then Treasurer had actually developed some policies on renewable energy himself. This is devastating on so many levels. The Coalition's inaction has left Australia exposed to environmental threats like more intense bushfires, as well as economic risks like international carbon tariffs, preventing our products going out. Australians are missing out. 2,700 clean energy jobs have disappeared under Scott Morrison's watch. The world's climate emergency is Australia's jobs opportunity. That's what the world understands. Global capital is moving rapidly towards renewable energy. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Australia to jump ahead of the pack with Australian renewable energy made by Australian workers and Australian technology right here at home. The Coalition are squandering this opportunity. They don't care about climate volatility. They're only worried about backbencher volatility. I'm sure you would know, Deputy Speaker, that yesterday in Queensland we had the biggest hailstones on record, 16 centimetres. 16-centimetre hailstones coming at your car, yet climate volatility is what they care about rather than caring about what the Nationals should be concerned about, which is the bush and the climate. It's not even weak leadership. It's non-existent leadership. It's a sitcom that works like that COVID app, Deputy Speaker. We actually need a good leader who inspires and motivates action. It's hard to inspire and motivate action when you run off to Hawaii when the going gets tough. It's hard to inspire and motivate action when you're in denial about any problem even existing. It's hard to inspire and motivate action when you just blame everyone else when things go pear-shaped. But this is the leader who currently sits in the lodge. To steal a quote from General George Patton, Deputy Speaker, "Lead me, follow me, or get out of my way." Australia can't afford to wait any longer for real leadership. The Morrison government just isn't up to the job. They're too scared to even admit there's a problem. Australia needs a government with courage and a government with vision. Australia needs an Albanese Labor government with ambition. A Labor government that creates jobs, cuts power prices and reduces emissions. Net zero emissions by 2050 and enshrine this target in legislation. Labor will rewire the nation to become a renewable energy superpower. Labor's $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund will create secure jobs for Australian workers, drive regional economic development, boost our sovereign capabilities and diversify our economy. It will partner with the private sector on investments that will grow the economy and jobs, including in renewables and low emissions technologies like wind turbines, batteries and solar panels that lead on to other jobs. And will modernise steel and aluminium production, hydrogen electrolysers and so many more that I don't have time to go through. The Morrison government is stuck in the past. This is the time when we need a leader with a vision and ambition for Australia. This is the time for real leadership. Australia can't afford to waste any more time on a do-nothing coalition government. We need action now, not a poor man Seinfeld.
Has expired. I call the member for Higgins.
Deputy Speaker, there's now an economic transformation in progress around the world, and our government recognises and has been working on providing scalable, commercialisable solutions to help Australia pivot to the new energy order. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, building to this point has taken months and years. Changes to an economy of this magnitude cannot happen overnight. All of this takes time. Any of you who've been in leadership positions in the real world knows that if you want to build a building at a school or a hospital, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes years of planning, years of commitment to actually translate those to outcomes. A lot of work needs to happen, work which includes technological development, building of businesses, building of new infrastructure and development of new customers and trade partnerships. Mr Deputy Speaker, I know it's been a long time since those opposite have been in government, but building businesses, infrastructure and new technology takes time. And we have a plan to get to net zero 2050 that is achievable, accountable and economically viable. Those on that side are all about targets and no plan. A target without a plan is simply wishful thinking. It's what you do when all you care about is votes and not having an impact. Now, our plan has been under development for years. In fact, it's resulted in the release of Australia's first low-emissions technology strategy. In fact, I would like this place to be debating those issues, not wishful thinking about targets that have no meaning, not wishful thinking about targets that have no plan. I'd like to hear them talking about our technology investment roadmap and having real debates about issues that are going to have effects on Australians, that is going to happen whether we like it or not, and a roadmap that will support $80 billion of public and private investment by 2030 and support 160,000 jobs. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are making a shift to a long-term commitment to a net zero future because we know we should and we know we can. We don't believe in offering false hope with hastily made targets on the run. When we commit, Australians can be confident that we will deliver. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are doing the hard work right across the economy. Energy, transport, manufacturing, agriculture. We have been clear that we will continue to invest in record amounts in renewables, in the highest solar uptake in the world. Australia is building wind and solar around 3 times faster than Europe or the USA on a per-person basis. Australia has the world's highest uptake of rooftop solar, with 1 in 4 homes with rooftop solar panels. But we just can't rely on the sun and the wind, and we've seen that with the recent wind drought in the UK. Well, as everyone knows, the sun does go down at night, it rises in the morning, but overnight you can't use solar. We need power to back up the intermittency of renewables. We need firming power, and we understand this on this side. And to this issue, we've made a commitment using gas and hydropower for that firming power in the short and medium term to help us pivot off our traditional energy sources. Our investment in Snowy Hydro 2.0 will mean clean energy and more jobs. Tassie's leading the way with its wonderful hydropower, which has more than enough not only to help itself, but also to help mainland Australia. And we will make that happen. We will make Tasmania the battery of the nation through development of the Marison Link. But more than that, we know that the private sector is also investing in hydro. We know through the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, the world's largest government-led green bank, and ARENA, we're investing in scalable, commercial, clean tech solutions to fuel our manufacturing, ag and export sectors. These 5 clean tech commercial stretch targets aim to get clean hydrogen under $2 a kilo. These are facts. This is commercial. This is what business needs. We're looking for electricity from storage for firming under $100 per megawatt hour. We need green steel production under $900 per tonne and low emissions aluminium under $2 per tonne. We need carbon capture and storage under $20 per tonne of CO2 and soil carbon measurement under $3 per hectare. Mr Deputy Speaker, the significant amount of work from this government to build a plan for our future has reached a momentous point, not only for our environment but for our economy. And I'm proud to say that since day one in this place, I've been working very hard every day inside the government. And in fact, in my first speech, I said climate change is real and affects us all. It's not just an Environmental Imperatives Act, it's an economic one. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Corangamite.
Deputy Speaker, can you think of a more abject failure of political leadership in living memory? Laura Tingle asked this question in the Australian Financial Review last week. I know what my answer is, a resounding no. I cannot think of a bigger failure of leadership than the Morrison government. There are dozens of examples of the Prime Minister running away from his responsibilities. His first reaction to any problem created by his government is to deny it. It exists, then detract and deflect. Eventually, if there is enough pressure applied, he will admit the problem, but then shift the blame to someone else. When he acts, it is always too late. This has become a pattern of behaviour we all recognise. I don't hold a hose, mate. It's so obvious and blatant that it's eroding the public's trust in government. But importantly, it is also eroding the government's capacity to do what is in the best interests of Australians and the future of our nation. Whether it's climate change, robo-debt, aged care, car park and sports frauds, or our pandemic response, he never shows leadership, just more spin. Australia deserves better than this. Now more than ever, as we recover from this pandemic, we need strong leadership and a vision that is not just about winning the next election, but it is about what is good for individuals, for families, for small business and for the environment. The Prime Minister is trying to claim credit for Australia's roadmap out of the pandemic as we begin opening up. But we all know it is his fault that millions of Australians have had to endure repeated lockdowns for almost 2 years. As a Victorian, I know just how tough it's been for everyone to endure lockdowns, let alone hearing from the Prime Minister for New South Wales and his Treasurer constantly undermining the extraordinary efforts of Victorians. It was blatantly obvious to all of us that the Prime Minister prioritised New South Wales when hundreds and thousands of vaccines were diverted there ahead of Victoria, which has waited too long for adequate vaccine supply. And then there's his woeful 8 years of inaction on climate change. This is one of the Prime Minister's biggest failures and Australia's great shame. After years of talking down renewables and spruiking coal, he now claims he wants to act. But it's still too little, too late. And honestly, the people of Australia just don't believe a word he says. Most of the developed world is decarbonising. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Australia to get ahead of the pack. Instead, we have the National Party holding the Morrison government to ransom. It's not only embarrassing, it's devastating, and it will be costly. If Australia does not decarbonise, we will be punished economically through sanctions imposed by other nations. The Prime Minister refuses to commit to attending the Glasgow summit, only until he was shamed into doing it. It took Australian comedian Dan Ilic to display messages on New York's Times Square billboards to get him to change his mind. The billboard messages of burning native animals and other images highlighting Australia's appalling climate change policies appeared last Thursday morning. By that afternoon, the Prime Minister announced that he was going to attend the Glasgow COP26 climate summit. Dan Ilic said in an interview with CNN that our Prime Minister is running away from a crisis, and this is what we have to do in this country. We have to drag our leaders to lead us. How can we trust this Prime Minister with our future? This Prime Minister who refuses to take responsibility and blames others for his government's failings. This is the Prime Minister who fled to Hawaii for a holiday while Australia burned in horrific bushfires in 2019. Deputy Speaker, Australians are demanding a government that has courage and vision, a vision for the future full of possibilities and opportunities, one that puts people ahead of political gain, a vision that focuses on strengthening our economy, having higher wages, secure work and more jobs. Labor has a plan to turn the challenges of the present into opportunities for the future. A Labor government won't run away from problems. Labor will secure a better future, a future fit for us now and for generations to come. Thank you.
I call the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if politics is the battle of ideas, then this MPI should be renamed Touching the Void, because I swear to you, the Labor Party has never found an idea that they won't run away from. They have completely and absolutely, abjectly given up on engaging this government and the Australian public on the things that matter. This MPI feels like something that was designed by an evil genius without any evil and certainly with no genius. Because if we are to take the previous member's speech at her word, then if we are to blame Scott Morrison for the lockdowns, then we should thank him for the freedoms that we are all about to enjoy. The one thing he will not, however, ever take responsibility for is the haircut of the member for Isaacs. That is probably somewhere that he can't go. Mr Deputy Speaker, this MPI is as scattered as confetti. It has no purpose. It achieves and seeks to hold no one to account and only allow those opposite to bring forward nothing but a grab bag of complaints, whinges and whines, while hiding from the fact that they present to the Australian people no alternative. It is Monty Python-esque in its comedic errors. I mean, what did the Romans ever do for us? You know, the aqueduct, sanitation, education, wine, all those sorts of things. Someone has been watching too much Life of Brian, because when we get to questions that are concerning Australians under 40, things like housing affordability, those opposite have nothing to say. And why do they have nothing to say? Because they have no ideas to offer. So we have a situation, Deputy Speaker, where house prices in Australia have increased by 16 times since 1990, whereas wages have only increased 4 times. If not for the policies of this government, such as Homemaker, which has led to an absolute surge in building approvals and buildings for Australians and first home buyers, this problem would be acutely worse. Undersupply, according to the New South Wales government, of homes in Sydney is 100,000. You wouldn't know that from listening to those opposite, because they don't care about Australians under the age of 40. They don't care about their issues because you don't meet them in the boardrooms of industry super. Because you only meet them out on the streets where people care about getting on with their lives. Those opposite have never met working-class Australians because they are now fully and completely paid up members of industry super, who are ordinary Australians, those people under 40, who have a choice between saving from their homes or listening to the legislation of those opposite, where they forcibly remove 10% of their income to give to the trillion-dollar industry super sector that donate so much to the Australian Labor Party. They're not about organised labour anymore, and I note the former president of the ACTU over there. They're actually about organised capital. And so far, and I acknowledge the former president of the ACTU, I wonder what her view is on the Finance Services Union this week, suing Cbus, who is trying to take money out of workers. I haven't heard a single peep from those opposite about workers being ripped off, Deputy Speaker, by industry super. They have the gall to come into this chamber and accuse us of inaction. They will not raise a finger. They will not raise a hand in support of working-class Australians who are trying to buy their own home, who are trying to get ahead. They only offer more money to their donors in the form of increased superannuation payments. They only offer them higher taxes in the form of, and I quote Senator Gallagher, a member from another place, who on Sunday confirmed that they're looking at a carbon tax. They're looking, the Shadow Treasurer has already said, yes, they'll be taxing different entities more money. There is not the one thing we can guarantee from Labor is they will tax you more, they will take away your hope, and they will give you no reason to work harder to build something for the future.
I call the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you. And that was, wow, need some earplugs. This country needs a leader, one that actually wants to lead, not someone who simply wants the title. The Prime Minister has been given countless opportunities to lead this country when we desperately needed it. But instead of stepping up, he steps back time and again, and we have seen him pass the buck to someone else. In 2019, experts, including former fire chiefs, warned the Prime Minister of the risk of the serious and impending bushfire season. They urged him to invest in aerial firefighting capacity. He ignored these warnings, left the country and went on holidays. And yes, I'm talking about bushfires again. In fact, the last time I spoke about that in Parliament, the ongoing and compounding effects of the Black Summer bushfires followed by the pandemic, the response I had from one government minister was, and I quote, "With all due respect, the bushfires were 18 months ago." I am well aware of how much time has passed since the bushfires, because I won't forget that summer. I'll never forget standing in front of a room of terrified community members telling them that if they weren't prepared to defend their homes and their lives, that they needed to leave. I'll never forget the days, the weeks and the months that followed those terrifying events and the ongoing trauma that so many people are still grappling with. And I don't need this government to tell me how much time has passed. The reason I stand up here time and again is because despite how much time has passed, people in my community are still desperate. They are in desperate need of support. And truthfully, I don't want to be the bushfire reminder. I am tired of having to stand here and beg and plead with the government to take action and to continue to take action, to prioritise the recovery of bushfire communities. Scott Morrison failed these communities when he was in Hawaii. He failed the communities when he said, "I don't hold a hose," and he continued to fail my communities by sitting on money, earning interest instead of taking action. 2 years ago, this government set up the $4 billion disaster fund. 2 years later, and more than 18 months since the Black Summer bushfires, the Morrison-Joyce government has only released $50 million of this fund. But during that time, that fund has earned the government over $700 million in interest. The fund has earned 14 times as much in interest than what has actually been spent. The fund was designed to pay out $200 million each year to councils, with $150 million set aside for recovery and $50 million for infrastructure projects to lessen the impact of disasters. But here we are once again approaching another disaster season with nothing built, no jobs created, no communities protected, because this government prioritises its bank balance or the possibility of an election slush fund over anything else. This is just another example of the Prime Minister's big promises but no delivery. The bushfires followed by the pandemic, along with floods in between, has meant that individuals, businesses and communities in my electorate are struggling now more than ever. Numerous border closures and lockdowns have hurt my communities more than this government seems to understand, because businesses in my area can't simply bounce back. The Alpine region can't recoup their losses until the next winter rolls around. They've got more than 6 long months ahead of them where they don't know how they are going to make ends meet to pay their bills. This shouldn't have happened. This year's lockdowns and border closures were preventable. The problem was the Prime Minister didn't prioritise the vaccine rollout. He said it wasn't a race. He treated it like anything but a race. He was too slow to order vaccines. We know other nations ordered theirs in July, and the Prime Minister waited until November. He knocked back Pfizer, he didn't order enough vaccines and didn't order a variety of vaccines. And as a result, more people were exposed to COVID, businesses have suffered billions of dollars in economic loss and incredible pressure every day, and Australians experienced huge amounts of stress trying to cope with working from home and homeschooling. The stress from these lockdowns are more intense for people living in regional areas because it brought to light the other failings of this government. For years, this government hasn't invested enough in regional infrastructure. While the rest of the country was working and learning from home, people in my electorate were grappling with poor internet connectivity. This impacted countless businesses, but also students. People on satellite internet can't buy additional data because of legislation put in place by this government. New South Wales is opening up, which is fantastic, but the damage is done to regional communities. It's time to get rid of this government after a decade of inaction.
I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a great day for the strength of Australia and the strength of the great Aussie spirit, where we've reached over 70% of double-dose vaccinations. And I'd like to give a shout-out to my own community of Penrith, the Penrith LGA, where we've reached 84%. That's such a wonderful achievement, and this is about Aussies backing each other and Aussies getting on with the job. And that's just what we've been doing. We've been getting on with the job of supporting Australians through the pandemic, and now we are coming through and recovering on the other side. We've been supporting them through JobKeeper, JobSeeker, Home Builder, with 25,892 applications in my state of New South Wales alone. We've been backing our manufacturers and we've been backing jobs. And this is what we've been doing throughout the pandemic and we'll keep our focus on. In fact, we have been the first developed nation in the world that has more people in work after the pandemic than prior to the pandemic. And between May 2020 and June 2021, more than 1 million jobs have been created. That's because we've been getting behind Aussies and we've been supporting them through the pandemic so they can do what they do best, getting on with the job and getting on with their lives. And this is the test, I guess, between the positive plan that we have, supported by technology, which we're very focused on, or the doom and gloom of Labor and their taxes, which they are completely obsessed about. In fact, the opposition leader couldn't even get through a speech during his MPI without mentioning the word taxes. And my community, the community of Lindsay, has not forgotten the taxes that would have been imposed if Labor was in power. The housing tax, the retirees tax, taxes on electricity, taxes on cars, taxes on income and taxes on investment. And investment is important because that's what we're doing. We're investing in the future of Australians. We're investing in important industries like manufacturing, which is so important in my community of Lindsay, with over 600 manufacturers and over 6,000 jobs. And when we look at manufacturing, under Labor, 1 in 8 manufacturing jobs were lost. This is extraordinary. And now we have a growing and thriving manufacturing industry in Western Sydney. And a testament to this is when I visited just last week Scott from Allcast PPE, who has moved his factory to Penrith to produce personal protective equipment. We're investing in manufacturers and they're investing in local jobs, employing local people and also contributing to Australia's sovereign capability. Another manufacturer tells me that he's investing in local trainees, and this is so important, and this is backed by the Morrison government and the work that we're doing to support local manufacturers. And he tells me, his baker improvement, it's Mal Hiley, he tells me that he has a passion, a personal passion for apprenticeships, and currently has 6 apprentices between 1st and 4th year, including 2 women commencing and their fitting and machining trade. And that is absolutely fantastic news because we're backing manufacturers and getting behind them. That's what it's all about, investing in them and also investing in the technology that they use to expand their business. And Tracy at Plustek in Emu Claims tells me that because of our instant asset write-off program, she has been able to purchase new equipment, including a new upstroke cut saw for about $100,000. So they not only gain a tax reduction, but also the benefits of improved efficiencies through greater productivity. And that's fantastic news. We're investing in technology, definitely not taxes, and the obsession is still there with the Labor Party. Another thing that we are investing in is the future of Australians. We've backed them through this pandemic. We're enabling them now as we emerge out of it to get on with the job, to get on with supporting each other through their communities, which we've been absolutely doing, so they can get back to work, they can get back to their families and they can get back to their lives. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Just have the attention of members before we go to committee membership and other matters. I just have a statement to make. As members will be aware, on Monday the Manager of Opposition Business raised as a matter of privilege whether the member for Pearce had failed to comply with the resolution of the House regarding the registration of members' interests, such as would constitute a contempt of the House. I'm satisfied that the Manager of Opposition Business has raised the matter at the earliest opportunity. The Manager of Opposition Business tabled a number of related documents, and I have examined these as well as his statement to the House. The matter arises from an alteration made by the member for Pearce to his statement of interests on 13 September of 2021. As recorded in the Register of Members' Interests, this alteration addresses payments related to a defamation case in the court. In the alteration, the member lists, quote, part contribution to the payment of my fees by a blind trust known as the Legal Services Trust. As a potential beneficiary, I have no access to information about the conduct and funding of the trust. The Manager of Opposition Business claims that by not including detail as to the source of the donated funds in his statement of interest, the member for Pearce has deliberately evaded the purpose of the register. I also note that while the member for Pearce made a public statement on 19 September about obtaining information from the trustee of the Legal Services Trust, that information did not include detail as to the source of the donated funds. The House has several rules about the pecuniary interests of members in standing orders and the resolution for the registration of members' interests. In 1986, the House provided that certain behaviours in relation to registration of members' interests would be included as a category of contempt of the House. Since the passage of the Parliamentary Privileges Act in 1987, Section 4 of that Act provides the test which applies to consideration of all contempts. The registration of members' interests is in its nature a disclosure regime, and transparency is a key feature. All members of this House would be familiar with their obligations in relation to completing and maintaining a statement of registrable interests, and the fact that these obligations require them to exercise their judgment about the disclosures. The explanatory notes published by the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests state, and I quote, "The purpose of the Statement of Registrable Interests form is to place on the public record members' interests which may conflict or may be seen to conflict with their public duty." The notes also state as guidance, no form can cover all possible circumstances, and members should consequently bear in mind the purpose and spirit of the return in deciding which matters should be registered. Based on my careful consideration of all of the information available to me, I am satisfied that a prima facie case has been made out, and I'm willing to give precedence to a motion concerning privilege or contempt as raised by the Manager of Opposition Business, referring the matter to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. As members would also be aware, and as House of Representatives practice makes clear, an opinion by the Speaker that a prima facie case has been made out does not imply a conclusion that a breach of privilege or contempt has occurred. In giving precedence for a motion to be moved, I am simply allowing the House the opportunity to consider a motion immediately and debate and decide on whether the matter should be referred to the Committee for Inquiry and Report. And I now call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I move that the following matter be referred to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. 1. Whether the conduct of the member for Pearce by refusing to disclose on the Register of Members' Interests the identities of individual donors to a trust used to pay his private legal fees has failed to properly register an interest where a conflict of interest with his public duties could foreseeably arise or be seen to arise, and in doing so created a precedent which threatens the integrity of the register of members' interests. 2. Whether the member for Pearce has knowingly provided false or misleading information to the registrar of members' interests. 3. Whether this constitutes a contempt of the House. And 4. Whether paragraph 2K of the House resolution on the registration of members' interests requires members to provide reasonable identifying details of the sources of gifts that meet the relevant thresholds. Mr Speaker, if I can start by thanking you for considering the matters that I raised, and thank you for, in weighing those issues up, making the decision to grant precedence. Had you not done so, I'd be in a position of having to move a suspension of standing orders instead of us being able to put it to this House. I note that for the entire time of your speakership, there have not been many occasions where privileges references have been made, but in every instance when you have decided to not give precedence, the House has accepted that and no suspension has been moved. And where you have given precedence, the House has then resolved to send the matter to the Privileges Committee. And I urge the House to do exactly that today. In doing so, the House is not making a decision, and I am not wanting members opposite to feel that they are being asked to adjudicate on the member for Pearce himself. But they are in a situation where the Speaker, elected unopposed, has said that there is a prima facie case here. And the resolution allows the Committee of Privileges to examine the merits of this. Now, what they would be examining is no small matter. We have here not the sort of blind trust that members have used previously. There have been a number of times where members have come to this parliament having already in their lives amassed considerable wealth. Good on them. No problem with that. And they want to make sure they avoid conflicts of interest, so therefore they put their money into a trust and someone else handles where the investments go. And up until now, that has been what we have dealt with in the register when we have dealt with a blind trust. The member may not have known where the money was being invested, but we knew exactly whose money it was. On this occasion, we are dealing with something that, if it is allowed to stand, if you are allowed to do this, we may as well not have a register of members' interests at all. Like the term blind trust is being used, this is a brown paper bag stitched together by lawyers. We have no idea whose money is involved. If we accept what the member for Pearce has said publicly, we know the first thing. He can find out where the money has come from because he was able to say it's not foreign donors and it's no one on the lobbyist register. So he has made clear that he can find out whose money this is in this trust, for which he has personally benefited for a personal bill. So he can find out who it is, and he has chosen not to. And in choosing not to, he wants us to allow a situation to stand where the register of members' interests does not allow the public to know who gives us money. Now think about it. Think about the purpose of having a register. The whole reason it's there is so the public know if a member of parliament gets money, the public have a right to know where that money has come from. What the member for Pearce has done, and there is a prima facie case of this, and the Privileges Committee will get the chance to examine it if this is carried, what the member for Pearce has done is something that no one else in this House has tried on.
Since Federation.
Since Federation, no member of parliament has tried this. That you can receive income and not let anyone know who was paying. Now, the concept that he has no idea, I've got to say I have difficulty with. To think that there are philanthropists out there who could fund any charity in the world, and they look around for the different funds at a time of a pandemic, there's plenty of need out there, and they say, well, of all the different causes, the one I want to give money to is the legal bills of the member for Pearce, but I don't want him to know that I ever gave a cent. And somehow I've found out that this secret trust exists. Now, we're meant to believe that if we're to believe that the member for Pearce has no idea at all. But just start with this simple principle. Why do we have a register? Now, if you don't believe in having a register of members' interests, vote against this. I get that. If you don't believe members of parliament should be held to any standards, vote against this. But if you believe that the public have a right to know where money comes from if it comes to us, then allow the Privileges Committee to examine it. I don't know what they will find. There have been a number of times when precedence has been granted, and I thought, yep, we've got there, and it's come back without an answer that I thought was great. But that's their job. And as a parliament, we've appointed people to the Privileges Committee to do that job. And sometimes, regardless of party affiliation, those members on that Privileges Committee have taken their job seriously, have taken their integrity of that role seriously, and have voted contrary to what might otherwise be considered party lines. The classic example of that would be Bruce Bilson. The classic example, where I made the reference, precedence was given, it went through unopposed, and we ended up with a unanimous decision coming back from the Privileges Committee, and then the resolution was carried unanimously through the House. That's how matters of integrity should be dealt with. And that's what this House is now being asked to consider again. If we're not going to refer the member for Pearce, think about what's then allowed. Any member of this House can then set up a blind trust and have whatever income they want go into it, receive the money, and all they have to say is, I got it from the trust. I don't know who. Don't know where the money came from. Now, if we start with a principle that disclosure is there to avoid corruption, that the register is there to avoid corruption, that we want to avoid conflicts of interest to avoid corruption, then we need to oppose a system where members of parliament can keep secret who is giving them money for personal bills. Now, if you wonder whether is this just a Labor issue, remember the extent to which those opposite railed against a Labor senator who disclosed where he had money come from because it was to pay for a personal bill and because of the source of where that money had come from. He's no longer a member of parliament and left because of that. Now, if you think that was a reasonable prosecution of the facts right now, the member for Pearce is wanting to create a situation where those facts would never be known, where anyone can just set up a trust and it doesn't matter what business interest, what potential criminal interest, what potential overseas interest gives you money. All you have to report is, I got the money from the trust. Now, no one has ever tried this before, not because no one had cause to possibly think of it, probably some people had, but everyone just knew it would be outrageous. We've all known that to do something like this, to say, oh, someone gave me a wad of cash, don't know who they were, but yeah, got it, good on me, we've known you're not meant to do that. And yet the person who had previously in this House been the Attorney-General of Australia and had charge for introducing the anti-corruption body, and then never did it, is the person who has set this up. And so I simply ask everybody, when this comes to a vote, to think of the way members have voted previously when they have taken their role on the Privileges Committee itself. Because on that committee they have always acted with integrity and responsibly, and they have said they owe a duty to the parliament. Well, we all do. And this vote is a test of that. Because if this is allowed to stand, the Register of Members' Interests is obliterated in terms of being a disclosure document. The concept that we find out what the conflicts of interests are for members of parliament is obliterated. The concept that we have mechanisms in place to avoid conflicts of interest and corruption is gone. That's the decision that's in front of this House now. Now, the Privileges Committee might come back with an answer I don't expect. That's on them. But it would be the cover-up to end all cover-ups if this House prevents the Privileges Committee from even being able to look at this resolution before us. If all they were allowed to look at was the letter that's been sent to them by the Shadow Attorney-General, without the authority of it being a resolution of the House, it means they deal with it differently. The only time the Privileges Committee has an obligation to report back is when the information gets to them by a resolution of this House. So everybody here at different points have made speeches about integrity. Everyone in this House has made speeches about standards. This resolution is a test of whether or not we hold to the exact words that on different occasions every one of us has uttered.
And I think just before I call the Leader of the House, I think I need to just state the question. I'm presuming the question is that the motion move be disagreed to? The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and thank the honourable member for his contribution on what's an important matter. I want to deal with the practice first, Mr Speaker, just to make very clear the circumstances that we're dealing with in relation to this particular issue. The first point is that the honourable member for Watson has asked of you to grant precedence, which of course he can do if he gives proper notice, and he has done that. We acknowledge that. And you have given it due deliberation since the early point that he raised that on Monday, and we appreciate that as well. And his request of you is, on my reading of the practice, Mr Speaker, for you to give this issue precedence for the House to consider and to vote on, and that's what we're doing now. That's the extent of the request that's available to the member for Watson under the standing orders of the Speaker. So I want to make that very clear, just to respond to some of the points made in the member for Watson's contribution. The member for Watson hasn't asked the Speaker to provide a verdict on the allegations that he has put forward to the Speaker as part of his submission. That is abundantly clear, and that is very important, Mr Speaker, to note as part of this. So our position in relation to this matter is on that basis. At page 769 of practice, I think it's important to note, and I quote in part, the Speaker may reserve the matter for further consideration or may give the matter precedence and invite the member to move one of the motions referred to in an earlier paragraph on page 679. It goes on to say, Mr Speaker, if I quote in part, if the matter is given precedence, consideration and decision of every other question is suspended until the matter of privilege has been disposed of or until debate on any other motion related to the matter of privilege has been adjourned. At page 771, Mr Speaker, in the second paragraph, it says, and I quote, "In determining that a prima facie case exists, the Speaker typically refers to the matter briefly but does not express concluded views on the issues themselves, as it is for the House to decide." And I wanted to make that abundantly clear as part of my contribution in explaining the government's position. What this issue has done, Mr Speaker, is alerted us, I think, as a House to a much broader issue, because there's not only this matter in relation to the former attorney that has been raised by the member opposite, but there are a number of other cases, Mr Speaker, which are in a similar ilk. Now, I know that the member for Watson has made a claim in relation to the trust and to the lack of transparency on his contribution during the course of his earlier remarks, Mr Speaker, but the same principle applies to a number of other members in this place over a period of time in relation to defamation trials in particular, which are expensive, and we note that, particularly when a member of parliament is taking an action against a corporate entity or a media organisation, a government body, for example, and so these are difficult matters for members. Well, I can give the examples, and I intend to. For example, Mr Speaker, the same transparency issues raised by the member for Watson arise in circumstances of GoFundMe pages where there is no transparency about the donors, no transparency whatsoever. You could make the same argument in relation to other members where they've received a donation, for example, from the Labor Party or indeed the Liberal Party, if it's a reimbursement of costs or an indemnity of costs, because effectively that provides a flow-through vehicle. There's no transparency as to where that money has been donated from for the Labor Party then to donate that money onto the Member of Parliament. No, there's no transparency, Mr Speaker. There's no transparency in that process. And on the GoFundMe page, where Senator Hanson-Young, for example, and it's a very interesting study, or Senator Bob Brown or others, Mr Speaker, who have raised money in relation to Senator Hanson-Young, which goes to exactly the points being made by the member for Watson about transparency in this issue. The donors to Senator Hanson-Young on a GoFundMe page included Mr A. Non, N-O-N, or otherwise known as Anon. There was a John 51884010. There was a Mary W. There was an Anna B. There was a Buzz Rainbow Wolf. There was a Jeff CB. There was an Ann 559, a series of other numbers ending in 85. There was Xander B. There was MG. There was Steph. There was Dave C. There was Bin H. There was Nikki. There was ET. ET donated. And Leanne W. Now, Mr Speaker, I suggest to you that there is no transparency in that process. In fact, it makes a mockery of a suggestion that through the GoFundMe page that is a transparent process,
Members on my left,
that donors are properly identified in their contribution to a Member of Parliament to provide support to them in a defamation proceeding. That's the reality, Mr Speaker. And so the principle espoused by the member for Watson is not as virtuous as he might make out. So there is, Mr Speaker, so I can go to the member for Hunter, who has an issue in relation to this, but I don't intend Leader of the Opposition, because I appreciate the spirit in which the opposition member has approached this matter. I don't intend to conduct character assessments of those opposite, because the point I'm making here is that I think this gives rise to a much bigger issue in relation to members of parliament. And that is why on Monday of this week, Mr Speaker, I wrote to the chair of the Privileges Committee, and I understand that the Shadow Attorney-General has also written to that committee, because I believe that there are further issues beyond this which need to be considered by the Privileges Committee. And I'm happy to, in a moment, table that letter that I wrote to the Privileges Committee to Mr Broadbent, and I will make sure, Mr Speaker, that members are able to view that, because I think, and I've detailed this in my letter, that there are bigger considerations and further considerations than those raised in the motion before the House at the moment that should be considered by the Privileges Committee, and that should come back to the government as appropriate from the committee, as they see appropriate from the committee, to deal with what is a much more significant issue. And I think there are other steps that, frankly, should be contemplated between the government and the opposition in relation to what is a significant issue, because, as the member for Watson pointed out, there are many people who come into this parliament with significant wealth on both sides of the parliament. And good luck to them, as the member for Watson pointed out. There are many members, as I look around, who don't have those deep pockets to defend a defamation trial, in some cases costing over $1 million. That's the reality.
If the Leader of the House could just pause, just for those members interjecting, I will eject members interjecting under 94A. This is not a normal procedure where you feel you can make contributions against the standing orders. This is a rare matter, and I need to hear people in silence. The Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So I think there is a sensible discussion to be had at the appropriate time between the government and the opposition to see what the appropriate next step might be for this parliament. I think it's a workplace entitlement issue, and I think it's a broader discussion that should be had, and we are, as a government, prepared to have that discussion. So, Mr Speaker, I table the letter that I have on the 18th of October written to the Privileges Committee, and for the reasons I've detailed today, Mr Speaker, the government is not going to support the motion that's before the House, because I believe that the letter that I'm writing, the letter that has been written by the Shadow Attorney General, and the broader issue, as I point out, that is here before us to deal with, makes redundant the motion that's been moved by the member for Watson. And it's on that basis, Mr Speaker, that the government will be opposing it.
Yeah. The question is that the motion moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be disagreed to, and I call the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to defend the existence of the Register of Pecuniary Interests, and I rise to defend this Parliament, this House of Representatives, and the integrity of this House, because I find it, quite frankly, extraordinary that the government would be in a position of rejecting a recommendation from the Speaker in granting precedence, as you have. I've been in the position of the Leader of the House and held that position for 2 terms of the Parliament. On no occasion would I have even considered rejecting a motion that was brought forward after the Speaker had given due consideration to whether precedence should be given. As far as I'm aware, and I'd be interested in the Leader of the House commenting about whether there was a time since Federation whereby we have the circumstances that the Leader of the House is contemplating this Parliament will conduct. Because since Federation, I've received advice that there has never been a time where the House has voted down a resolution after precedence was given. In more than 120 years, that has never occurred. Why? Because the standing orders are very clear. The standing orders under 51D Part 1 say in order to grant precedence, you had to give consideration as to whether, and I quote the standing order, a prima facie case of contempt or breach of privilege has been made out. And you can only consider that after you consider number 2, which is the matter has been raised at the earliest opportunity. Mr Speaker, you've given consideration to this, and there's been some commentary in recent times about the seriousness in which you take your job, and I've said publicly that you are an outstanding Speaker who has raised the conduct of this House, and that's in. all of our interests, but it particularly assists the government to have a Speaker who does their job independently. The idea here that there is any doubt as to the facts are extraordinary. But what this motion from the member for Watson does is just ask that the committee consider these facts, consider them and make a determination and a recommendation. It's not a conclusion. And what, in opposing this motion, the government is saying, don't even look at it. Just pretend, look away as to something that is very serious. What we have here is that on June 1, the member for Pearce said that he would withdraw a defamation case against the ABC. On September 13, the member for Pearce updated his register addressing payments related to the defamation case, and it discloses part contribution to the payment of my fees by a blind trust known as the Legal Services Trust. As a potential beneficiary, I have no access to information about the conduct and funding of the trust. But it's not a blind trust. He knows where the money's being invested. It's being invested in him, in what's a private legal matter. That's what a blind trust is. That's what the member for Wentworth, when he was in this parliament and former Prime Minister, did, so that investments could be made on his behalf and they wouldn't know where it was being invested. It's being paid to his lawyers for a private legal matter. And it is a nonsense that the member for Pearce has no idea who donated to this trust, because how did they know where to put the money? How did they know? The GoFundMe page, a reference that the minister referred to, GoFundMe pages, people know they're public by definition on the internet. This, you had to know exactly how to donate money to this trust to benefit the member for Pearce. But the House doesn't know where the donations came from. The Australian public don't know where the money came from, and this cannot be allowed to stand. If it's allowed to stand, it renders redundant the processes of this parliament whereby all of us cannot receive money from private interests for personal reasons without disclosing it. That's the basis of, that's sort of point one in stamping out corruption in this parliament. Now, I make no assertion as to the member for Pearson, nor does this resolution. But if this resolution is not carried, then anyone can receive money from unknown sources into a so-called blind trust and never declare it. It renders all the things, including foreign donations and interference. Don't come in here and talk about national security again if you don't vote for this resolution, because you won't be taken seriously. Because this opens it all up to foreign interference in our politics. It opens it all up for corporate interests or individual interests to buy influence in this parliament without anyone knowing. And at the moment, some people can try to buy influence, and we know that that gets disclosed, and people have lost their seats over those issues. We know that Senator Dastyari lost his seat in the Senate, as a result of a small amount. This is up to $1 million for the former First Legal Officer of the land, the Attorney General, who was responsible while he held that title for introducing legislation to create a National Integrity Commission in this parliament. Like, you couldn't make this up. You could not make this scenario up, whereby the government is going to vote against this. And I would say to the Leader of the House, who, in spite of it, at the risk of receiving substantial criticism on social media, I have some regard for. Think about what you are doing with this resolution, because you are saying, notwithstanding the Speaker's ruling, you are saying that you're ignoring the fact that the Speaker has determined there's a prima facie case worthy of consideration. You're not preempting the deliberations of the Privileges Committee. You're saying that they can't even look at it in spite of the Speaker's determination, in spite of the fact that there is so much public anger about this. And the public out there I think wrongly, that there is a lot more dodgy activity than there is. I think most people go into Parliament overwhelmingly on all sides out of the public interest, and that's why they do it. But we have to acknowledge that one of the reasons why I support a National Anti-Corruption Commission with teeth is that a whole lot of the public are really angry about these issues. And this will make them damn angry, and they have every right to be damn angry if this Parliament is saying someone who was the first law officer of the land received donations of up to $1 million that he must know where they're from, but no one else has a right to know where they're from, and we won't even give consideration to that. That's okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. No one made the member for Pearce engage in this legal activity against the ABC. That was his decision. His decision. And he's entitled, I guess, under the rules of the Parliament, to seek donations, but he's not entitled to do it anonymously. He's not entitled to pretend that it is a blind trust when it is not. There is an absolute responsibility of every member of this House to support this motion to refer the member for Pearce to the Committee of Privileges. It's consistent with every single decision that's been made in this House since Federation. Don't set a new precedent which opens us up to corruption in 2021.
The question is that the motion moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. No, division required. Yes. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Order. The question is the motion moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray, tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler, tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 49. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The Minister is seeking the call.
I am, Mr Speaker. The member for Isaac just accused exiting ministers of taking a bribe. It is completely unacceptable. It is completely unparliamentary, and I ask the minister to do the right, Shadow Minister, to approach the dispatch box and withdraw that.
Well, I'll just say to the minister, if members can just control themselves for a second. I'm the arbiter of who comes to the dispatch box and who doesn't. I heard interjections, but I didn't hear the substance of them. That's what happens when members shout at each other. as they're leaving the chamber. The Manager of Opposition Business on the point of order.
On the point of order, what the House has just done is unprecedented. Right now, the House has
Manager of
resolved—
Opposition Business. No, we're not going to go over.
No, it goes to exactly what he's just pointed to.
No,
he just voted that we'll never find out if someone's
The Manager
bribed.
of Opposition Business
That's how
will
he
resume
voted.
his seat. The Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The member for McKellar, the Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The member for McKellar will not stand at the back of the chamber and interject. No, and you will not scoff. You've got a seat. Either sit in it or leave. I'm just going to ask the member for Isaacs to come to the dispatch box and ask whether he made an unparliamentary remark or reflected on members. The member for Isaacs.
I did, Speaker.
Well, I need the member for Isaacs to withdraw.
And I withdraw.
I thank the member for Isaacs. I've received advice from the Chief Government Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees. The Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted? The Manager of Opposition Business.
So, can we have a copy of the list? I want to know what I'm granting leave to.
We haven't got it, so we're not voting for it. Well, we're not voting for it unless you tell us what it is.
Well, there's two things. There's one's whether leave's granted, and the other is the question is put at the end. So normally the practice is, I mean, I know tempers are a bit frayed, but normally leave is granted, and then the minister has to move.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate what normally happens.
Yep.
We've just had something happen that has never happened in the history of Federation that goes to a corruption issue. What normally happens is not the issue
we won't
today.
keep debating the matter. Leave is either granted or it's not. All right, leave is not granted. I now call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 12 of 2021, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? There being no objection to leave being granted, the member may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am pleased to speak to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights' 12th Scrutiny Report of 2021. As usual, this report contains a technical examination of legislation with Australia's obligations under international human rights law. In this report, the committee has considered 111 new legislative instruments and commented on 2 new instruments. It has also concluded its consideration of 5 bills and 4 legislative instruments previously introduced. As I've previously noted, this committee has continued its important scrutiny work throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, including by regularly meeting remotely via teleconference, tabling scrutiny reports out of session and continuing to scrutinise the many legislative measures which have been introduced to address this unprecedented health crisis. In this report, for example, the committee considered 3 legislative instruments made in response to the COVID-19 pandemic: to extend the human biosecurity emergency period by 3 months each, most recently until 17th of December 2021. These consequently extend existing emergency determinations, including the travel ban on Australian citizens and permanent residents from leaving Australia unless otherwise exempted. The committee also considered one instrument that removes the automatic exemption for Australians ordinarily resident overseas to leave Australia. While these measures clearly pursue the legitimate objective of controlling and preventing the entry and spread of COVID-19 in Australia and therefore promote the rights to life and health, they also necessarily limit a number of other rights, particularly the right to freedom of movement. The committee considers there is a risk that the longer this emergency period is extended, noting that it has been extended 6 times lasting for almost 2 years, the less likely it is to be considered a temporary measure, and it risks impermissibly limiting the right to freedom of movement. The committee has, however, welcomed the recent announcement that the travel ban will be lifted soon and considers this will likely address many of the human rights concerns raised. The committee also commented on the Migration Amendment Merits Review Regulations 2021. This legislative instrument increases administrative appeals tribunal application fees for review of decisions relating to migration visas other than protection visas to $3,000, a 64% increase. The committee considered that for those who cannot afford to pay the application fee, there is a significant risk that the measure impermissibly limits the right to access to justice. The committee has suggested 2 amendments to assist with the proportionality of the measure. The committee also concluded its examination of the Defence Legislation Amendment Discipline Reform Bill 2021. This bill makes it a service offence for an Australian Defence Force member to use a social media or electronic service to cyberbully, but the offence also includes the broader prohibition on use that a reasonable person would find offensive. The committee considered this limits the rights to freedom of expression, while the measure seeks to achieve the legitimate objective of maintaining or enforcing military service discipline, noting the breadth of the offence, that imprisonment may be imposed and that it applies to members in their personal capacity and without any link to their service. The committee concluded it has not been established that the offence would permissibly limit the right to freedom of expression. The committee has suggested 2 amendments to limit the scope of the offence, which may assist with the proportionality of the measure. I encourage all parliamentarians to carefully consider the committee's analysis, and with these comments I commend this report to the chamber.
I thank the member for Mallee. Are there any other members seeking leave to speak? There being no other members, I call the clerk. Sorry.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion. That the House notes 1. The Morrison government has just voted down a privileges motion given precedence by the Speaker for the first time since Federation. 2. The motion related to a possible contempt by the member for Pearce. 3. It has been more than 1,000 days since this Prime Minister promised to introduce the Federal Anti-Corruption Commission, and the House calls on the Prime Minister to immediately 1. Introduce a bill to establish a Federal Anti-Corruption Commission with the powers of a Standing Royal Commission, and 2. Agree to refer the member for Pearce to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition. Is the motion agreed to? Is leave granted? Sorry. The motion to be moved.
Leave is not granted.
All right. I'll call the Leader of the Opposition. Sorry.
I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Manager of Opposition Business from moving the following motion immediately. The House notes 1. The Morrison government has just voted down a privileges motion given precedence by the Speaker for the first time since Federation. 2. The motion related to a possible contempt by the member for Pearce. 3. It has been more than 1,000 days since this Prime Minister promised to introduce a Federal Anti-Corruption Commission, and the House calls on the Prime Minister to immediately 1. Introduce a bill to establish a Federal Anti-Corruption Commission with the powers of a Standing Royal Commission, and 2. Agree to refer the member for Pearce to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. Mr Deputy Speaker, we need to restore faith of the Australian people in our political system. All of us have a responsibility to do this. It's more than 1,000 days since the Prime Minister promised an anti-corruption commission, and no one.
No longer heard.
The question is that the member be no longer heard. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. Division required. So,
Pardon? I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is the Leader of the Opposition be no further heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair. The noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray, tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler, tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 50. Questions therefore resolved in the affirmative. Is the motion seconded? The member for Isaacs.
Seconded. This is a government of rotters who are trashing our democracy. It is a day of shame.
His seat. The Leader of the House has the call.
Very much, Mr Speaker. I move the member be no longer heard.
The question is the member for Isaacs be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. And members must remain in their seats during this successive division unless they're changing their vote or are leaving the chamber. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or didn't vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 50. The questions therefore resolved in the affirmative. I was about to state the question, is it? Yep. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition be disagreed to. The Manager of Opposition Business.
The main protection against corruption in politics was abolished today.
Abolished. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the motion be put.
Leader of the House has moved that the question be put. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion be put. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Again, in this successive division, members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or didn't vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 50. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. So the question now is that the motion moved by the Leader of the Opposition be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or didn't vote in the last division, in which case they must report to the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 50. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. And I'm about to call the clerk for the next item of business. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment, Royal Commission Response Number 2 Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
So I'm just looking for who's seeking the call. Yeah, okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, colleagues, if you're trying to leave the chamber, that would be excellent, and we will move on to the second reading of the aged care. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment, Royal Commission Response Number 2 Bill 2021. There is nothing more important than caring for our older and most vulnerable Australians, particularly at this moment in history when the COVID pandemic poses such a significant threat to all older people with frail health and underlying conditions, and particularly when we've had the Royal Commission into Aged Care, Quality and Safety so recently, which has forensically examined the shortcomings of a system that has been ignored for far too long. We all know that the Royal Commission exposed, frankly, terrifying things, from awful abuse, neglect and hygiene practices through to poor nutrition and ongoing workforce issues. It exposed a tragic vacuum of transparency and accountability. The Royal Commission handed down recommendations to the Morrison government, and those opposite have a clear moral obligation to act decisively to reform this system and protect these important but vulnerable people. They are mums and dads, grandmothers and grandfathers, uncles and aunts. They are people who have contributed to Australia in so many ways, from running milk bars to pushing the frontiers of scientific research, to teaching our kids to read books, to ride bikes and cook meals. But also, they're just people. They are simply people who need our care. Older men and women who deserve safety, security and appropriate care as they age. We can't just think of them as a number or a cost. They're not just a political problem for the Morrison government to run, spin about or hide from, or hope that the spotlight on the problem goes away. They are loved ones, and we can't ever forget that. They are people who have mastered FaceTime so they can connect with their grandkids. They're women who listen to the radio for company, that, like anyone, look forward to the weekend, to sunny weather, to their favourite meals and having visitors. They're real people, and we owe them more. We owe them more than a system in crisis. Labor supports action to fix the aged care system. We want to see change. We want to see an aged care system that we can be proud of, that looks after, and I mean really looks after, those among us when they age. Last year, almost 700 residents in aged care facilities died after COVID crept into their homes. It was horrendous. We watched the situation unfold in Victoria, and the Morrison government stood back. The protections were not in place. Neither staff nor patients were adequately looked after. The system buckled under the pressure of COVID-19. And they deserved better, these people. Their families deserved better. And that's why Labor is fighting for a system that doesn't cut corners, that doesn't ask too much of too few staff. We want a system that older Australians deserve after a lifetime of paying taxes, contributing and raising families. But the Morrison government has consistently let us down and failed these people. After 21 expert reports into this issue, those opposite know that older people have been suffering in aged care, but they didn't fix the problem. They have known about the parlous situation in the aged care sector for some time, and they've sat on their hands. They've sat on those reports. The evidence mounted as those reports collected dust on someone's shelf. However, in his most recent job as Treasurer, the now Prime Minister actually cut funding to the aged care sector. In 2016, he cut almost $2 billion from the aged care budget. Meanwhile, they've managed to roll out money for other stuff. They've spent money on sports rorts, on an overpriced land acquisition that helps out mates, on giving billions in JobKeeper payments to businesses who don't need it, who didn't deserve it, who didn't even qualify for it. But they haven't adequately followed through with the system-wide changes that the aged care sector and those within it are crying out for. If we look at the track record of this government, they're simply not up to the job of fixing the aged care sector. They have neither the will nor the way. They can glance at the problem, they can skim reports, they can hear testimonials about bed sores, the prevalence of sexual assault in aged care facilities and other heartbreaking situations of neglect and abuse. And then they walk away from the very changes that matter the most. Older Australians, their families and hard-working carers and nurses cannot trust the Morrison government to fix this broken system. Now, while there are aspects of this bill that are welcome, it's clear that it needs proper scrutiny through committee process. So I flag now that I will move a second reading amendment to this bill, and if passed by this House, Labor will ensure it goes to a Senate committee. I know that the government has at the last minute moved their own amendments to this bill. At the last minute. I'm pretty sure they just came in this morning, which shows that, like their response to the Royal Commission, it seems everything they do for aged care is half-baked, half-cooked, done on the fly, without proper thought or consultation. Imagine if they'd done their job and worked up this bill in proper consultation with all stakeholders. God forbid they actually ask the sector, they actually ask the people who know and understand what happens in aged care about what should be in their legislation. Older Australians, their advocates, workers, their trade unions, aged care providers and their peak bodies, they're all extremely frustrated that they've been shut out of the room and not sufficiently consulted in the development of this bill. It's not clear why they weren't properly consulted, given the impact this bill will have on their care, their jobs, their organisations and the whole aged care sector. Put simply, this affects their lives. It has major impacts on their homes and on their workplaces. Yet they weren't asked for their expertise, their feedback or their experiences to shape the direction of this legislation. They weren't consulted on the residential aged care funding framework. They weren't consulted on workforce screening, governance structures, banning orders and a code of conduct. This legislation raises very real questions, questions that need clear and considered answers. These are big issues with significant impacts on the quality of care in our aged care facilities and in the sector more broadly. These big issues require proper scrutiny, proper consultation. Many of those affected and those who work in the sector and those who care deeply about these issues, myself included, want to know why parts of this bill fall so far short of what was recommended by the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety. Why has the government fobbed off, delayed and outright rejected key recommendations? Of the 148 recommendations from the Royal Commission, more than half are not being implemented. They're not being implemented properly. These are very real questions as to why this is the case. And yet, those opposite are not providing the answers or assurances to those who need them the most. The truth is that the government has neglected aged care and older Australians for 8 years. Don't just take my word for it. The Royal Commission perfectly described the government's approach to aged care in its final report, where it said, and I quote, "At times in this inquiry it has felt like the government's main consideration was what the minimum commitment it could get away with was, rather than what should be done to sustain the aged care system so that it is enabled to deliver high quality and safe care." And this is the approach the government apparently is still taking. As I said, this bill contains some welcome changes, but we'd like to know why the government is pursuing this collection of changes at this time, because these changes don't match the Royal Commission's recommended timeline. Frankly, they don't seem to fully match the government's own timeline. It fails to deliver enduring improvements and lasting reforms for the long run. Nothing will change without reform to the workforce. There is nothing to improve wages for overstretched, undervalued aged care workers. They're gifting $3.2 billion to providers with no strings attached. Nothing to make sure that this money goes to actual care or better food for residents in aged care facilities. Due to their disinterest in transparency and accountability, there is nothing to stop shonky facilities investing their share in bonuses for management or a refurb for their offices. They failed to clear the home care package wait list of 100,000 people. Their numbers just don't add up. Australians want to age at home. They've ignored the recommendation to require a nurse to be on duty 24/7 in residential aged care. They also shirk the main increase to mandatory care minutes in residential aged care. Staffing levels are central to many of the quality of care problems. So, Deputy Speaker, I ask, why call a $200 million Royal Commission and then ignore most of its recommendations? The Morrison government's response to the Royal Commission and the aged care crisis falls way short of where it needs to be, and this bill is a rushed attempt to cover up their failure to follow the recommendations of their own Royal Commission. Could this be a case of the government handing in its homework at the last minute? A rushed job to make it look like it's taking action when its main consideration is still the minimum it can get away with? In almost all areas of policy, the Morrison government takes this approach, and it's this attitude towards the aged care system that worries older Australians. It worries their families. It worries the dedicated workforce that care for them. They know that this government isn't fully committed to helping fix the system they have broken after 8 years of neglect. 8 long, sorry years. 8 very long years if you have been in that system or having to deal with that system. They claim to have accepted or accepted in principle 126 out of 148 recommendations. However, when it comes to the details or the follow-through, you have to read the fine print. They are simply not implementing the recommendations they're purporting to accept, because to actually deliver on those recommendations, firstly, they would need to reform the workforce. The government has no strategy when it comes to the wonderful people who work in the aged care sector, who care for vulnerable Australians. This is patently clear to anyone observing the situation. I know aged care facilities. I know aged care workers. I know the nurses who work in the system. And it's clear to everyone I speak to that this government doesn't have a clear and considered plan to address the pressures that they are under. And oh my goodness, those pressures are enormous. We are in an aged care workforce crisis. Just this week I met with many aged care workers, ANMF members, my old union's members, and they were crying, some of them telling us the care that they could not deliver. They could not deliver to the elderly people in their nursing homes, knowing that if they were toileting one patient or one resident and a bell rang, they had to choose between leaving a resident alone, rushing down the corridor to hope that the bell didn't indicate someone had fallen and hurt themselves, or that somebody had wandered out, or that somebody was in trouble or needed their help. You shouldn't have to make those decisions. There should be enough people working in aged care facilities to deliver the care, to answer those bells when they ring. This goes back to 2013, when the former Prime Minister, the member for Warringah, scrapped Labor's $1.2 billion aged care workforce compact, a compact that the current Shadow Minister for Health put in place, because Labor actually understands the need for workforce reform. We know what needs to be done, and this was a good reform that the whole sector acknowledged was needed. And yet, there we go, the Liberal Prime Minister at the time scrapped it. They cancelled a much-needed pay rise for workers. And in the years since, the Abbott and Morrison governments have never developed a plan to make sure that we have a pipeline of excellent, qualified and professional carers, nurses and professional staff to run the aged care sector. Aged care workers are the backbone, the crucial backbone of the system. They are mostly women, I might add, and they are exhausted. They are stretched. They are under-resourced. They are actually traumatised from the past year and a half, when their system has been pushed to breaking point, when they themselves have been pushed to breaking point. For too many years, they have been asked to do too much heavy lifting for too little pay. We know the workers are chronically underpaid and the system is hemorrhaging staff. They are leaving in droves, and would you blame them? They can get better conditions and higher pay as a nurse in a hospital or a support worker in the disability sector, or even in retail for that matter, or anywhere else but the aged care sector. It's very clear. This is because the Morrison government has failed to address the paltry pay and conditions experienced by those who work in this area. And during the pandemic, aged care workers aren't given the resources they need to take care of frail older Australians. The Morrison government wasn't even able to protect these nurses and carers with a timely and appropriate vaccine rollout to aged care workers. And they're voting with their feet. Labor believes these workers should be paid more, and we're supporting the HSU and the ANMF's pay case before the Fair Work Commission right now, and there should be more of them. The Leader of the Opposition has made it clear that we will support minimum staffing levels and an RN on every shift, And sadly, the Morrison government can't be trusted to pay dedicated and hard-working aged care workers properly, even though they know that workforce is key to delivering a high-quality aged care system. And this isn't just Labor identifying the workforce as key to delivering a fit-for-purpose aged care system. The Royal Commission itself recognised this too. It's a no-brainer, really. What Australians need is a wholesale reform of the aged care system and an investment in the sector and its workforce. And all this government can offer via this bill before us is a little bit of tinkering around the edges and fine print about what is not included in these measures. Now, Deputy Speaker, to protect our older Australians and to protect our aged care workforce, what we need is a regulator with teeth. The teeth that bite the right pieces, though. Constantly hitting overworked and stretched out staff over the head with a meat axe for small compliance issues is not the type of teeth we need. We need a governance model within the sector that ensures facilities that get government subsidies spend those subsidies on actual care and not Maseratis. The system itself needs to have a governance model that clearly shows how public funds are spent through clear and accountable public reporting mechanisms. We also need individual aged care providers to be required to clearly show the different types of care available, information about staffing levels and ratios, and information about nutrition and services within the facility. Let me say it again, transparency and accountability must be at the heart of all reforms, of all measures adopted. And let me tell you that while Labor is pursuing an agenda of transparency and accountability, well, this bill represents the precise opposite. The Morrisons' agenda is opacity and obfuscation, a hard word to say, obfuscation. Making things as clear as mud. Some people could say that's onomatopoeic, couldn't they? With as much room to hide as possible. To go back to the words from the Royal Commission report, the government's main consideration was what the minimum commitment it could get away with. This bill is a masterclass in concealing things from the public and keeping things confusing for those who are seeking care within our aged care system. This is the attitude of a government indifferent to the aged care system that worries older Australians, their families and the workforce. We need a government with fresh ideas about what an aged care system could look like and how to attract the next generation of talent to the system. We need a government who seizes on the opportunity to improve the aged care sector rather than one who shies away from reform and looks the problem without looking the problem directly in the eye. We need a government unafraid of taking on shonky players in the sector and creating a system where any one of us would be happy for our parents, our loved ones, or indeed us ourselves to spend time. Deputy Speaker, sadly, Australians do not have a government who's willing to look at this problem and fix it, because that takes courage. And what we see instead is 8 years of neglect for a system that's groaning under the weight of its own crisis. And we know that for the Prime Minister, every problem is somebody else's problem. It's somebody else's fault. Every crisis is someone else's responsibility. And when he's called out on his failure, the Prime Minister's response is always the same. It's not my job. It's a matter for the states. I don't hold a hose. Whether it's bushfires or robo-debt, aged care or car park rorts, he doesn't show leadership, he just gives us more spin. Instead of going missing in action and passing the buck, the Prime Minister's got to step up and be a leader. The stakes are too high when it comes to aged care. The Prime Minister has barely even acknowledged the aged care system since it announced its lacklustre, beige and disappointing response to the Royal Commission. But there's nowhere to hide right now, not even Hawaii, Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister is responsible for the aged care system. He's responsible for the funding cuts he's made as Treasurer, and he's responsible for the terrible neglect identified by the Aged Care Royal Commission. But the Prime Minister failed to listen to Australians, to their families and to the workers. He failed to listen to 21 expert reports, and now, even to his own Royal Commission. It's clear that older Australians, their families and the workers that care for them can't trust the Prime Minister to fix this broken system. It's clear after 8 years of neglect, another 3 years of this Prime Minister won't fix it. Older Australians, their families and hard-working carers and nurses can't trust the Prime Minister to fix this broken system. He can't be trusted to fix the nutrition crisis and act with urgency that this issue requires. He can't be trusted to pay dedicated, hard-working aged care workers properly, even though they know the workforce is key to delivering a high-quality aged care system. Deputy Speaker, aged care has always been a priority for Labor, and will continue to fight for the aged care system that Australians need and deserve. We'll fight for a better system for this generation of Australians and all who come next, as they require care for their parents and their loved ones, and eventually themselves. And we'll fight for the aged care workers who look after their patients with kindness, professionalism and patience. We stand shoulder to shoulder and advocate for them to get the pay and conditions they deserve. I've always believed that the worth of a nation rests upon how it treats its most vulnerable, and I'm ashamed of some of the things I've seen and heard about in our aged care system. Put simply, the stakes are too high to ignore the crisis. Therefore, Deputy Speaker, I move to amend this bill as follows: that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House, 1, notes the systemic ongoing failures in Australia's aged care system, as evidenced by the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety, including but not limited to poor levels of transparency, accountability and provider governance. B, inadequacy of the government's response to the Royal Commission, including deferred and curtailed legislative action on key issues and an unclear plan for reform, implementation, and C, government's failures in providing safe and high-quality care for aged care residents due to the historic cuts and poor management of the aged care sector. And 2, calls on the government to clearly explain why they have ignored, deferred or curtailed so many of the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety's important recommendations to fix the aged care sector and deliver the care that older Australians and their families deserve. Thank you.
I thank the member for Cooper. And is there a seconder? Could I just get a... is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Quorum is required. Ring the bells, please. 30.
I wanted to talk to Jen and Peter. I don't care if I'm briefing for you. Nice yourself.
You're so wild.
I mean, it's a day of briefing for you.
Yes.
This is the first time since Federation.
Yes, I heard it. Thank you. Quorum is now present. I will allow debate to continue. And sorry. So the original question, was that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Cooper has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to. And on that note, I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's all doom and gloom on the other side. There's no positivity, there's no vision for the future of aged care in our country. We, on this side, on the government side of the House, are focused on one thing, and that's getting the job done for the aged care sector. That is implementing the findings of the Royal Commission, implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission. On this side of the chamber, we are in charge of the government. We are delivering for Australians in the aged care sector. And Australians continue to put their trust in a Liberal National Government to deliver major reform of the aged care sector. And we are delivering on that commitment. Caring for Australians in aged care has always been and will continue to be a top priority for the Morrison government. In the last budget, the government committed $17.7 billion over 5 years to assist in the continuation of reform to the sector. Now, the 5 reform key pillars of the government's reform program are home care, residential aged care services and sustainability, residential aged care quality and safety, workforce and governance. And these amendments represent the second stage in that agenda, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are currently more than 282,000 Australians in residential aged care, excluding care provided in the home. Every individual that makes up that number is more than a statistic to this government. Their quality of life and their continued prosperity is our focus. In Moncrieff, I continue to visit all 20 aged care homes and continue to stay in touch on the vaccination rollout and speak with residents. It's going incredibly well, with aged care workers and residents now well protected against COVID-19. In fact, soon after the last budget, I took Minister Hunt to TriCare in Mermaid Beach, where we talked to staff and residents about their vaccination rollout and how the increase of $10 per day per resident would positively impact care for their residents. Can I thank those who worked so hard to vaccinate aged care workers and residents, and encourage those who may be unemployed at the moment to consider retraining and entering the workforce for a rewarding career in Australia's aged care sector. This bill will directly impact our senior Australians who have contributed much of their adult life to building a country full of opportunity and freedom in which future generations will prosper. They've built the country that we live in today. The Prime Minister established the Royal Commission into aged care only 3 weeks after entering office. Quite symbolic, don't you think? It was an unprecedented act that set in motion a chain of events to reform and tackle the big challenges facing Australia's aged care sector. The Royal Commission, established by the Morrison government, has provided a thorough examination and detailed list of recommendations. I know that Australians will be pleased to hear that the government is taking swift action to deliver fundamental and generational reform of our aged care system. Not only does this bill deliver the second phase of reforms for the aged care sector, but it ensures the future stability of the industry and the best quality care every senior Australian deserves. The record investment of $17.7 billion over 5 years will support the changes. There are approximately 85 aged care facilities on the Gold Coast alone, throughout and surrounding my electorate of Moncrief. I'm pleased to speak on the bill currently before the House and to see the second phase of reforms delivered for my ageing citizens who deserve the best care possible. It will directly impact my electorate, and as a Member of Parliament, nothing brings me more joy than to see the lives of my constituents positively impacted by the work we undertake in this place. Moncrief is home to more than 28,000 Australians over the age of 65, and that's 18% of the electorate's population. The Gold Coast is not only a bustling paradise for thrill seekers and for a destination for family getaways, but it's also home to vibrant and inclusive residential aged care communities. I'm certain this bill will not only provide better protections for residents in aged care, but will offer peace of mind to senior Australians considering the transition to an aged care community for their health and their well-being. Under the current model, funding levels for residential aged care services are determined using the outdated aged care funding instrument. It does not adequately differentiate between residents in relation to the costs of delivering care, resulting in volatile revenue streams for providers and costs to government. This means clinical staff in residential aged care facilities spend more time assessing residents for funding than delivering quality care, which residents require of the provider. The Royal Commission, upon these issues and recommended the introduction of a new case mix funding model, the introduction of the ANACC and a new specialist assessment workforce will create consistency across assessments, reduce funding volatility and free up aged care workers to spend more time delivering that crucial care that they deserve. It will also deter providers from delivering outdated and ineffective care to maximise funding. To put it simply, the new funding model will mean more time spent caring for aged care recipients and reduce overpriced services and wasted time on assessments. Consistent with the Royal Commission Recommendation 121, under the new ANACC model, if the capability of a resident improves, there's no requirement for reassessment and potential reassignment to a lower payment class, providing inbuilt financial incentives for aged care providers to invest in restorative care. Changes to the aged care funding model will be put in place from the 1st of October 2022. This will allow for providers and the broader aged care sector to properly prepare to progress the newly developed and purpose-built funding model. The Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment, Royal Commission Response No. 2 Bill 2021, takes into careful consideration the timing of which amendments will be engaged, the faults within the sector that require immediate attention to ensure the continued operation of the aged care system will be put into effect after the successful passing of this bill. In April this year, residential aged care recipients have begun progressively being assessed and classified under the ANACC, and this classification will now be linked through this bill to the subsidy calculation for residential aged care providers as the final step in implementing the ANACC model. Not only do these amendments address critical flaws in our aged care sector, but they also create a contemporary, efficient, effective and stable funding approach. It lays the foundations for reform like mandatory minimum care requirements and quality rating systems, and supports providers to better deliver individualised care for senior Australians. The amendments will also revoke the limits on the number of respite days that can be offered at aged care services. The Morrison government recognises the mental and physical toll of caring for a loved one. This bill takes into consideration both the well-being of the carer and the individual receiving care. It provides families with a greater ability to transition a loved one to an aged care facility when adequate care can no longer be delivered at home. The Royal Commission into Aged Care and Safety listened to Australians from all corners of the aged care sector. It uncovered harrowing truths and a culture of non-compliance throughout the industry. I stand here today and speak to the individuals, the families and loved ones of residents in aged care, that have experienced perpetrators abusing power to inflict harm, and those who endured an extremely difficult time, particularly at Earlhaven in my electorate, due to the financial failings of their provider. I want to make it crystal clear that any individual that believes they can cut corners on service provision or abuse the power of their position and continue to be employed in the aged care sector is sorely mistaken. The Morrison government is putting in place up-to-date and fit-for-purpose financial and worker regulation measures, in part to Recommendation 77 of the Royal Commission, by establishing an authority for nationally consistent pre-employment screening for aged care workers of approved providers and governing persons to replace existing police check obligations. The safety of residents should be at the forefront of all employment decisions, Madam Deputy Speaker. A national database of cleared and excluded individuals will be developed to support employment decisions in aged care. These safety measures anticipate there will also be mutual recognition arrangements with the NDIS and across the broader care and support sector. Under the amendments put in place by this bill, Australians who require care and support can rest assured it will be safe. This will be achieved by broadening the scope and expanding the powers of the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commissioner to allow the Commissioner to make and enforce a code of conduct that applies to approved providers and their workers, including governing persons. To support the Commissioner in the mission to ensure the safety of aged care recipients, this government will put into effect Recommendation 103 of the Royal Commission. This will support the Code of Conduct by allowing the Commissioner to enforce a new banning order regime for workers. These new regulatory arrangements will prevent unsuitable workers from entering or remaining in the aged care sector and ensure that poor conduct is held to account. It will deter individuals who intend to put the safety of aged care residents at risk by breaching the Code of Conduct. The Morrison government will develop the Code of Conduct in consultation with stakeholders and be brought into effect through supporting legislation. The code will be based on the current NDIS Code of Conduct, which is proven to be effective for NDIS recipients. Modifications will be made, of course, to ensure the code is fit for purpose and relevant to aged care. Over the coming months, Madam Deputy Speaker, consultations with stakeholders will provide the foundation for the content and operation of the draft code, including through a consultation paper and targeted stakeholder forums. There will be opportunities for aged care providers, workers and consumers, as well as stakeholders from the broader care and support sector to contribute. We are safeguarding and fortifying Australia's position as a world leader in aged care and broader support services. It is important to note that this bill carries out structural and cultural changes deep within the aged care sector, changes that are desperately needed. In the same breath, thousands of nurses, aged care workers and many others continue to uphold the highest standard of care in the workplace, and I can attest to that by visiting all of those aged care facilities in Moncrief and the absolute dedication of the staff that run those homes. And the way they treat patients makes me proud, beaming with pride when I leave those, Madam Deputy Speaker. Such kind and gentle people who are dedicated to our elderly citizens. We mustn't paint all aged care workers with the same brush. This bill will highlight the great work of those who serve the sector with selflessness and compassion for all of our seniors. It has become increasingly more common for senior Australians to opt for aged care services to be provided at home over a residential facility. And as demand has grown for at-home care, many new providers have entered the market to provide care and support services. And the Morrison government is extending the Serious Incident Response Scheme from residential care to home care and flexible care delivered in a home and community setting from 1 July 2022, in line with Royal Commission Recommendation 100. Under the scheme, providers of in-home care aged care services will gain additional responsibilities to identify, record, manage and resolve all incidents that occur. The Morrison government will expand the Serious Incident Response Scheme. This will reduce the risk of abuse and neglect and protect the vulnerable older Australians receiving aged care services in their home and in the community. Competent and effective governance provides the base of which the aged care sector delivers its services. The proposed strengthening of legislative arrangements will greatly improve the governance governance of approved providers. These amendments align with the Royal Commission recommendations 88 to 90, which note that good provider governance arrangements result in high-quality care for consumers. All of this will improve the financial resilience of the industry, improve service continuity and allow the government to identify at-risk providers sooner as well, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, just to finish, because I see I'm running out of time and I've got pages and pages and pages here in front of me that I could talk about, I just want to summarise to Australians and say that the $17.7 billion that this government is investing in aged care is for your future, is for your parents' future, is for your grandparents' future. And I'm very proud to stand here and say that we are reforming the aged care sector across those 5 key planks. We are dedicated to working for Australians, for your future and for your family's future. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for her contribution, and the question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and on that note I am giving the call to the member for Griffith, who is joining us via video link.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I listened closely to the contribution from the previous speaker, the member for Moncrieff, and I thought it was really odd that she started off by complaining that Labor is all doom and gloom. I think anyone who's been paying attention to the question of aged care, particularly in the context of the Royal Commission over the past term of Parliament, would understand the serious challenges and the reasons why, in fact, Labor has been so concerned about aged care. In fact, why we have been so consistent in pressing the government to take real action. This bill, of course, arises from that Royal Commission. And like so many of the things that this government does, this bill seems to just fall short. And that's the case with the government's actions generally, and it's the case with the government's actions in relation to aged care. So I'd say to the member for Moncrieff, instead of trying to police the tone in which Labor is talking about aged care, perhaps take on board some of the criticisms.
Sorry, Member for Griffith, I'm taking a point of order.
Deputy Speaker, I just ask that the member address her comments through the chair, not to the member for Moncrieff.
She's taking them through the chair. It's fine. It's not a point of order, and I overrule you. Back to you, the member for Griffith. She's using the member's proper title in the course of a debate. No, she was using the member's title in the course of the debate. She's not going through me. I'm overruling you. I'm taking her back, giving the call to the member for Griffith. Sorry for that interruption there.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I'd invite her, instead of trying to police the tone in which Labor talks about aged care, to really reflect on the substance of the serious issues that have been raised through the Royal Commission. I'm sure she remembers that the Royal Commission's interim report had a one-word title, and that word was neglect. Now, we all know, everyone in this chamber is well aware of the importance of aged care to our constituents, in our communities, and of course in our own lives. We've also all, I think, had experience with aged care. I'm certainly very grateful to the people who took good care of my grandfather, who was in aged care until he passed away a few years ago, my uncle, who we lost only a couple of weeks ago, who was in aged care on the Atherton Tablelands. And I really just want to say again to his immediate family how sorry I am for that loss. And for, in my own case, my grandmother, who's presently in aged care in far north Queensland. We're grateful to the carers, and I've met with so many aged care workers, carers, nurses, and I know how much the carers who work in these facilities, the ones that my family have experienced, the facilities that are in my electorate, and the facilities all across this country, I know how much those carers, those nurses, those other care staff, support staff, really believe in what they're doing. They're doing this work because it's a vocation. They believe in the importance of caring for elderly Australians. They understand that people who are in aged care are the people who really built the nation that we have today and who are really in need of good, appropriate care, high quality care. And so while we can all reflect on the importance of improvements in the aged care system, of improvements in aged care regulation, and of developing proper responses to the recommendations of the Aged Care Royal Commission, we should also make sure that we are acknowledging that the people working in this system are absolutely doing it because they care. And of course, given some of the conditions, the workload, some of the remuneration conditions that people face, they wouldn't be there if they didn't absolutely believe in what they were doing and really have that vocation and be drawn to care. So I wanted to say to all of the carers in our aged care facilities, and particularly the ones in my electorate, thank you so much for the work that you are doing to look after people. And I know that they've had a particularly tough time. They've had a tough time during the Royal Commission. They've had a tough time during COVID. I've spoken in the House before about one of the aged care facilities, for example, in my electorate, that was given the complete runaround in relation to the supply of vaccines for elderly residents. You know, told there would only be a few, and then turns up there was about 45 vaccinations, but they had about 90 residents. They then had to work out which didn't get the chance to get the vaccination that day. There's absolute nonsense that occurred in relation to that facility, and I've covered it in the House before. But all across this electorate and across this country, I know that aged care facilities have had just a really difficult time in relation to the vaccination rollout. And of course, it was one of Scott Morrison's 2 jobs, wasn't it? Scott Morrison, as Prime Minister, had 2 jobs, quarantine and the vaccine rollout, and he botched both. And we certainly saw some of the consequences of that in aged care facilities in my electorate, and even more strongly and upsettingly in aged care facilities elsewhere. So it's important that we acknowledge that it has been a difficult time in relation to aged care. And it's one of the reasons why we so strongly support any action to fix the aged care system. But it's also why we're concerned that, as I said, this bill seems to fall short. Deputy Speaker, the government, as is so often the case with the Morrison government, they make big announcements, but then they don't deliver. In this case, the situation is one where they've basically fobbed off or delayed, or in some cases just outright rejected some of the key recommendations from the Aged Care Royal Commission. Of the 148 recommendations, over half are not being implemented or aren't being implemented properly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, welcome to the Chair. This bill is no different, with alterations and a number of items missing from the original Royal Commission recommendations it's claimed to be addressing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's also really worrying, I think, that older Australians, aged care peak bodies, providers, workers and unions were not consulted in the drafting of the bill that we're talking about today, despite the impacts that this bill will have on them in the sector, and that's residential aged care funding, workforce screening, provider governance, banning orders and a code of conduct. These are not small changes and they need proper consultation. And as you know, Deputy Speaker, it's Seniors Month this month. I'm looking forward to holding a round table of stakeholders this coming Friday to talk about issues facing seniors. And I expect that issue number 1 will be aged care and the implementation of the recommendation from the Aged Care Royal Commission, recommendations from the Aged Care Royal Commission. And so I'm really looking forward to meeting with providers, with stakeholder groups, with senior citizen organisations, representatives of other seniors groups in my electorate, to get their views in relation to the wash-up of the Aged Care Royal Commission, the way that it's being responded to, and some of the moves that are included in this bill. I'm looking forward to doing my own consultation, but of course, we're not the government. It's up to the government to consult on their proposed legislation. There ought to have been significant consultation in relation to the drafting of this bill, and it's disappointing that that has not been the case. You know, in my state, Deputy Speaker, some of the best knowledge and experience in relation to aged care and the aged care facilities, I'm sure this is true across the country, comes from the workforce who are at the coalface, if I can put it that way, at the front line of aged care facilities. The people who day in, day out are managing the workload, are managing the demands, are dealing with people who are in distress sometimes, or at least are vulnerable. Some of the best expertise and history comes from people in that situation. And so let me say, particularly when it comes to consultation, I have found it very valuable to meet with some of those frontline workers through the agency of their representative organisations, the union movement. Whether that's people who are members of the United Workers Union or the Queensland Nurses and Midwives Union, there are a range of organisations that have membership amongst people who are working in those frontline occupations caring for older Australians. So I want to just give a shout out to those unions and to say to them, thank you for the work that you are doing. I've been fortunate to have delegations from unions, and there are others in aged care, of course, across many years, visiting me to talk to me about the issues that they face in those sectors. And I've also been very fortunate to do some work for some of those unions in my previous life as a lawyer. I know, Deputy Speaker, you were a barrister, you did a lot in the construction sector. I did some work in the construction sector as well, but I will always hold a very special place in my heart for the legal work that I did for members of those unions who are working in aged care facilities who could tell me through the prism of what was happening in their lives, the direct impact of some of those systemic issues like workload. I remember talking to someone who was just saying to me, the facility is physically too big for the limited number of staff that we have to get around, to make sure, this is just talking about nursing, to make sure there is sufficient support for those residents. And I know that, as I said, the people that we're talking to through the agency of their representative organisations are doing this from a sense of vocation, from a sense of duty, from a sense of responsibility to their community. I just want to acknowledge that work that those unions are doing, and same with the national unions. We've certainly held briefings with union members. Parliament, in fact, I think people might remember, I do because I started crying during it, but Anthony's budget reply speech, the member for Greenlow's budget reply speech, in which he talked about aged care and aged care workers, just remember looking up at the gallery and there was a delegation of aged care workers. And they were crying, I started crying, and I'm sure there were lots of other tears in the house as well, because people, that's the level of emotion wrapped up in this question of what should be done to improve the aged care facilities and system in this country. It's the level of emotion because a lot of the workers will tell you they just feel like they're at breaking point. They just feel like they need to know that they'll have a government that will actually make sure that the residents in their care, the people that we're all actually focused on, the residents in their care get the best possible care and get a reasonable level of care. And really that's something that I think we should all be able to agree on. And Deputy Speaker, those workers know that the residents in aged care rightly expect that the government will look after them when they're frail, when they're vulnerable, in those later years. And I know, Deputy Speaker, it's just very obvious that after 8 long years of Liberal National government in this country, you can't trust the Liberals and Nationals to fix the aged care system, and you can't trust them to deliver good quality aged care in this country. We all need to see a government that will stand up for older Australians, that will make sure that we have a good, high quality aged care system, and that people who are vulnerable, particularly people who are vulnerable, have their interests protected. And that's why this bill is really important. I really want to encourage everyone to take a close look at how the Morrison government is responding to the Aged Care Royal Commission. As I said, I've got a number of concerns about the fact that the government is yet again falling short when it comes to implementation of the recommendations, some being flipped off, some being delayed, some just being outright denied. We actually want to see a strong and sensible and considered approach to aged care reform as needed. And most importantly, I think we all want to see an aged care system that puts residents, puts older Australians at the heart of the system, that's about care, that's about protection, and that's actually about making sure that people have dignity towards the end of their life. That's what I want to see. I really encourage the government to engage with the community, to speak with stakeholders, to consult further in relation to their response to the Aged Care Royal Commission, and I'll really be looking forward to meeting with local stakeholders as I hold a roundtable at the end of this week in relation to issues facing seniors, older Australians, including aged care. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak briefly on the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Royal Commission Response No. 2 Bill 2021, because this bill is part of our government's commitment to undertaking significant reform of the aged care system to ensure that it does meet the needs of senior Australians. So the bill amends a number of acts to implement changes in response to recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety, and delivers the second stage of reforms.
The member for Robertson will just pause for one moment. Member for Fenner.
Deputy Speaker, I draw your attention to the state of the House.
Is a quorum called for? Yes. All right. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Is that Peter Murphy? Oh, no.
Quorum present. The member for Robertson has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And as I was saying, this bill amends a number of acts to implement changes in response to recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety, and it delivers the second stage of reforms following the Royal Commission's final report. The bill will introduce a new subsidy calculation to fund approved providers, strengthen provider governance arrangements and financial accountability, and expand the functions of the Pricing Authority. It also extends the Serious Incident Response Scheme, helps establish a nationally consistent pre-employment screening process for aged care workers, provides the basis for an enforceable code of conduct, and enhances information sharing between the aged care and disability sectors. I do want to touch on a small number of these changes in more detail, starting with reforms to the aged care subsidy for providers. Because currently funding levels for residential aged care services are determined using an outdated aged care funding instrument. This doesn't effectively differentiate between residents in terms of the costs of delivering their care. It's resulted in volatile revenues for providers, and it requires residential aged care workers to dedicate time to assess residents for funding rather than actually focusing on providing the care and the support they need. So the introduction of a new funding model and a new specialist assessment workforce will help to assist in addressing these issues. From the 1st of October next year, subsidies paid to providers for permanent residential care and respite care will consist of a fixed component to account for costs across all care recipients and a variable component based on each individual recipient's needs. These amendments will create an efficient, effective and stable funding approach to promote investment in residential aged care refurbishment and expansion, boosting the sector and ensuring its long-term sustainability. Deputy Speaker, there are a number of aged care providers in my electorate of Robertson and indeed right across the Central Coast, and they provide a home to so many senior Australians who live locally in what I consider to be the very best region in the very best country in the world. An example of some of our outstanding aged care provider services includes Peninsula Village, a group of 3 retirement homes that care for many locals. Peninsula Village are an integral part of our local community, and they're involved with a number of local organisations, including the outstanding Umina Beach Men's Shed, located alongside quite close, the Men's Shed there recently donated 4 sensory boards for residents with dementia or memory loss. Blue Wave Living is based in Woy Woy, and it operates not-for-profit residential aged care services. One of the things I really appreciate about Blue Wave is the absolutely beautiful, extraordinary Anzac Day service that they hold every single year at their venue. Residents contribute to a hand-knitted poppy wall, which also includes some purple poppies, reminding us of the sacrifice of the animals who also died in the war. And it's a very poignant reminder, and of course contribution is made by residents every year. It's such a fitting tribute to those who have served our country, and many stay to chat afterwards, sharing about their own experiences when they were young. Aurum at Kincumber is another great provider on the Central Coast, and I visited the facility to have a look at some of the upgrades which had been completed, as well as looking at their incredible community garden, which has really become a favourite among residents. It really is a lovely space, and one that many residents are rightfully very proud of. And these are just a few examples of some of the many aged care providers on the Central Coast. And Deputy Speaker, to assist aged care providers, the government has announced a substantial funding uplift to residential aged care in the 2021-22 budget. This includes $3.9 billion in increased funding from October next year to support providers to increase direct care for residents and to meet the new mandatory care time standard. A 2-year $53.3 million transition fund will also be established to assist providers who may need support during the transition to the new model. I do hope that these amendments will benefit providers across our region and enable them to continue to offer quality care and the very best quality care to local residents. Because it's so important that we as a government ensure that every aged care provider is delivering world-leading care that every resident deserves. After all, Deputy Speaker, these aren't just aged care facilities. They are places that our senior Australians call their home, and each and every resident deserves to feel valued, supported and cared for in their home, because our senior Australians deserve the very best care. Their contribution to our local community and to our local communities around our nation have helped to craft Australia into the great nation that we are today, and we are all better off because of their service and their commitment as the next generation. This bill also strengthens the legislative arrangements to improve the governance of providers, and the amendments will introduce new reporting responsibilities for approved providers and their governing bodies, improving transparency and accountability and driving cultural change from the top down. This helps to strike a balance between giving providers the resources they need but also ensuring oversight and accountability so residents see improved outcomes. Another key amendment relates to regulating the aged care workforce to ensure high standards of care are delivered to those who need it. These changes respond to the Royal Commission's recommendation to strengthen regulation of the personal care workforce. The bill will help to also establish nationally consistent pre-employment screening of aged care workers, replacing existing police check-up obligations, and provides the basis for a national database of cleared and excluded individuals. The Aged Care Quality and Safety Commissioner will be given powers to enforce a code of conduct that applies to approved providers and aged care workers. The Commissioner will be able to deal with alleged breaches of the code, including having the ability to apply for a civil penalty order and, in the case of individuals, impose a banning order restricting them from being involved in the aged care sector. These penalties ensure both providers and workers are held accountable for poor conduct and protect our vulnerable senior Australians. At the same time, the bill extends the Serious Incident Response Scheme to providers of home care to ensure action is taken to prevent incidents from reoccurring. There are currently no mandatory incident reporting requirements for providers of home care or flexible care delivered in the home and community, meaning there's no oversight of allegations of abuse and neglect of senior Australians receiving care in these settings. The bill introduces new responsibilities for providers of in-home services to identify, record, manage and resolve all incidents and the reporting of serious incidents. The focus of the scheme is on a provider's response to an incident and the supports that they put in place for those affected, as well as the actions that they take to continuously improve and reduce the likelihood of incidences reoccurring. The Commission will then be notified of serious incidents and will be able to oversee the management of reported issues and ensure compliance with the scheme. They'll also be able to analyse reportable incidents based on a range of factors and use this data to drive education campaigns to address common issues. All of these measures, Deputy Speaker, will help to assist in reducing the risk of harm arising from abuse and neglect of those receiving in-home aged care services. Deputy Speaker, I never ever want to hear another story like some of the ones that we heard during the Royal Commission. Stories of some of our most vulnerable senior Australians being mistreated, neglected or not being afforded the respect that they deserve. After all, they are our mothers, our fathers, our grandfathers, our grandmothers. They're even our great and great-great-grandparents who have cared for us deeply, who have contributed to this nation so strongly and who we all care about so much. We owe it to all of them to make sure that their senior years are filled with proper care, a place where their home is a place of the highest standard of care and attention and the utmost respect and consideration. And so, Deputy Speaker, I do commend this bill to the House as it will help to deliver on the federal government's promise to reform the aged care sector and to provide better care for our senior Australians.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Burt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. 21. There have been 21 expert reports. 21 expert reports that said our aged care system simply isn't good enough. 21 reports that said that older people were suffering in aged care, but the problems haven't been fixed. 21 reports, and yet the Prime Minister, when he was Treasurer, actually cut funding. Labor supports action to fix the aged care system, but is concerned that this bill, like much of the government's response to the aged care crisis, falls short. I don't want my parents to experience the horror stories we've heard through the Royal Commission should they have to go into aged care one day. I fear for my parents and for anyone in my community that they may be subjected to some of the substandard aged care system as it is. After 8 years of this government decimating aged care, older people in my community cannot afford another 3. There is literally no time to waste. The government has fobbed off, delayed or outright rejected key recommendations from the Aged Care Royal Commission. Of the 148 recommendations, more than half aren't being implemented or are being implemented only half-heartedly. This bill is no different, with alterations and a number of items missing from the original Royal Commission recommendation it is claimed that it would be addressing. It's also concerning that older Australians, aged care peak bodies, providers, workers and unions were not consulted in the drafting of this bill, despite the impact that this bill would have on all of them and across the sector. Residential aged care funding, workforce screening, provider governance, banning orders and a code of conduct. No one knows these issues better than those that have been working on the front line, who will not only be subject to these changes themselves, but will be enforcing and implementing them. They are the experts. These are not small changes and they need proper consultation. The Morrison government's response to the Royal Commission into aged care falls well short of resolving this crisis. But ultimately, workers tell me that they didn't need a Royal Commission to know that aged care in Australia is in crisis. You just have to ask them. Ultimately, nothing will change without serious reform for the workforce. But the Aged Care Royal Commission recommended nothing to improve wages for overstretched, undervalued aged care workers. Our aged care workers are some of the most generous, kind-hearted and overworked individuals, and my community is home to many. It is vital in the very first instance that we improve wages for these overstretched and supremely undervalued aged care workers. Many of these workers are earning less than $23 an hour. To put that in context, the typical Coles casual team member gets a salary of $24 an hour. What a complete slap in the face it is to those that look after some of our most vulnerable. These are workers who go above and beyond for their residents, who work extra hours and put in extra time because they know that often, for their residents, they are all they have. These are workers that become like family to their residents. These are humans that are affected by the loss of patients as if they were friends and family. Yet before they've had a chance to process those losses, there's a new resident in that bed and workers are expected to just push on with no opportunity for counselling, no time to debrief the loss. A recent survey from the United Workers Union revealed that 37% of aged care workers are looking to leave the sector now. 45% in regional areas are looking to get out. Many organisations spend a great deal of time and money training new staff, but when they get started, they get out as quickly as they can, appalled with what the industry is really like. How on earth are we going to encourage people to move into this industry out of school? In Western Australia alone, there will soon be more than 15,000 people aged over 60 years working in aged care. There is no one to replace them when they retire. And remember, this often involves difficult physical work. You need a particular level of fitness to do this work. And at this point, with workers treated the way they are, why on earth would you want to get into an aged care career? My community is also home to a number of great aged care facilities. They are doing a lot with what they've got, which is sometimes very little. They rely heavily on the saints that are our large local aged care workforce to keep things ticking over. All the independent assessors have said that there needs to be a minimum of a $10 billion investment into aged care workers, and that's just the starting line. Back to the Royal Commission and its recommendations. This Morrison government has decided to gift $3.2 billion to aged care providers via the basic daily fee increase, but with no strings attached to ensure this actually goes to better care or better food for the residents. As it stands, it could easily end up as management bonuses or a new office fit out. The government has failed to clear the home care package waitlist of 100,000 people. Only 80,000 packages were included in the budget over the next 2 years, and thousands will join the waitlist every year. Indeed, hundreds die while on the waitlist every year. The maths doesn't add up. It is inhumane. The Morrison government has also ignored the recommendation to require a nurse to be on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in residential care. This is core to improving clinical care for frail Australians. After all, it is a medical facility that is home to many likely unwell residents. The fact that there isn't a nurse in aged care facilities 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is appalling and is resulting in poor standards of clinical care at no fault of the aged care workers. Indeed, it leaves many waiting hours and stressed families to make sure that their relatives get the care that they need. Some of the aged care providers in my community tell me that they're constantly fighting just to stay afloat. They would love to employ more staff, indeed a nurse, pay them better, and ensure there's a nurse available at all times. There's simply not enough budget to make it happen under the current funding arrangements. The Morrison government's promise of mandatory care minutes for each resident is also full of holes. Doesn't meet the Royal Commission recommendation, and we now know that cleaning and some administrative tasks will be included in these care minutes. These vital workers in the aged care facilities are equally as important as the hands-on staff in ensuring that there is a safe and clean environment for residents. But these are two very different types of work, and they should not all be lumped in together as care minutes. There are a number of potential concerns with the bill as it stands, and that we believe must be further examined. Primarily, the consultation with stakeholders was absolutely appalling, with most telling us there was little to no consultation during the drafting of this bill. There are concerns with the idea of implementing worker screening rather than following the Royal Commission's actual recommendation of a national registration scheme. They are indeed not the same thing. The Morrison government's proposed new nationally consistent pre-employment screening process will be introduced for aged care workers and governing persons, which includes individuals responsible for executive decision-making, authority or influence over planning, directing or controlling the activities of the provider. On the other hand, a registration scheme, as proposed by the Aged Care Royal Commission, that the Australian government should establish a standard for the personal care workforce with the following features: that there be mandatory qualifications, ongoing training requirements, minimum levels of English proficiency, criminal history screening, and a code of conduct through which necessary disciplinary action can be taken, are very different to what this bill will do. Once again, this is not doing what is required to improve standards of care or to support the workforce at all. The new governance standards put forward in this bill are also less prescriptive than those in the Royal Commission recommendation, and the sector is concerned that regional providers may indeed even struggle to meet the standards as they are set out in the bill. Currently, providers are exempt from certain freedom of information requests. The Royal Commission recommended this exemption be removed, but this instead has been completely left out from this proposed legislation. Workers have been included in a code of conduct and are indeed subject to banning orders, which were originally recommended for the provider leadership. It is unclear why this is being directed to all workers. There are also concerns that the review process for challenging a banning order may be quite long and slow. The bill will also change the funding and finance landscape for aged care in three important areas. The introduction of a new residential aged care funding model known as the Australian National Aged Care Classification. The introduction of new powers for the Department of Health and the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission to request information about loans made using refundable deposits, and the establishment of the Independent Hospital and Aged Care Pricing Authority, which replaces the existing Independent Hospital Pricing Authority. Providers say they are concerned about transition funding, but frankly they haven't been consulted to an appropriate extent to know if they should be concerned or not. There are simply too many questions being left unanswered by this bill. There must be greater consultation, and a state of inquiry would at least be a good start for getting to the bottom of how this legislation will actually affect the sector. The Morrison government must do more to fix the aged care crisis under their watch, and must do more than this bill will actually achieve.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Corangamite. Oh, I'm sorry, you're not on my list. The member for Higgins.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Aged Care and Other Legislation Bill 2021, the second response to the findings of the Royal Commission. Aged care, quite frankly, is about dignity. It's about providing our older Australians who have given so much to our country.
Member for Higgins will resume her seat, please. The member for... You've got me. Help me out.
Fremantle.
Fremantle, of course. Member for Fremantle.
Deputy Speaker, I draw your attention to the state of the House.
A quorum is required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Thanks.
I hope you've got the 10-minute version of the speech. Well, you lose the time. Mr. Whip. Doing a great job. So when they call it up, we should call it up. Yeah. Well, that's right. But we're penalising your members and making it walk down the chamber. Listen to them. You know, I'm going to make you temporary whip and you can bloody admit that idea. Well, I know when it was desperate for time. Is that when we were trying to get JA back to when they did that earlier on? Whose names do we show up for?
25.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, Mr. Moore.
Quorum present. Member for Higgins has the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The stories we've heard through the Royal Commission are shocking, to say the least. And now is the time to face the issues plaguing the industry and allow us all Australians to age with dignity and respect. This government is striving to provide those Australians with a home and a hospital in one. The comfort and familiarness of a home with the care of a hospital. This vision is important, arguably for every Australian, as ageing is a future we all face. Quite frankly, the alternative doesn't bear thinking about. This, along with the recognition that senior Australians need tailored and individual approaches, forms the cornerstone
of aged care reform that will act to give comfort and security to our citizens. There is good reason that the Prime Minister called for this Royal Commission as one of his first acts in the position of Prime Minister. This government cares, and the bill before us today helps solidify concrete and effective policy that will serve the Australian people. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill acts as a second stage in the implementation of the government's $17.7 billion aged care reform package. The reform focuses on ensuring older Australians can be at home for as long as possible before residential care may become a necessity. It's what Australians have told us they want. With aged care residents ageing, it is more important than ever to provide high-quality clinical service that gives the dignity we all know our old Australians deserve. The bill stands to not only improve the governance of aged care providers by increasing the influence of those with clinical experience, but it also restructures the funding model to ensure the individuality of not just the service provider but that of the residents to be held at utmost importance in important decisions related to funding. The Royal Commission exposed a lot of shortcomings in the sector, and the Morrison government sees this bill as one part of the efforts to increase quality of this sector. Mr Deputy Speaker, the first schedule acts to amend the Aged Care Act and the Transitional Act to enable the introduction of the Australian National Aged Care Classification. This new funding model aims to achieve more equitable funding by including three components: a fixed component relative to the type of service provided, a one-off entry payment and a variable payment dependent on the individual needs of residents. This funding model places focus on the individuality of the resident and the service offered, ensuring Australians can actually get the services they need. This makes sure funding is utilised effectively. Schedule 8 closely acts with this as it expands on the functions of the Independent Health and Aged Care Pricing Authority. The authority will now be responsible for providing advice to government on aged care pricing and costing, as well as conducting costing and other studies to inform advice given to the government. Mr Deputy Speaker, as the baby boomer generation reaches 80+ years in the next decade or so, this preparation is important more now than ever. This serves to ensure that the government is properly informed when making decisions regarding the quality of life of aged care recipients, all part of us helping the sector. At this juncture, I'd like to acknowledge and recognise the many wonderful aged care workers in Higgins who have worked tirelessly to support our older Australians through the COVID pandemic. And as we know, last year Victoria faced an incredible outbreak of COVID-19 with a very high mortality rate in our aged care sector, since we know those over the age of 70 were most at risk of dying from COVID. I'm pleased to say the vaccination rates across Australia, both of aged care workers and of aged care residents, is well over 90, which means that that sector is very well supported and protected as we've had to deal with the Delta outbreak this year. I also want to thank the fantastic aged care providers in my electorate of Higgins, including R-Care Malvern East, Regis Armidale, Samarinda in Ashburton, Brimley in Carnegie, Darnley in Toorak, and Emmy Monash, which is just across Dandenong Road. They have provided such a great service locally for many people in my electorate. Mr Deputy Speaker, the second schedule relates to the manner in which aged care workers are screened pre-employment. Instead of existing police checking obligations, aged care workers will be screened by a nationally consistent check specific for them. This allows aged care services to spend more time caring and less time burdened with paperwork. The third schedule is closely related to this and serves to allow the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commissioner to construct and enforce a code of conduct applying to all approved providers of aged care services. The Commissioner will be able to receive information and make informed decisions regarding enforcement actions in the case of substantive breaches. This gives the Commissioner the necessary teeth to provide the necessary oversight. It directly addresses Royal Commission Recommendation 77, which suggested such a development of a code of conduct. Moreover, Recommendation 103 is addressed since the Commissioner will be able to issue banning orders against aged care workers, prohibiting or restricting them from being involved in specific activities. This forms part of a key recommendation so that we can ensure that the aged care workers are not only checked to ensure that they do their role honestly, but also that sanctions are provided in the case of misdeeds. Schedule 6 serves to add to this by acting to increase information sharing between Commonwealth bodies across aged care, disability and veterans affairs in relation to non-compliance of both providers and workers. This is so that aged care resident safety can be ensured with efficiency and open reporting and information sharing abilities. Mr Deputy Speaker, Schedule 4 adds to the existing Serious Incident Response Scheme, which I've spoken on this floor before, also an initiative of the Morrison government. The existing scheme is to be extended to cover at-home care, as well as flexible care, instead of simply covering residential care. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we know Australians want to age at home. They want to be at their home, in their home, for as long as possible. And the Morrison government has provided a significant injection of funds to increase home care packages so that Australians can age at home for longer. And at the last budget, 80,000 new home care packages were provided, taking the number of aged care home packages to the many hundreds of thousands. But the schedule in this bill will help to respond directly to Recommendation 100 that the Serious Incident Response Scheme is extended to home care. Mr Deputy Speaker, of particular importance, approved providers of aged care will be required to ensure that their governing body is presided over, firstly by a majority of independent and non-executive members, as well as having at least one member with experience in providing clinical care, under Schedule 5 of this bill. This is key because we know, as I said before, that aged care, residential care, is being filled with more and more residents who are older as they enter into aged care. So the good part about having more in-home care is that people are staying home longer. The difficulty is that the aged care residences are being filled with people as they're getting older, and so the average age of someone in an aged care residential facility has moved from being an average in the 70s now to being the average in their 80s. So there's been an increase of the median age of residents by about a decade. This is quite significant because as you're growing older, people are more likely to be frailer, and they're also likely to have comorbidities and other chronic conditions. And that is why the aged care facilities are finding that they're having to provide more clinical care. So people want to age in their homes, but they also want to age in the aged care facility and not have to be shipped off to hospital. So having increasing clinical care in our governing bodies of the aged care facilities means that more attention will be being paid to the clinical responsibilities of an aged care provider. This schedule will help see the end of out-of-touch governing bodies in the industry, ensuring that the voice of those working on the ground are heard in every meeting and cannot be ignored. Moreover, Schedule 7 strengthens the ability to punish providers for misuse of accommodation deposits made by residents. Both of these will act to improve the quality of governance within the sector, which of course will help our ageing Australians. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is a crucial step in the reformation of the industry we have seen so damaged through the findings from the Royal Commission. This bill does not spell the end of the efforts, however. This acts as a key stage in returning dignity to older Australians, and the bill before us today strengthens the regulations on the industry and streamlines funding so that not only are the deserved provided with the right government support, but the services also improved itself. Lastly, let's continue to work together to help make life better for older Australians. Providing dignity and respect for them is so important because a society is judged by the way that we deal with those who cannot help themselves. We need to provide dignity and respect for ageing Australians, and we need to provide hope for all of us that we ourselves will be given the same support, care, love and service that our older Australians have. Provides hope for all of us as we age, that we age with dignity and respect. I commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Deputy Speaker, when each of us reaches a ripe old age, we will hope that we will be cared for. We hope that our parents and our loved ones will be cared for. But the sad reality is that despite the care and compassion that our aged care workers provide, the aged care system, which is the responsibility of the Morrison government, is broken. No one wants families to fear placing an elderly parent into an aged care facility. And we've all heard the horrific stories of abuse. Only now, on the cusp of an election, are we introducing a follow-up response, the government, to the Royal Commission into Aged Care, a Royal Commission that revealed the systemic failures and abuse of so many older Australians. While there are some worthy actions in this proposed legislation, it comes too late for all those who have tragically suffered from 8 years of inaction by the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government. Deputy Speaker, the Royal Commission actually said that this federal government has been focused not on what should be done to address systemic failures in the aged care sector, but on the minimum commitment it could get away with. They were the actual words of the Royal Commission, minimum commitment. And the response of the Morrison government has been minimal, coming after 21 expert reports. This government knew older people were suffering in aged care, and yet they didn't fix the problems. The Prime Minister, when he was Treasurer, even cut funding to aged care. It's just unbelievable. But true to form, the Morrison government is continuing with its minimum commitment approach in this bill. And while I welcome this bill is a partial step towards correcting the mistakes of the government, as a full and compassionate response to the aged care crisis, it falls well short. The Prime Minister's well-known tin ear is once again apparent. He has failed to hear the voices of those Australians who he should be listening to in this bill, those in aged care, their families and the hard-working staff on the front line. Where's the due diligence? Older Australians just don't appear to be a priority for the Morrison government. Only now are they rushing to ram through this bill, simply to tick another box on the pre-election list of things to do. It's a lack of consultation, and as a result, there is widespread frustration and anger across the aged care sector. And it is made worse because of the lack of consultation on the bill. The government apparently believes it's fine to sideline and ignore the experts, our older Australians, their families, advocates and aged care workers. Yet these are the very people with the hands-on and lived experience who surely are entitled to be consulted on the bill that will impact them most. This bill has profound ramifications for residential aged care funding, workforce screening, provider governance and the code of conduct for the sector. Each of these matters deserves proper consideration. There's no better proof of the government's lack of consultation than its failure to establish two major bodies recommended by the Royal Commission. They should have been established by July this year, in time to consult on drafting of this bill. In fact, of the Aged Care Royal Commission's 148 recommendations, over half are either not being implemented or are only being implemented in a half-hearted fashion. So how did we get here? Deputy Speaker, it's worth recapping on how we got this far. It took the brave words of individuals to force this government to even consider holding a Royal Commission. 6 long years ago, the Australian Law Reform Commission made recommendations to the Liberal National Government to stop the overuse of physical and chemical restraints, labelling them as a human rights abuse. But the reforms were ignored by this government, leaving our elderly at serious risk of mistreatment. For example, in January 2019, we saw footage of Terry Reeves. Terry had dementia and was regularly tied to his chair with a lap belt, sometimes for a total of 14 hours a day, heavily sedated with psychotic drugs. Terry's daughter gave evidence at the Royal Commission of other residents with dementia being kept in a small room and strapped to their chairs, just like her father. Now, statistics speak loudly. In the final 3 months of 2019, residential aged care services made 24,681 reports of intent to restrain and 62,800 reports of physical restraint devices. The stories were so shocking that the former Liberal Aged Care Minister announced the government would consider introducing new legislation. Well, here we are, many months later, and before us we have this bill that is not fit for purpose. This bill is nowhere near what we need to overhaul a broken system, a system that is no longer trusted by Australians due to inaction of the Morrison government. The government has fobbed off, delayed or rejected key recommendations of the Royal Commission, and a number of its other measures are flawed. Change can't happen without a reform of the workforce. There is nothing in this bill to improve wages of undervalued and overworked aged care workers. How can it be that workers in this female-dominated profession get paid less than someone stacking supermarket shelves? Instead of a robust aged care work national registration scheme, as recommended by the Royal Commission, the government is opting for an inferior worker screening process. Unlike this government, Labor values workers and the tireless dedication of aged care workers who daily go above and beyond for elderly people in their care. It's insulting to aged care workers that the government has undervalued them so much. And we have an ageing population. It's estimated that to meet future demand for aged care, an additional 70,000 workers will need to be recruited by 2050. How does the government expect to recruit these workers if they don't make the industry attractive to them? It's quite literally that simple. On the other hand, the government is effectively gifting $3.2 billion to providers in the form of a daily basic fee increase, with nothing to ensure it actually goes towards better care or improved food nutrition. Forgive me if I see comparisons between the lax governance around these handouts to aged care providers and the ill-targeted JobKeeper handouts allowing some big businesses to line their pockets during COVID. As far as Labor is concerned, every extra dollar spent on aged care should be going to care, not to a provider's profits. Labor will do things differently if elected. Labor will ensure there is accountability and that people are put before profits. Now, the government has ignored the recommendation to require a nurse to be on duty 24/7 in residential care. This is surely a common sense necessity to improve clinical care. And in the most practical of failures, the government hasn't cleared the home care package wait list, which is around 100,000. Only 80,000 packages were included in the budget over the next 2 years, yet thousands join the wait list every year. This is most critical in allowing people to stay supported for longer in their own homes. After everything the sector has been through, you might expect greater transparency would be a government priority. Quite the contrary, the government's bill fails to implement a Royal Commission recommendation to remove the existing Freedom of Information exemption for aged care providers. The Morrison government has told the Health Department Secretary to conduct reviews into the arrangements for the delivery of home care. And that's a good thing. But they want you to believe this change will increase transparency. But there will be no requirement for the Health Department Secretary to release these reports for public scrutiny. The government hasn't allowed more closely the recommendations from the Aged Care Royal Commission to increase transparency and accountability measures. Deputy Speaker, older Australians helped build this nation. They worked hard, paid taxes and raised their families. Yet the Morrison government has consistently let them down. Not only did this government have to be shamed into trying to fix the aged care system, it reneged on implementing the fixes recommended by the Royal Commission it appointed. Older Australians and their families deserve so much better. They deserve respect, dignity and the knowledge that the federal government will ensure they are well looked after in their latter years. I don't see enough of that in this bill. It goes part of the way, but it falls well short. Deputy Speaker, my electorate has a large proportion of elderly people. I've visited many in their homes, in retirement villages and nursing homes. I've heard firsthand the strength of opinion in my community from elderly residents on this issue and on this bill. They are anxious and fearful. Many worry about their own welfare and the welfare of their loved ones. The government clearly underestimates the voice of our older Australians, but it does so at its peril. Coming after almost a decade of a Liberal government, this bill gives little confidence the Morrison government fully understands the needs nor properly values the contributions of older Australians. It seems the Morrison government's minimum commitment approach to aged care, as highlighted by the Royal Commission, will continue. We cannot let this happen. Our older citizens deserve better. We all deserve so much better. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The Morrison-Joyce government is dedicated to meeting the needs of our ageing population by undertaking the necessary and imperative reforms in aged care. The Commonwealth is acting to ensure that we are implementing these measures to develop and safeguard aged care in Australia. We not only look to tomorrow, but we also look to 5 years from now and further ahead to 20 years and beyond. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is important that aged care in Australia is of the highest standard, not just for now, but for my children and my grandchildren. This reform seeks to do just that. Throughout my time serving as the member for Mallee, I have always strived towards an Australia where the health status of our citizens is not determined by their postcode. This, Mr Deputy Speaker, should also include our aged care services. As the representative of some of the most rural constituents in Victoria, I have seen the challenges that face our older population. Many aged care services in Mallee are stretched and under-resourced. As we get older, our health can rapidly deteriorate, and we cannot always plan for these things. In regional areas, too many are placed on lengthy waiting lists to receive essential services, including home care packages. Delays such as these are unacceptably part of our aged care in regional and rural Australia. Another issue experienced in regional Australia is workforce shortage. This issue is not uncommon in most industries in Mallee, and aged care is no different. Aged care employers in my electorate do not have the luxury of a plethora of people lining up for job vacancies. The recent introduction of COVID vaccine requirements for employment in the aged care industry have also created an additional strain on employers looking to recruit people to regional and remote areas such as Cohuna, Horsham, Maryborough, Mildura and Warragnabil. The great news is that Australia's personal care workforce is being strengthened and increased under a $91.8 million Morrison-Joyce government initiative, helping older people live at home for longer. The government is committed to ensuring older Australians can remain in their homes and in the communities they know and love for as long as possible. In another comprehensive response to the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety, the Home Care Workforce Support Program will help administrators attract, train and retain approximately 13,000 new personal care workers by mid-2023. This is good news for Mallee. Making sure we have enough carers with the right skills to provide these services is vital as we expand the number of care packages and wipe out our waiting lists. Our reforms will ensure all senior Australians can access the care they want and need when they need it. Under the legislation that is before the House, regional services will be allocated additional funding support to address the disadvantage of rurality. The new funding model will offer subsidies in accordance with the recipient's AN and ACC level, as well as the characteristics of the aged care service. One of the notable characteristics would include service providers in regional locations. I support this reform and welcome the reprieve that it will bring for many rural and regional facilities in my electorate of Mallee. This implementation will provide peace of mind for residents in Mallee who in the future will utilise the aged care services. For these people, they can have added assurance that local service providers are resourced to be able to help keep up with the need for aged care services. I have spoken with local leaders in aged care services in my electorate and they have echoed this sentiment. Prince's Court is an aged care facility and assisted living provider in Mildura in the north of my electorate. I've worked closely with their chair, Lynn Haseman, and CEO, Jenny Garon, to address their concerns and advocate for this funding. Jenny and Lynn have told me of the challenges that regional communities face in providing aged care services. Higher acuity residents are coming into aged care at a later stage and are presenting with greater needs. This reality challenges facilities.
It being 7:30 p.m. I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Young people across my electorate of Corangamite are passionate about climate change. Their enthusiasm and determination for a better future is inspiring, and we certainly need inspiration at a time when our government is doing so little to deliver real and meaningful change on climate action. And so it's a privilege to hear the voices of so many young people and take part in the Youth Voice in Parliament Week. As the Morrison-Joyce government argue amongst themselves about setting a target of net zero carbon emissions by 2050, young people across Australia are way out ahead of them. When Prime Minister Morrison attends the COP26 Climate Summit in Glasgow at the end of the month, the eyes of young Australians will be on him. Young Australians like Evan Gavins, who are looking to their future. Young Australians who are concerned about the environment that they will inherit from our generation. The significance of climate change and how we as a nation respond to that challenge is not lost on our young people. So now I would like to read you the speech from 9-year-old Evan Gavins of Anglesea. I am a 9-year-old and worried about the world I'm growing up in. We need to stop polluting this world. It is bad for our environment, destroying the atmosphere and making it unhealthy. I think the best way to stop polluting is to do helpful things for our environment. There are loads of things we can do, including making and using renewable energy, such as solar, use of electric cars, and building up, not across. Renewable energy reduces the use of fossil fuels that create carbon emissions and destroys our natural seas and land. Instead of using fossil fuel cars, we should use electric cars that rely on renewable energy. I think we should build up, not across, so we don't continue to destroy our natural environment. By building up, it means we don't use up farming land and destroy more trees. Trees are important for catching carbon emissions. In conclusion, I strongly believe we should take more action to stop polluting and save our environment now. So please take action now for the people of my electorate. So it is just amazing that Evan has written this beautiful speech for me. What it shows is the people in my electorate, the young people, do really care. The other day I had other young women come to my office, a young lady, Aviva Luna Filer, who is in Year 7 at Oberon Secondary School. Last Friday, she drew a beautiful chalk artwork on my pavement outside my office as part of the School Strike for Action demonstration. She had a strong message for the Australian government: take action urgently on climate change, or we will experience more extreme weather events such as droughts, bushfires and floods in the future, and lose even more biodiversity. Aviva Luna is just one of many young Australians who are distressed about our planet they will inherit due to the irresponsible actions of the federal government. We must give our young people hope for a cleaner, brighter future and avoid catastrophic climate change. We can only do that by decarbonising our economy and investing heavily in renewable energy to contain temperature rises to less than 1.5 degrees. Unless we act quickly to reduce carbon and other greenhouse gas emissions, global warming by 1.5 degrees Celsius will be exceeded by the 2030s. The significance of climate change and how we as a nation respond to that challenge is not lost on children. I urge the Liberal National Government not to let our youth down, as they have repeatedly over the last 8 years on climate and environment. I'd like to thank the young people of my electorate who've come and stood outside my office. They are the future, and I stand with you and desperately urge this federal government to do so much more to ensure that they inherit an environment that is going to be one they can be proud of. Thank you.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. On Saturday night, the 2021 Cairns Chamber of Commerce Business Excellence Award was held. Since the inception of the awards in 2017, the BEX Awards, as they are commonly known, showcases business excellence contributions businesses have made to the community of Cairns. With 10 categories, 200 nominees, 71 finalists and 14 judges, it's by no means a small event. Cairns Chamber of Commerce President Sally Malakota summed it up perfectly when she said after the 18 months that we've had, This is a chance for all of us to stop and reflect on the challenges and accomplishments and consider those in business and the wider community who have stepped up and not only survived but thrived. These awards are a great platform not only to recognise excellence but also for business owners to use the criteria to review their businesses. I'd like to acknowledge each winner of their category. First of all, Professor Sandra Harding, AO, who was presented with the Cairns Chamber of Commerce Legacy Award for her outstanding contribution to James Cook University. She also won the Legacy Award. I personally have witnessed the contributions Professor Harding has made, and this award is very much well deserved. To Mr Kyle Richardson for the Emerging Leadership Award as a true Cairns resident who has grown FNQ Podiatry and orthodontics into a successful business that it is today. People Management Excellent Award went to Wellness Embodied, who have over 16 services offered on site in Cairns and in rural areas. We all know how important it is to get our 8 hours sleep, and the Sleep Right, Sleep Tight provided their professional advice and took out the excellence in customer service. Duncan Power Sports for customer service in trade and retail, and if you're looking for fun and adventure on the weekends, head out and see them and their team at Duncan Power Sports in Lane Street in Cairns. Bad Fishy Jet Boat won the Marketing and Communications Excellence Award. You can't miss the big orange boat with massive teeth outside the Cairns Marina. It's a must-do for the kids to get out there and enjoy this experience. Congratulations also to Murray Q Culture and their creative and stylistically savvy designs in the Indigenous Business Excellence Award. Again, congratulations for a job absolutely well done. Also, Mr Speaker, the Cairns Dental Boutique was also awarded the community contributions for their sustainable growth, investment in staff training, cutting-edge technology to create the best practice one-stop shop for the community. Their corporate and social responsibilities are of an exceptionally high standard. Small World Journeys also took out an award for Sustainability and Environment Award. And I have to say to you, Mr Speaker, given the challenges that we've had now over an extended period of time with COVID-19, of course, and closed borders, it has been businesses like Small World Journeys that has really copped it very, very hard because people have not been able to travel, and of course if they're not able to book or use these services, of course it has a massive impact on the bottom line of these businesses. But the team has gone well above and beyond to ensure that the customers, and they were able to change their business model so that customers could experience the wonders of our region rather than the broader community, learn about the importance, of course, of our natural environment, and I particularly congratulate those from Small World Journeys. Last, of course, but not least, is congratulations to Gatha, who connects those who love to cook with those who love to entertain. Gatha won both the Business Technology Award and the Innovation Award. Quite an achievement. So, in closing, Mr Speaker, congratulations to Patricia O'Neill, the CEO of the Cairns Chamber of Commerce, Simone, Laura and the board of Cairns Chamber of Commerce on a very successful evening, and a big thank you, of course, was very, very important to all of those sponsors that have actually stepped up and provided a lot of support over the period of time to be able to make this event happen and make it a reality. And finally, if I could just say also, for all of those 200 nominees and 71 finalists, every one of you were a winner. Thank you very much indeed for an outstanding effort. Thank you.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for McMahon.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to do two things in this adjournment debate. Firstly, we all represent many people in this House, including those who can't vote yet, young people. I do want to give a voice to one particular young person in my electorate, Jayden Yunan, who has been participating in the Raise Our Voices campaign. And I've chosen his speech to read into the Hansard, and I think you'll see why. Mr Speaker, my name is Jayden Yunan. I'm a 16-year-old student who resides in south-western Sydney. Within the next 20 years, my vision for Australia is to be a component global leader in renewable energy. I envision a country leading the world's shift to renewable resource use through advancements in engineering, technology and science. Undoubtedly, this paradigm shift for Australia is critical. Not only does Australia have the abundance of resources available for such change, but it has the world-class scientific facilities available to facilitate such advancements. However, for too long, political discourse regarding climate change has been undermined through dangerous misinformation. It was just this year that a report released by the United Nations revealed Australia was ranked last out of 170 countries analysed for action on climate change. Why should Australia forfeit to delayed climate action in exchange for fewer jobs, a foggy future and dying industries that do not promise Australia's next generation of workers a secure future? Our government, now more than ever, must take action in addressing the biggest existential crisis. It is clear that Australia's economy and stance on the international stage cannot progress without action on climate change. Well, Mr Speaker, it would be nice if we heard more speeches like Jayden's from the government. That is an excellent speech, recognising that the world's climate emergency is Australia's jobs opportunity. For a 16-year-old from my electorate, I'm very proud to have him as a constituent and to read his words into the Hansard. The second thing I want to do, Mr Speaker, is celebrate in the House something I've spoken many times about in the past. That is the defeat of two outrageous proposals for incinerators in my electorate. I'm very pleased, and again I've spoken about this in the House on many occasions, to report, and I give due credit to the New South Wales Liberal government, which has moved legislation to ban incinerators in metropolitan Sydney. This is a good thing, and my community has campaigned tirelessly for this result. We've had two proposals for incinerators in my electorate near Mitchenbury and would affect Sinclair and Erskine Park. It was never on, and we have fought and fought and fought. There have been rallies, there have been protests, there have been petitions that I've organised and the community groups have organised. And I want to, in the House, pay tribute to the No Incinerator for Western Sydney group, which has led the campaign. It has been a pleasure to work with them. It's been tough. We've had to make many appearances at different hearings opposing these incinerators. I want to give tribute to all of them. I will run the risk of just mentioning two names, always dangerous, Mr Speaker, but Kim Vernon and Colin Bosworth, they have been champions, and the community of Western Sydney owes them a lot. The government did not make it easy to submit your objection. You had to sign up through an online portal that had 21 steps you'd need to make. 21 steps, Mr Speaker. Bureaucracy gone mad to make a submission opposing the incinerator. No postal submissions, so people persevered. Shows how passionate the views were and are against these incinerators. Despite the 21 steps that people had to undertake, there were more than 600 submissions from individuals into the Department of Planning in response to the Cleanaway project. I had to circulate a flyer in my electorate with a QR code to let people know how to put a submission in, Mr Speaker, and even then it was difficult. But we had got 600 submissions. 4 supported the incinerator, 596 against. So this is a very good step. Now, I do want to say we are not completely out of the woods. I have heard rumours that the two proponents are going to seek some sort of exemption from the legislation, which would be absolutely outrageous. I wouldn't put it past them because they have shown very little respect for the Western Sydney community thus far, so I doubt that they are going to grow a great deal of respect now, but be warned, we will keep fighting if necessary. We celebrate this win, the legislation, but we will keep fighting. I don't think anybody should have to put up with an incinerator, a waste-to-energy incinerator. I'm all for waste-to-energy proponents which are environmentally friendly. Incinerators are the worst of them. They're not really proper waste-to-energy. I've looked at this matter very closely, but I do join with the people of Mitchenbury, of Sinclair and Erskine Park, at least in taking this win. It's been a long, hard fight. It's been my honour to stand with the community against this. And again, Mr Speaker, I do pay tribute to Jayden Union in my electorate for an excellent speech he submitted, and it was my honour to read it to the House tonight.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for McKellar.
Why, thank you, Mr Speaker. The Australian dream is on life support. The promise that every Australian had real opportunity to home ownership formed the foundations of our Commonwealth in 1901. Now, if you are under 40, you are less likely to own a home than at any time since 1947. When updated census data becomes available, This is likely to be since 1901. Let us be clear. This is a fundamental betrayal of one generation to the next. Tax and Revenue Committee of the House of Representatives is in the midst of an inquiry to establish whether this dream should be condemned as an ideal of another century. But I want to raise this today because our children and our families must immediately stand up now. Harrison Jones from Fitzroy North in Victoria, who is transitioning from university to full-time work and starts saving for a home deposit, says, "I am dismayed at the housing market." He simply wants the realistic opportunity to live somewhere he can call home, where he can leave my home half an hour before work and make it on time, preferably on public transport. But the opposition from local and state governments in Victoria to build medium density to infill their suburbs is frustrating and unfair. It's having a profound impact on our middle-aged demographic. David Reeling and his wife Sarah are in their 30s. They live in an apartment in Woy Woy on the central coast of New South Wales. They've diligently saved thousands of dollars every month. However, still can't afford a 2 to 3 bedroom home with a functioning bathroom to start their family. As he says, considering the rising costs of raising children, if we start a family, will we ever be able to afford a home to raise the family in? But it's the fact that we don't offer any hope to those who are willing to sacrifice the most. Sarah Nelson became homeless at the age of 14 following a tumultuous upbringing. She has shown incredible strength and resilience since to build her life, including resitting her HSC and going on to receive reputable roles with full-time salaries. She's now a single mother with children and says the lack of opportunity to own her own home meant she always was carrying the tension of being in a fight or flight mode. Thomas Piketty's data, and it is not often that a member of the Liberal Party will quote a French socialist economist. However, I feel compelled to, because he talks about wealth inequality across Western societies. And he says, without doubt, the major cause of that inequality in our world is determined by home ownership. If you want to reduce inequality, and everyone in this place says they want to, you need to increase the number of people who own their own home. This issue is having a generational impact on the well-being of every single young Australian and not only the future of our economy, but the very future of our nation. We have the highest average weekly earnings in the world. We have the highest minimum wage by almost 50% of anywhere else in the world. And yet, we have the least affordable housing in the world. Across the nation, Sydney has the third most unaffordable houses on the planet. Melbourne is 6th, Adelaide is 13th, Brisbane is 18th, and Perth is 23. And the trend is not our friend. Some will say it's a lack of social and affordable housing, and indeed we need to address this matter. Some will say low interest rates, stamp duty, macro-prudential regulation, government incentives, immigration, capital gains tax, and of course, negative gearing. All hold strong merit, all are worth looking at. Others will say the main cause of high prices is land use restrictions, often called planning or zoning. And we have let the states get away, and councils I might add, with over-regulation, high contribution measures, high taxes for far too long. The New South Wales Productivity Commission says we are short 100,000 houses. What is at stake here, Mr Speaker, is the future of our nation.
Question is the House to now adjourn, and I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I rise to again highlight the imperative and urgency for the people in the Northern Territory to get vaccinated against COVID. It's acutely important for people living in remote communities where the general health of the population may make them particularly vulnerable and susceptible to COVID. Currently, there are no cases of COVID in the Northern Territory and there have been no deaths to date. But sadly, there is an inevitability that COVID will penetrate the Territory's borders with the implementation of the National Plan, much vaunted by the Prime Minister and others. And there will be subsequent pressure on the Northern Territory Government to facilitate travel from parts of Australia where COVID is now endemic. The NT Government has done a great job in protecting the Territory from COVID thus far. As a result, as apart from short lockdowns, the Territory populations had freedom that only existed in New South Wales and Victoria prior to COVID beginning in the first place. We have been dreadfully lucky. There has been great cooperation between the Northern Territory Government, remote communities, the Aboriginal Community-Controlled Health Services and the private Medicare organisations to try and promote COVID vaccinations across the Territory. And at the moment, the Northern Territory's overall vaccination rate is 81% for first dose and 70% for second. In remote Northern Territory Government clinics, it's 69% first dose and 56% second. However, there are some areas where the take-up is very poor. There are pockets of resistance. People are opposed to getting vaccinated because it's not just about vaccine hesitancy. They've been told and believe the lies that have been peddled by extreme views, including faith-based groups, talking of the devil, or that you're going to inject yourself with 5G, or that you will die. These lies are a threat to the health of the whole community. They are wrong and they are malicious in their intent. However, there's some really positive stories, Mr Speaker. In Central Australia, for example, at the NT Government Clinic at Mount Liebig, at Munteguru, 95% of people have had their first dose. Terrific result, and 74% the second dose. At Uchu, Arionga, 95% have had their first dose and 74% their second dose. This is a Central Australian Aboriginal Congress clinic, and these outcomes are because of local leadership at Uchu. One major reason is for the community success was the push by Sarah Gallagher, a long-term health worker in the community, encouraging residents to get the jab. Health workers who service the community have also credited strong male leadership in the community in the uptake success. Jonathan Doolan, who has lived at Uchu for 20 years, said the community had felt the fear and uncertainty around COVID. Mr Doolan is quoted as saying, quote, "Some are getting scared of this thing and some really aren't sure what they need to do. We're giving them the message and people have to come to have the needle, have the thing," end of quote. The combined efforts of Ms Gallagher's commitment to her community and Mr Doolan's leadership has led to success, but the formula has proven difficult to replicate in other communities struggling to promote the vaccinations. The experience of Uchu is that vaccine hesitancy can be addressed if community leaders act as the key agents working with health professionals to get the message across of the need to vaccinate. The vast majority of remote Northern Territory Government clinics have a permanent supply of vaccine. All remote Territorians can access the Pfizer vaccine. The vaccine is safe, free and incredibly effective at stopping the spread of the virus and in preventing serious illness, hospitalisation and death. It is, as we know, Mr Speaker, everyone's best protection from COVID-19. And I just say to those people who are spreading those malicious lies about COVID, who are promoting anti-vaccination and the anti-vaxxers generally, they are potentially doing incredible harm to a very susceptible part of our community. And as inevitably it will, COVID will come into the Territory and there will be deaths. And I would ask then what those people will say if those deaths are those people who are not vaccinated because they've copped and accepted the anti-vax message.
Question is the House to now adjourn, and I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I've spoken a lot here and in the Federation Chamber about Oakey's past, and and the challenges that the town has faced and overcome, but tonight I want to focus on its future. It's very hard to look past the very difficult couple of years that Oakey has been through, with issues regarding PFAS, the drought that's been ongoing, some flood mapping issues that have caused residents significant concerns, but of course, as I raise quite regularly, the end of the new Acklam coal mine that is bringing to an end over 100 years of mining in the region and stripping the region of its source of wealth, the economic activity that has underwritten Oakey and the Toowoomba region for so long. But there are huge opportunities ahead for Oakey and the whole Toowoomba region. And I'll start first with the Inland Rail. Inland Rail is a fantastic project coming right through Toowoomba, will make us the focal point, the distribution centre for southeast Queensland, bringing wonderful produce right up from Melbourne and sending it into Brisbane along that wonderful Warrego Highway that this government has invested in. This will bring jobs not just during construction of the Inland Rail, but for years to come, as Toowoomba becomes a transport hub, sending those goods into Brisbane. We've got $5 billion worth of investment going into Toowoomba, into the Toowoomba region as this currently stands, heading down into the seat of Wright. It's a fantastic investment. If it duplicates what we've seen in other parts of Inland Rail, we'll see somewhere around 60 to 70% of that investment going locally. This is local jobs, local businesses, local futures being secured by the government's investments. Inland Rail is a project I support very, very strongly. And Oakey has the skills to deliver Inland Rail. At its peak, the project will demand 950 jobs, and the recently appointed design and construct contractors have been tasked with engaging locally and driving as much of that government investment into the local economy. I met with the contractors on the design and construct contract BHQ, and I'm very confident, Mr. Speaker, that they understand the needs of our local economy, and I'm very confident that they too see the opportunity of investing in local businesses, local jobs. But beyond Inland Rail, which is a fantastic opportunity, the other great opportunity in front of Oakey is expansion into the defence industry. At the Oakey Army Aviation Centre, which I visited recently, it's very clear to see the Oakey base has potential for expansion both physically, with a large amount of greenfield space available for development, and personnel-wise, with the potential for greater collaboration with allied nations. This is already going very well with the base's collaboration with the Republic of Singapore Air Force. They currently house 5 Chinook helicopters at the base, and it's their intention to increase that number to 10. I stood in the control tower looking over the base out of the wonderful flat lands that lay out in front of it to the north. There are 56 landing bases at the Oakey base. In Singapore, there are 3 for their helicopters, so it's very clear to see why they choose to come to Oakey, the opportunities that they have in front of them, the ability for them to train individually, but more so with us, absolutely increase our strategic influence in the region. And it's very important to me to see the Oakey Army Aviation Centre continue on a personal level. Very happy to have seen my father-in-law complete 47 years of service to the Army, finishing off at the Oakey Army Aviation Centre, as many people do, in the maintenance and care operations there for the aircraft we have on site. It's a fantastic facility. I've written to the Defence Minister, Peter Dutton, to raise this and to keep Oakey in mind for future discussions with our regional allies. And clearly, in the current state of affairs, we see that is where we're headed. We've already invested $31 million in the 2021-22 budget to refresh facilities at the Schwartz Barracks, with a new health facility that will soon open. As part of a $212.5 million investment in new and upgraded health facilities at defence premises across the nation, I'm very glad to see Oakey get a part of that. The construction programs include a range of new and upgraded facilities to provide primary health care services, including dental, pharmacies, mental health, physiotherapy and allied health care services, as well as the rehabilitation out of the site. So I'd like to say to the people of Oakey, the future is bright. There are opportunities ahead, and I'll be with you every step of the way through that. Thank you very much.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.